are the real ones, and they drink a real good light beer. Sleeman Clear 2.0. Real ones know.
Hockey Central signing season, Tuesday on...
Welcome to Los Angeles, downtown LA.
The best in the world gets set to take center stage in the city that knows a thing or two about its stars.
It's definitely one thing this town and this game have in common. They're both the perfect place for stars to shine. And this is where it all starts in hockey. Now is where the stories of the greatest stars in the game begin. They can come with every bit of hype you could summon, like he did 10 years ago.
The Edmonton Oilers would like to select Connor McDavid.
Or emerge as surprises no one ever saw coming.
It's down to the shot.
Generations of all-time greats who begin as just beacons of hope for franchises whose fates are transformed as soon as they skate onto the ice. That's how important this can be for teams like them. Because everyone remembers what we all thought when they were drafted. And everyone's seen what icons like them have meant for the story of this game.
The Florida Panthers with their second consecutive Stanley Cup.
This is the moment stars are born in hockey. This is the NHL Draft, live from Los Angeles.
It's time.
Welcome to the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft, rounds 2 through 7. Los Angeles, where Hollywood scripts come to life and dreams come true. For these young hockey players, this is more than just a draft. It is a lifelong journey getting to this point. Once their name is called, the real journey begins and the story starts to be written. And what a story this was. Day one, Matthew Schaefer, the #1 overall pick, selected by the New York Islanders. It is the best sport in the world because of some of the best people in the world, and that kid is certainly one of those. It set the stage for a great day one here in Los Angeles, and now we're about to be off and running on day number 2 as we welcome you inside the Peacock Theater here just outside of Crypto.com Arena, the home of the LA Kings, and you can see the fans and draftees about to file in here as we say hi, hello. We got the guys here, Tony, Sam, and Jason. I'm Jameson. Hope you're doing well at home. Here we go, another year, another day 2. Jason, I'll start with you. What's one of the biggest things you want to see, you're keeping your eye on here to start day 2?
Well, we had a couple of goaltenders go off the board in round 1. It was a little bit of a surprise for me, to be perfectly honest. Now, when we get into day 2, you're going to see, I think, a run of goaltenders here early. I'm talking in the first half of the second round. And if you take a look at some of the guys that are on the board, Semyon Frolov from Russia. Russia is a goalie factory, guys. They have really nurtured their goaltenders over there. They come over here, they become star players. Alexei Medvedev, keep an eye on that name there. He plays for the London Knights. He was a backup goaltender for the Memorial Cup champion London Knights. Didn't get into any playoff games, so people had to do their homework between games 1 and the end of the regular season to get him, get positive viewings on him. He's a real good goaltender. The other thing I'm looking at, though, is those small, skilled guys that really teams seem to shy away from a little bit in the first round. I'm surprised that a couple of these names didn't come off the board. A couple of things I look for as a scout: when you're undersized, you got to be able to play with pace, you got to be able to think it better than anybody, and you have to be uber competitive. You really do. It's a hard game. You have to be in and out of traffic, and you have to push back enough. Those names that just popped up there, keep an eye on that. One of my favorite, I know it was for you too, Tony, when we ran into each other in Texas at the U18s. LJ Mooney from the U.S. national team. I love this kid. He competes super, super hard. I'm not the least bit shy about his size. He's not far off from Colin Potter in my mind, who went in the first round.
Sam, what's a theme you're keeping your eye on here for round 2?
Well, the Russian players are of great interest for me. You know, they continue to produce really good players, but with teams having trouble getting boots on the ground, there remains more mystery there. You really have to trust your scouts, your intel, in order to go down that road. But one guy who is here is Ivan Rapkin, who played in Muskegon, over a point per game, had 58 points last year in the MHL. A lot of people expected him to go in the first round. His combine did not go well. He looked out of shape. He ended up changing agents. He should be a guy that is of great interest for me today. Stanley Cup recency bias. You win with big, heavy players. Prokhorov at about 6'6" is one of those guys. Alexander Zhuravsky. Fuchs was all over him going back into November. Everyone started to direct their attention towards him. I thought he'd be a late first rounder. It didn't happen. So when it comes to the players that are playing in Russia, you really have to be confident with the intel you have. Fascinating to see where they all go today.
All right, Tony, how about some of the American kids?
Yeah, the American kids. Obviously, the National Development Team program has consistently produced NHL players, a lot of high-end guys. But this draft, there are 4 guys that intrigued me that I thought might sneak into the first round. Prokhorov was the only one of the 4 that did. These 3 I really like as well. They all had good tournaments at the U18, which you guys were with me and cheered them on. So Murtagh, big, solid power forward. That I know an NHL team would love to have. We're talking about that big power size that you just mentioned, Sam, with Florida. William Moore, I think this is the guy that's a little bit deceptive down low at the net. I think he's got some really good hands down there. And Cole McKinney is a well-rounded two-way player that's hard to play against. So I think those 3 players in particular will be pretty fast off the draw today.
All right, we will keep our eye on that. We'll also keep our eye on the stage and the guys that have the best seat in the house today. We'll talk to them right now. E.J. Raddick and Mike Kelly. Good morning, guys. E.J., did Mike Kelly get his chocolate croissant? I know he gets a little hangry if he doesn't have that pre-draft, day 2.
I think he was well taken care of, Jameson.
It's in the rider.
He looks comfortable and ready to go, and he's got all of his paperwork here. You know, Mike, your group Sports Logic, you're contracted by a lot of NHL teams to help put together their draft lists and get a better picture of these players from all over different parts of the globe. How do you do it?
A lot more than me, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We got a really talented group, but you know, in addition to the traditional scouting methods, which are still massively valuable, teams are taking in all sorts of different types of information and being able to acquire more data than they ever had in all leagues, really, like the Canadian Hockey League, the USHL, NCAA, the European leagues, just to gain that holistic view of who is this player and how can we best understand who this player is. So it's a part of the process across all 32 teams in the National Hockey League. And one player I want to focus on as we get set here for day number 2 is Malcolm Spence. I cannot believe he did not go in the first round. We were very high on him from a data standpoint, even higher than this NHL Network draft rank at 24th. His playmaking, his puck carrying, his scoring, so many impressive elements to his game. Played in Erie in the Ontario Hockey League. I see him as a middle 6, two-way winger, 25-goal guy. Like, I'm really, really high on Malcolm Spence. I'm going to say in advance, congratulations to the team that drafts Malcolm Spence in the second round. You just got great value. I don't think it's going to take long for his name to be off the board today.
Well, San Jose is on the clock, so maybe they'll go grab him. Let's get it over to Elliot Friedman. He's always keeping an eye on what's moving and shaking around the league. Elliot.
Right now, all eyes are on Florida, EJ. Yesterday, they took care of their most important business. They signed the Conn Smythe Trophy playoff MVP, Sam Bennett, to an 8x8 extension. We're also watching, obviously, for Brad Marchand and Aaron Ekblad. They met with Marchand this week. They made their pitch. We're awaiting an answer on him. Also, Ekblad, that's a situation where it seemed just big picture-wise is a little bit tougher for them to get done because what they might be willing to do and what Ekblad could get on the open market after a spectacular playoff, it's a bigger divide. So we're watching that situation to see how it develops over the next 24 to 48 hours. You also wonder what didn't happen at the draft on day 1 that could have. The Islanders got Matthew Schaefer, number 1. They traded for Montreal's 2 picks, 16 and 17. They offered them to Nashville at 5, Philly at 6, Boston at 7. All those teams decided to keep their picks until Boston took James Higgins. But most people believe, who know the draft better than me, that the Islanders did better than expected with what they ended up at 16 and 17. Jameson?
All right, Elliot, great stuff. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout here from the Peacock Theater in L.A. When we come back, day 2 getting underway officially, and San Jose, the Sharks, will officially be on the clock.
Introducing the first superhero-inspired hockey trading card set, the 2025 DC Fanimation Crossover. Collect hockey players sporting uniforms inspired by DC superheroes exclusively on UpperDeckEPAC.com. Set up your free account today and add to your collection.
To share, trade, collect, and complete quests with hockey fans around the world and get rewarded when you play. Start your NHL video collection today.
Toyota takes you there. Don't miss out. Get in and go at your local Toyota dealer today.
Hey, it's your gut instinct. Always one step ahead. I know what's up and who's up. So next time the game's on and it feels game-changing, bet your way with Betway.
Okay, I need a bit of help, Gemini.
No problem. You could try using mayonnaise instead.
What about Greek yogurt?
If you don't have mayonnaise, then yeah, Greek yogurt is a great choice. The texture is similar, but you might want to add a little extra salt and pepper.
You're done.
It's ending. We've got Twizzlers left.
He's getting away!
Twizzlers, keep the fun going. Another season? Let's go!
Esso has always fueled Canada's passion for hockey. In 1936, we sponsored the first NHL radio broadcast, and the 3 stars of the game were invented based on the 3 stars in our logo. By 1952, Esso's sponsorship expanded to TV. Today, as the official fuel of the NHL, Esso proudly supports all 7 Canadian teams. Esso, dedicated to Canada's game for over 80 years.
Today, let's paint with Bear. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier. Now we're done painting.
We'll usually have to show up and motivate people.
Not us. He did the research. Bear is the most trusted paint brand.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. Everybody should use Bear.
It really transformed the space.
Yeah, it's Bear Adirondack Blue.
Well, I guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
No, he's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great quality paint at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
If you're not a subscriber to Rogers or TELUS cable television services, you do not have access to HGTV, Food Network, Discovery Network, or ID. This is because your TV service provider dropped these premium brands.
Realize that you're gonna live your dream. But the draft is kind of only where it starts. And that's when the work really goes into it. And 10 years later, here we are. It's taken, everything ever, from the guys that have been here. It's been learning every year.
2015, a monumental draft, and it's funny, you hear Connor McDavid saying, yeah, it doesn't feel that long ago, but then you look at how young he looks, and then you look at in the mirror today and how old we look, and you're like, my goodness, time flies by. But what a legendary draft that was. It was Connor McDavid, first overall, Jack Eichel, second overall pick, and then on day 2, trust me, you can still find some diamonds in the rough. Case in point right here, Sebastian Aho was a second-round pick, as was Rope Hintz. After that, Anthony Cirelli in round number 3, Aiden Hill, Kirill Kaprizov, you kidding me? Round number 5, Connor Garland also in round number 5. So, Sammy, you look back on the 2015 draft, and that's got to be one of the best drafts in recent memory.
Yeah, so one memory for me is here watching the 2 teammates, McDavid and Strome, wave across each other is sitting in the stands. And I remember that year because Mitch Marner had the scoring lead title in the Ontario Hockey League, and we were broadcasting a game in Niagara. Dylan Strome went off for 6 points. He bypassed Marner to win the OHL scoring title, and of course, Dylan Strome a little bit late to arrive to the scene, but what an unbelievable player he is. Just ask Ovi. And of course, we know what Mitch Marner is doing, has done, and is about to get seriously paid.
Jason, we can always go back and redraft 10 years from now of what this draft may look like. And it's hard to project, right? It's the toughest job in the world to figure out who those 5th-round superstars are going to be 10 years from now.
Yeah, no question. And I look at Connor Garland's name come up there. I remember vividly scouting him throughout the Quebec League there, in Moncton especially. He didn't like his zone at all, Tony. Like, he had a rash every time he had to come in the defensive zone to make a play defensively. And it held him back because you looked at his offensive pedigree, but the rest of the dedication wasn't there. Obviously, he's figured it out, just signed a nice little contract extension there in Vancouver. So you look back, and it's interesting to see how players evolve. They change. They understand at the pro level how they got to adjust.
All right, should be a fun day, too. Always is. So here we go. Without further ado, let's send it down to the stage. The Deputy Commissioner of the National Hockey League, Bill Daly, to officially open up day number 2 of the NHL entry draft.
Good morning, Los Angeles. Welcome to day 2 of the 2025 NHL Draft, and welcome in particular to all the people in the audience who will be members of the NHL family after today. The first pick in the second round of the 2025 NHL Draft belongs to the San Jose Sharks. San Jose, you're on the clock.
Okay, so San Jose officially on the clock here to open up round number 2. Jason, take us through this. If you're the Sharks, hey, you've done all your prep at this point, right? You know exactly who you're taking here with this first pick in round 2.
I certainly hope they have. Yes, I have been at a draft, though. I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus where a timeout was called with the first pick in the second day. So, yes, I have. Yes, I have. Listen, the San Jose Sharks are a team on the rise, fellas. They have an embarrassment of riches right now in their prospect pool. Obviously, adding what they added yesterday in Michael Misa, and then you look at Will Smith, and on the back end they have players at every position, and uniquely they drafted Ravensburger yesterday, who's a right catching goaltender, and they got Askarov there, so they might be one of the few NHL teams someday that have 2 right catching goaltenders in their lineup, which is an anomaly. They're on the rise, though, JMO.
Yeah. What do you make of the Michael Misa to San Jose and how they fit in with some of the young talent, the up-and-coming core that they have there in Celebrini and Will Smith?
The vision is really clear, okay? And it starts with Celebrini, and I think it continues on from there.
First pick in the second round of the 2020.
And it starts with Celebrini, and I think it continues on from there.
First pick in the second round of the 2025 NHL Draft, the 33rd overall pick. The San Jose Sharks have selected Simon Wong from Oshawa of the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, so Simon Wong right there, a defenseman from the OJHL. Mike, born in Beijing, introduced to hockey at the age of 4. Only 2 Chinese-born players have ever been drafted.
Absolutely. Comes over to Canada when he's 12 years old to advance his hockey career, and the San Jose Sharks are swinging for the fences right out of the gate here on day number 2. You take a look at our Sportlogic draft rank. We had him second rounder as well, but physical player. Really nice pick for San Jose.
Oh, here we go. Trade alert already.
The trade to announce. The Carolina Hurricanes trade picks number 34 and 189 in the 2025 NHL Draft to the Montreal Canadiens in exchange for picks number 41 and 49 in the 2025 NHL Draft. That means Montreal is now on the clock.
All right, so the Habs now on the clock with the second pick in round number 2. Mike Kelly, death taxes in Carolina, either taking timeouts or trading back, right?
It's what they do. Absolutely. Well, to get back to Simon Wong for a second here. Again, 6'6". This guy's raw, right? He comes over to Canada when he's 12, like we talk about. Got a little bit of a taste in the OHL with Oshawa. You look at the physicality and Alex Vlasic being a data comparable for him. We're talking about a big defenseman. This is, to me, the biggest project in the draft, though. If this guy can hit a ceiling, I mean, you're talking about a very unique unicorn type of player in the NHL, but there's a lot of work to do. It's almost impossible to find players that skate as well as he does at his size. That is what is so appealing.
With the second pick in the second round of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Montreal Canadiens have selected Alexander Zarovsky, a right wing from UFA junior team in Russia.
All right, so Alexander Zarovsky, a winger from UFA Junior in the MHL. Jason, unranked by Central Scouting at midseason, ended up 5th among all international skaters. What a jump.
Yeah, there's a backstory here. Nick Bobrov, the associate director of amateur scouting with the Montreal Canadiens. He has, he's a Russian gentleman, and he's tuned into what's going on over there. This is a fantastic pick. Let me tell you, he's 6 foot. He's over 6'1" and a bit, but he is an elite offensive talent. When this kid puts on weight, guys, he plays in traffic. He spins off checks. He is an elite, another layer of Russian that they clearly are not concerned about when you start talking about, are they going to arrive?
Nashville has made their selection with the third pick in the second round of the 2025 NHL Draft. The Nashville Predators have selected Jacob Rumbach from Lincoln of the United States Hockey League.
All right, so Jacob Rumbach, Tony, going to the Nashville Predators with pick 35.
The Philadelphia Flyers are next up.
USHL gets a pick in here from the Lincoln Stars. He is a physical, big defenseman. He closes fast. He is pretty simple, smart puck mover, but one of the things that I love is when you talk to other players in the USHL and you ask who's the hardest player to play against. I got his name from 4 or 5 of the kids, and to hear that and know that he makes the other team be aware when he's on the ice is really important. So I think it's a really good pick early here in the second round.
Committed to the University of Minnesota.
Bobby Motzko. Here he comes.
There you go. You can see from Blaine, Minnesota right there. His numbers with Lincoln last season, 57 games, 3 goals, 15 helpers. I love the scout speak. Physical defender with towering presence on the back end. Excels at closing lanes with long reach and size, Gus.
You know, one thing that we talked about with this draft class in our combine interviews, and I think it speaks to the rest of the class, is the fact that these guys are very self-aware of what they are. You don't always get that. Well, you might get a third-line guy in college who says, oh, yeah, I'm going to be a first-line top 6 NHL guy. This draft class seemingly had a number of guys who knew exactly what they are. And that self-identity is hugely important for me. So you get a guy like Ronbach, he's not going to go in and he's not going to be a burner on the point side of games. But when you look at his ability to defend, to be mean, to be nasty, and to work around the net front to keep that clear and play a more simple game in terms of moving.
That's to a large degree. So you're going to see guys that are going to fit a player type that these organizations are going to want to build around to insulate the top half of their lineups.
All right, interesting stuff. Again, decentralized draft day 2. What do you think of the pace so far? On par with what you expected?
I think it's been good, but I want to go back to his point about self-identifying. And one of the great players and the players that excel and live up to their potential are the ones that can do that, especially early. And Ronbach is certainly one of those players, along with a lot of the other players that we're going to be talking about today. The U.S. players that I talked about, Cole McKinney is one of those guys. He knows he's a checking center. He knows he has to block shots. He knows he has to be the best penalty killer. He knows he's got to win his faceoff. And when guys can understand that at an early age, they don't want to be on the first power play. They don't think that they can beat out the #1 center on the NHL team that's going to draft them, and they find that role and do it.
When you were head coach at University of Wisconsin, how many of those, give me a percentage of the kids that would come in and really know what their game was like at that age?
Yeah, and part of that is the coach's responsibility early on when you're in that recruiting phase of identifying them and giving them that tool to at least think about and try to add to their thinking as they prepare to get ready for college and the draft and their pro career.
You might think I'm crazy, but I think the money has something to do with it, guys. So Hayden Fleury just signed a 2-year extension today for $950,000 average annual salary. Well, Hayden Fleury, coming out of the draft, went 7th overall, had an offensive flair to his game. He has really changed his game around to understand now that he's got to be a defender. He's got to be a puck mover. He has to play a simple game. That's led to a guy who maybe is out of the game or has to go to Europe, staying in the National Hockey League and still being able to make good money. So I do think that the money has something to do with it. You look at the Erica Bransons, the Luke Shens of the world. These guys are playing well late into their careers. Why? Because they've changed their identity a little bit, and they understand that that is a needed part of every team. Those guys are making big money for being guys that aren't your top of the lineup type guys.
And add the Florida Panthers to be the model for players understanding. If I go to Florida, I'm going to accept the role and I'm going to play it to my best, and that's how I'm going to play, that's how I'm going to win, and that's how I'm going to make my money. So
how about Brad Marchand?
And I'm going to keep more of my money too when I'm going to Florida, right?
That is a touchy subject. A touchy subject. As we wait here with the Flyers officially on the clock in round number 2. Their time has come to an end here, so maybe something percolating behind the scenes.
I'll double down on what Tony was saying there, and this is fascinating to me. I was just listening to how you describe that when you're recruiting kids, because for me as a scout, when I go into Wisco and I watch Tony's teams, and if I'm looking at a player, I want to know if he came in as a recruit to be a top 6 guy, but he's made the adjustment, now he's got a B game, now he's evolving, right? And he's telling me something that he's going to be flexible enough to move up and down the lineup. It's really important as they evolve. It's a world game. It's hard. You have to evolve.
And some of the issue is the agents and the outside influence telling the kids, hey, you're really somebody else. You should be playing more, and you're better than you're being shown at whatever school you're at or whatever team you're on. So there's a little bit of balance that you got to understand. There's noise coming from the outside to all these kids as well.
Too many cooks in the kitchen at times. All right, so while we wait on what the Flyers want to do here in round number 2, inside the beautiful Peacock Theater here in Los Angeles.
I think Zarofsky might have been their guy. That's why we're hanging around here for a second.
Okay. Well, let's go talk to somebody. Our Elliot Freeman is downstairs. That's not Elliot, but Elliot is somewhere. Elliot, where are you?
That guy's better looking than me. I would tell you this. We have a deal coming up here. Jordan Spence, the young Kings defenseman, who kind of, I don't know if he'd asked for a trade, but they kind of realized that fit wasn't going to be there on the LA Blue Line. He's going to the Ottawa Senators for the 67th pick this year and a 6th rounder next year. I believe that's the Colorado pick that Ottawa owns is going to LA. So Jordan Spence gets a fresh start on the Ottawa Blue Line.
All right, Elliot, thank you very much. So Jordan Spence to Ottawa, and here we go. The trade alerts to Bill Daly at the stage.
As you may have suspected, we have a trade to announce. The Philadelphia Flyers have traded draft picks number 36 and 68 in the 2025 NHL Draft to the Seattle Kraken in exchange for picks number 38 and number 57 in the 2025 NHL Draft. That means the Seattle Kraken are now on the clock.
All right, so that is what we were waiting on. So you have the Flyers trading picks 36 and 68 to Seattle. Seattle now on the clock here in round number 2, exchanging picks 38 and 57.
Yeah, Books, I got something for you since you've been at lots of draft tables. When that happens, is that you get to that pick and you realize, geez, the guy we wanted in this spot isn't here, so let's move this pick and accumulate more picks later on? Or what goes into the thinking of trades like this?
Yeah, so they have a run of guys on their list right now. I'll call it even 10 deep here, Tony, and one of these guys, this is what's happened to me in the past.
Seattle has made their selection.
One pick ahead, I'll go to the pick here
With the 4th pick in the 2nd round, the Seattle Kraken have chosen Blake Fiddler from Edmonton in the Western Hockey League.
All right, so Blake Fiddler going to the Seattle Kraken at pick number 36, defenseman out of the WHL Edmonton. Tony, we know that name. Dad Vern played 877 career NHL games.
The Washington Capitals are now
5'11", the son a little bit bigger than that.
Yeah, we saw Vern a second ago give his son the hug there. But Blake Fiddler is a tough kid. He is one that was a dual citizen. He played for Team Canada in the U17s, then jumped over and played for Team USA in the U18s this year. I thought, for me, that was the biggest surprise on the U.S. team. I didn't know him. But they brought him in, and all of a sudden he's on the ice more than any other defender. And I watched him, and I said, okay, I know why he's over there, because he's reliable. Every shift, he's in position. He does things simple. He can get pucks through to the net. He's not one of those fancy guys that's going to dangle you, but he knows his game, as we were talking about earlier. He is a defenseman that I think has great upside. His dad was a feisty little son of a gun that got 800-plus games in our league, so I'm sure he's got a little bit of that in him, too.
But if you take the Seattle bend, okay, they were picking 8th overall. A lot of people had Radim Murka going there because he plays in Seattle. Maybe a little bit high. Murka ended up going 10th. So we'll get the selection, but I want to continue on in that Seattle
NHL draft
program and what they're doing.
The Capitals select Milton Gastrin from Modo, the Swedish Junior League.
Milton Gastrin, a center from Modo, the Swedish Junior Hockey League. Jason Gastrin had a ridiculous 8-point game against Switzerland at the 2024 Helenka Gretzky Cup.
Ross Mahoney for the
next order of selection belongs to the Philadelphia
This guy
Flyers.
is a two-way forward, plays the game the right way in all 3 zones, extends plays for his line mates, leader. Middle of the lineup guy, glue guy that makes your team better. I had this guy going right at the end of the first round.
Both of us.
I really liked him. I really like everything that he does. And there's really no holes in his game, guys. He'll lean on people. He can kill penalties. Boy, oh boy, what a great pick. Washington's on a heater the last few years, and this is going to add to it.
Oh, yeah, and they overcooked their guys. I just want to get back quickly to Seattle, okay? So they didn't take Murka there. They took O'Brien, okay? Really like the forward with great skill. They needed to get a defenseman in this draft. And so they move up. They get Fiddler. They identify a 6'4", 205-pound right shot guy who can really skate. And so Seattle gets that same sort of bend with a little bit less risk here in round 2.
With the 6th pick in the 2nd round of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Philadelphia Flyers select Carter Amico from the U.S. National Team Development Program and the USHL.
All right, Tony, this is your guy, Carter Amico, only one of 4 players from Maine the past 25 years to be chosen for the U.S. Development Program.
He's my guy, and he's a guy that if I'm on a team, I want him on my team because he is big and he is tough. He had a knee injury early in the year, so he missed most of the season. But for a big guy, he can get around the ice very well. Coming off of that knee surgery, obviously, he's looking good and back in position where he'll be ready for development camp as he ends it. But very smooth skater for a big guy. He's pretty good hand, moves the puck's pretty simple, but is he nasty and can he deliver that big hit? So I think this fits into Rick Tocchet. Is Philly get him?
Philly got him.
Philly got him.
Yeah. And that seems to fit the mold down there.
That's the mold right now, yes.
Yeah, and they're trying to get back to the old Flyers days, right?
Well, I'm training with some of the UFC guys this summer. Did you see that recently?
Who's that?
They hired a UFC fighter to kind of train some of the guys in the offseason. Get a little tougher. Broad Street Bullies are back. And guess what's back? Another trade. Here we go.
We have another trade to announce. The Buffalo Sabres have traded pick number 39 in the 2025 NHL Draft and Connor Clifton to the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for Connor Timmins and Isaac Beliveau. Pittsburgh is now on the clock.
All right, so there you go. The Buffalo Sabres trading that pick away. So pick 39 as well as Connor Clifton to the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for another draft pick and Connor Timmins. What do we make of that? You see a couple of trades here early in round number 2.
Buffalo's going to have about 100 defensemen. You just think about Samuelson and Power and Dahlin and what they did yesterday. Another one added here today. So clearly they've identified that they want some depth on the back end. But you look at the Pittsburgh Penguins, always willing to wheel and deal here. And I think because there were so many players after 20 that extended to a list of maybe 50, people are sitting there saying, oh my gosh, I had this guy in the first round.
Selection.
And now they get a chance to do it in round 2.
With the 7th pick in the second round, the Pittsburgh Penguins have selected Peyton Kettles from Swift Current in the Western Hockey League.
All right, so Peyton Kettles, a defenseman out of the WHL. Jason, his dad Kyle was selected in the 7th round all the way back in 1990 by the Nashville Predators.
It's really interesting. So this is an example of your list is starting to fall, and we better get our guy. Peyton Kettles is a big body. I don't know what's going on, fellas, but there's a lot of size. Hey, there's a lot of size in this draft class. Third pairing. He's almost a 7th D. He really is, okay? But he takes away time and space with his length and his stature. He'll block shots. Very limited offensively, but he's got a player type, and he plays to that type. He was on Team Canada here in the spring at the U18s, and he's just a steady guy. There's no flash and dash here.
Folks, what do we?
Here, he just does his job, and the coaches aren't going to have to worry about that.
Folks, what are we seeing here, guys? Okay, let's go back to last year, all right? 6'5" or taller, drafted since 2000. 27 of them last year. That is by far the most. What are we seeing here? Wang, Rombach, Fiddler, a lot of big guys again.
The Flyers have selected Jack Murtaugh from the National Team Development Program in the USHL.
All right, Tony, Jack Murtaugh, a winger from the NTDP, scored a goal in both games of the 2024 CHL USA Prospects Challenge. He is committed to Boston University.
Yeah, and that's that power forward type of guy that we're kind of talking about. You talked about the size, and right now we're talking about a power forward, not quite that 6'6" range, just over 6 feet, but he's heading to BU. He's a big winger that can get down and crash the net and drive well. He reminds me, I'm going to say an old name in Clark Gillies, but he drops his shoulder, he gets to the net, pretty good hand. You can see him here, one hand fence off his defender. And so, yeah, big body that takes the puck to the net really hard. I think he knows that part of the game. The part of the game I'd like to see him a little bit more willing to stand in front of the net for screens and tips. And it's not bad, but I think there's a room for improvement there, so I think he's got a big upside.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think he should stop in that area a little bit more instead of swinging out, but I'll tell you this. Braden Coots went in the first round of the Vancouver Canucks. There's not a massive drop-off to Jack Murtaugh. This is a fantastic pick by Philly. Like, they are going to be a hard out, boys, a hard out when this team all comes together here with these youngsters.
Yeah, I love his work rate. Like, he's going to get after it. He's going to be in your grill. He's going to be checking. He's going to be tracking. So that part of the game, I I think, is well in place. And it's nice to have that B game, because if the offensive side doesn't work out, where the net front doesn't get to where you want it to go, you know he's going to be a guy that you can throw out there and really trust in many situations.
Carolina has made their selection. With the 9th pick in the second round, the Carolina Hurricanes have selected Semyon Frolov from Spartak, the Russian Junior League.
All right, Semyon Frolov, a goaltender from Togliatti in the MHL. Jason Frolov's current contract in Russia runs through the 2026-27 season.
Yeah, not worried about that. It's okay. He's going to be on the clock a little longer over there. Goaltenders take longer to develop. He is a bigger body compared to the other goaltender. Well, Ravensburger is a bigger body as well. But for Russians here, this guy, he's wiry, he's athletic, and I think he's the best goalie coming out of Europe. I really do. Yeah. So this is a nice pick by them. It is interesting, isn't it? Carolina's traded back a couple of different times, and then they land on a goaltender. But having said that, watch for that run of goaltenders that we were talking about in the pregame. This might start getting a little more active now that you had the big D going off, role players. Now they might get into some goaltenders here, fellas.
All right. The Islanders now officially on the clock. What a day one they had, huh? Those 3 first-round picks, my goodness.
That's what I'm
There were so many Islander fans in the lobby last night, and they were over the moon with how day one went under Matthew Darche.
Yeah, and Schaefer jerseys all over the place. I think that story stole everybody's emotion and really kind of started the draft off in the way that I think hockey wants to be seen, as a caring, we're all in the hockey family together, and certainly with what he's gone through, I think we've all felt a little bit of pain and grieved with him along the way, and to see how he handled himself and see him being the #1 pick was pretty special for a lot of us to watch.
I cried, guys. Like I did. You know, I've come to know Matthew here over the last few months. Unbelievable young man. His dad, Todd, brother Johnny, played in the OHL, so that I shed a tear. There's no question about that. In the grander scheme, when you're talking about the Islanders, drafting character through the roof with those 3 picks yesterday.
Selection in the second round, the New York Islanders select Daniil Prokhorov from Dynamo in St. Petersburg, Russian Junior League.
All right, so Daniil Prokhorov going to the New York Islanders. He's a winger out of Dynamo St. Petersburg of the NHL. Jason finished the season with a flourish. How about this? 10 goals in his final 12 regular season games.
New York Rangers.
Yeah, here we go. These are the types of, I don't want to call it risk, but it is a little bit of risk. Like, they can take these types of picks right now. He's here, which is fascinating, guys, in the second day. That means he's going to go to development camp. That's a big deal. That means that he is dialed in. I do believe, despite that the offense that he produced there at the end of the year, he planes out to be more of a bottom 6 guy, and that's fine. If you know the secondary offense is there, go for it.
All right, you know what that noise means. Trade alert, here we go. I know, right?
We have a trade to announce. The Los Angeles Kings trade Jordan Spence to the Ottawa Senators in exchange for pick number 67 in the 2025 NHL Draft and Colorado's 6th-round pick in the 2026 NHL Draft, which had been previously acquired by Ottawa.
All right, so Jordan Spence, don't unpack that luggage just yet. He is on the move and moving fast. For more news around the NHL, let's go downstairs to our insider, Elliot Friedman. Elliot, what more can you tell us about another big deal?
Yes, so there's another one coming. John Gibson and the Anaheim Ducks. It seems his name has been in trade rumors forever. That's finally coming to an end. He's being traded to the Detroit Red Wings. In exchange, don't know the full picture yet, Peter Mrazek is going to the Ducks and 2 picks. I don't think they're in this draft. I think they're in future drafts. So that's what the deal looks like. Mrazek and 2 picks for John Gibson. By the way, that Spence deal with LA and Ottawa, one thing we should also note, it gives the Kings a bit more roster flexibility, frees up $1.5 million. So the Kings obviously have things they want to do with that cash, guys.
All right, Elliot, thank you very much. So there you go. John Gibson finally on the move, it sounds like, to the Detroit Red Wings in exchange. Peter Mrazek, a couple other pieces. We talked about Jordan Spence, part of a deal earlier. Malcolm Spence just got drafted. Jason, a winger out of Erie in the OHL. At the 2023 Helenka Gretzky Cup, he scored the golden goal for Canada in the gold medal game against Czechia.
Well, Cal's talked about it in the pregame and illustrated from a sport logic perspective how much value this player has. I'm going to give you the yin to the yang here. So his best shifts and everything that Cal's projected there, bang on. There's absolutely no question. He plays fast. He's got size. He's got tenacity. He can create turnovers on the penalty kill and actually tucks some goals in when the team's a man short. Here's the thing, boys. I watched him live 6 times. 2 out of those 6 times, his A game wasn't present, and his B game fell off for me. And that, to me, is why an NHL franchise takes a look and says, it's hard every day, and we need you to be better on your B game on your worst days, and that's potentially why here. But his best shift is top 6 capable. But the rest of it, it's just going to have to come.
It's fascinating for me now. He's going to take his act to the University of Michigan and see what happens there under Brandon Naurato and see if he can further his development there after committing and leaving the Erie Otters. But his skill pedigree goes all the way back to minor hockey. I mean, this is a guy who played with Michael Misa, and those two were 1 and 2 at that point in their careers. Now, Spence, with a tongue issue earlier, forced him to lose some weight. He had trouble gaining that weight back. Now here he is. At this point in the draft, I'd be ecstatic to get a player like that here. But I agree with Books. I watched him a couple of times live this year with some other scouts, and same thing. We need to see a more consistent effort
the 12th pick in the second round, the Detroit Red Wings select Eddie Genborg from Linköping in the Swedish League.
All right, Books, how about Eddie Genborg, a winger from Linköping Junior in the Swedish Junior League.
Next order
Genborg, a goaltender up until the age of 12, then made the transition. Huge Henrik Lundqvist fan.
Yeah, this kid, he plays a heavy style as well. He's got an exceptional release, fellas. So when he gets above the play in the offensive zone and there's a turnover, he's going bar down. Really good. You're going to see some highlights here. He's always around the net. He's always creating havoc. His boots have got to come a little bit. I'm talking small area boots. So when he comes out to challenge as a winger to defend against a defenseman, the opponent, if he challenges too quick, Tony, guys can spin, and they get off him. So, he just needs to take better routes is what I would say, but I love his power. Heavy shot, competitive. Great interview at the Combine.
Yes,
by the way.
I was
Great
about to bring that up. Yeah. And he very self-aware of what he is, no question.
Anaheim has made their selection. With the 13th pick in the second round, the Anaheim Ducks select Eric Nilsson from Djurgården in the Swedish Junior League.
All right, Mike Kelly, Eric Nilsson of Djurgården Junior in the Swedish Junior League. Denmark has played 521 career NHL games with Florida and Calgary.
Utah Mammoth.
Yeah, born in Calgary. I think he might be a little bit of a hidden gem here. We had him ranked 38th overall, so he goes in that range anyways. Just over a point-a-game guy with Djurgården in the Junior League, like you mentioned. Defensively, look how strong he is. 99th percentile in this draft class among forwards, and I don't think he gets enough credit for his puck moving as well. Good playmaker. He was top 10 among all players in this draft in carrying the puck end to end from the defensive zone into the offensive zone. Doing that through the neutral zone is a skill any NHL team alike. He's got some kind of Philip Deneau defensive qualities to him, which is great. I think if his offensive side grows, Robert Thomas could be a comparable. So I like the swing here on Eric Nilsson, guys.
Really cool to see. Who shook his hand there? Anton Frundell. Went 3rd overall. He's back here supporting his teammates today. I just love that, and Chicago's going to be pretty happy with that type of character player. Really neat to see, and I hope there's been some other guys that got picked yesterday to come out and support their teammates as well.
Very cool. I know a lot of those first-round guys are hanging around for the weekend concert coming up tonight, too. So.
Oh, out in the Swedes.
Good friends.
But the weekend with the Swedes, a hit. Every guy we talked to, Books? Every single Swedish player, the weekend's coming, we got to find a way to get some tickets. So they're hanging around for the show.
Avicii, then the weekend. That's for the Swedes right there.
Avicii. Right. Look at you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Books is dialed in.
He's hip.
I'm a traveler.
He's a big EDM guy. All right, Utah Mammoth on the clock. Here we go.
Utah has made their selection. With the 14th pick in the second round, the Utah Mammoth select Max Shaniska from Portland in the Western Hockey League.
All right, the Mammoth, Jason, taking Max Sinichka, a defenseman out of Czechia, came to the WHL from Czechia, made his Portland debut in late January of this year.
Shocker, boys, 6'5", 185 pounds.
To Utah?
Yeah, I did to Utah, yeah. So
they are the Mammoth.
Next order selection belongs to
He's a little bit of a project. He really is, but highly competitive. He's got length. I think he's a third-pairing defenseman on projection. Big body shot blocker. These guys have exceptional value when they arrive in the National Hockey League. And it's going to get redundant, but these types of players, they know what they are. Don't expect much offense out of them, but length, skates on straight lines, absolutely fine. And like I said, highly competitive. So he's going to take some time. And you know what? Utah has time. They got a ton of prospects, and they can take their time in the player development mold with this player.
Is this the NBA draft, guys?
Wow.
14 guys 6'5" or taller so far. 14 here on day 2.
15th pick in the second round.
The whole draft, sorry, but
Canucks have selected Alexei Medvedev from London of the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, Vancouver getting a goaltender in Alexei Medvedev. Jason led all OHL rookie goaltenders in wins 22 and save percentage 912. Is this guy under 6 feet? Probably not.
He is not under 6 feet. He's over 6'2", as a matter of fact. Athletic. I love his crease composure. Stays between the posts. So goaltenders who are big and long, when they travel too far east-west, boys, they lose their size advantage. They got to get back to the middle of the net. He does not do that. He's got great crease composure. Dave Rook, the goaltender coach there in London, raves about him. Again, he didn't play in the playoffs, and it didn't matter. You had to do your work between games 1 and the end of the regular season, and Todd Harvey works as hard as anybody, so great pick.
They haven't had a second-round pick in 3 years, so the Vancouver Canucks are like, what are we doing here? This is great. We haven't seen this in a while.
Shane Bansagi.
All right, big ovation there, Tony, for Shane Bansagi, a winger out of Michigan State of the NCAA. Born and raised in St. Louis, he was at the parade in 2019 after the Blues won the Stanley Cup. No longer a Blues fan, though. He is a Flyer fan.
Yeah, and he fits the Flyer image. They're getting another Rick Tocchet type of player here. This guy's a power forward as well. He is a guy that trained with both Kachucks in the summer, so I think he's learning a little bit from both Matthew and Brady. And I think he's a smart kid. I think if I was training in the summer, I'd be training with the Kachucks as well. So he's at Michigan State. His jump from the development program to college went really well. He has done a really nice job of fitting in a role as a third-line position in college hockey already. He's at the net front. He's one of those guys, if the puck's in the corner, he's finding a way to come out of it. So he's fitting with what the Phillies trying to do here.
Another one of those late birthday guys, and that's a common thread that we're going to see throughout rounds 2 through 7. You find those late birthday guys who are a little further along in their development because of their age. Late birthday meaning born after September 15th, 2006.
A player comparable for me, guys, when he arrives in the NHL, he's a Nola Chari type of player. He's built like a freight train, big, strong. Nola Chari plays the middle. Vansagi's going to be a power winger. But this guy is going to open up time and space for people around him, no question.
Tony, what does that moment feel like when you put the sweater on of an NHL team for the very first time in your life?
Well, I did it at a training camp, so I didn't have the ability to do it at a draft party or anything like that. But you look down at it, you get the chills, you think of
Does
all
it feel
of
real at that point?
I mean, from the standpoint that you've been your dream your whole life, and most of the games you played in your basement and in your backyard, you were an NHL player, and Stan Mikita was my guy, so I was Stan Mikita all those.
He's a good guy.
And all of a sudden, I put on a New York Ranger jersey, and you realize, holy cow, it's here. So you're shaking, you got a lot of different emotions going through yourself.
With the 17th pick in the second round, the Carolina Hurricanes have selected Charlie Serrato from Penn State, the Big Ten Conference.
All right, Mike Kelly. Charlie Serrato, a centerman out of Penn State, named a finalist for the 2024-2025 Big Ten Freshman of the Year.
The next selection belongs to
I like it. This is an overager. He's been passed over in the NHL draft twice, and he didn't really pop with the U.S. national team. Goes to Penn State, has a real kind of breakout year. We projected him 44th overall, pretty close. I didn't think he would go this high, but I really like this pick. His percentiles are through the roof, largely, again, because he's a couple years older than some of the guys he's playing against, but good two-way player, somebody that coaches trust. Nothing to me that really jumps off the page and pops in a huge way, but I think this is a guy that could be a solid bottom six forward in the National Hockey League, and like that pick at that spot for Serrato.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. I recruited the kid. He was originally going to Michigan. He had some injury problems and then decided he'd be better off going to Penn State. And obviously, Penn State's plays a little bit more wide open, and it gave him confidence. The years he was hurt at the development team, he got slotted when he did return into some different roles that weren't real offensive, and he tried to adjust to that. It was difficult for him, and finally got the confidence that he needs to have to be successful. And this kid's dynamic, and he's a worker. He's going to work for what he's going to get in front of him. He knows he's got to put it in, and I think this was a very good pick.
Don't sleep in the Penn State program. It's coming, and it's coming like a freight train.
They got money to spend. And with
yes,
the NIL, they can get any big-name player in there that they want. So, yeah. How do you think the whole...
Devils have made their selection.
All right, Devils are on the clock, and let's listen.
With the 18th pick in the second round and the 50th overall pick, the New Jersey Devils select Conrad Fondrick from the National Team Development Program in the USHL.
All right, Sammy, this is your guy, Conrad Fondrick, a winger out of the NTDP. Had some adversity this year, breaking his leg in March. That was a game against University of Wisconsin.
I had a great sit-down with him in April, and you could tell that it was so meaningful for him to be able to try and play the rest of his draft year, but also a guy who understood that the adversity faced from the injury was going to be something that was going to help him along later. And we've talked a lot about the character of these guys and how they understand and that self-realization. Well, you're watching all your buddies go about doing their thing, and you don't have the opportunity to do it because you're hurt. But you can be there in spirit. You can cheer your guys along. You can go and work out as best you can on your other parts of body that are not injured. So I look at Fondrick very similar to some of the other guys, the Murtags and the McKinneys of the world, who bring a two-way style of game. I think this guy leans a little more to the offensive side than maybe the other two do. And that part of his creativity and what he's able to bring to the table, I think, is going to help the team moving forward. And the New Jersey Devils obviously feel the same way.
He has a real aggressive mindset and approach. Like, he gets after it, this kid, and I appreciate that about his game. Obviously, setbacks there injury-wise. I just want to double down on what Tony was saying about Serrato there, going to Penn State. There's only one puck at the program, and if you get an injury setback and you come into these elite lineups, sometimes it's going to take longer for you to get the opportunity that you think you deserve. Good on the kid for persevering, and that should be the message. It doesn't take one draft, two drafts. You got to stick to it. Get to where you're going to be most comfortable and then thrive. That's work ethic and commitment, and that's what gets you drafted in the National Hockey League.
Good job, Jace. I know we talked a whole lot about Gavin McKenna, who we will probably be calling #1 overall next year, but rumored to be Penn State's in the mix, Michigan State's in the mix. How do you think the whole new changing of the landscape with some of these OHL kids that we're going to see maybe make that jump to the NCAA hockey program? How do you think that shapes the landscape?
I'm glad I'm not coaching right now and having to deal with all of this, the portal, and then all these now Canadian kids can come over. And I'm not surprised that the Canadian kids can finally come over. I think that's been a long time coming that should have happened. It's adjusting. Each program's going to have to adjust on how they do their recruiting. And Jace, you and I talked about this a lot last year. How are teams going to have, they have two recruiters on their staff. How are they possibly going to recruit all in the United States? You got USHL, the North American League, the high schools to recruit from, and now you got to go scout the Canadian Junior League. So a lot of networking, I think, will be important. I think a lot of schools right now are trying to build relationships with the junior team so they can send some of their potential incoming players there and vice versa coming back. So I think we'll see a little bit of that.
19th pick in the second round of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Boston Bruins have selected William Moore from the National Team Development Program in the USHL.
Tony Boyer, the Boston Bruins, getting a gem in this kid, William Moore, a center out of the NTDP. This kid won the Little Mozart's International Competition in 2017, earned him a spot to perform at Carnegie Hall. So his hockey's good, but man, those hands are silky on the ivory keys as well.
This kid is a real special kid, and again, following that development team pretty closely, this is one guy that I always found a way to be in the right position around the net. Understands it's a pretty common theme with a lot of these players, but understands what he's good at and recognizes that if I'm going to continue to show well, I got to be there and be around the net a lot. His hands are sweet, and one of these kids that I think has got really good upside as well.
Yeah, this probably the most fascinating interview I've ever had with a kid. I mean, this guy is so worldly. He's so educated. He was deaf from the years 2 to 8, and then ends up, being a piano star, conservatory style piano. Like, this guy could play probably in this theater with his piano acumen. But the hockey side is what's really interesting to me. I mean, he's from the Toronto area, dual citizenship, played his minor hockey in Toronto, had an opportunity to go to the CHL, and felt like, and you look at his body, that he needed to get bigger and stronger, and felt that the program was going to do that for him. So he comes into the program, and that team is kind of all over the map. They finally put it together at the end of the year. And
Minnesota Wild selected Theodore Hallqvist from Årebo of the Swedish Junior League.
And if I can, JMO, I just want to wrap that up on Moore. He had a really good under 18s, but there is a fascinating guy there who's highly, highly skilled. Like to see him get to the interior a little more. I'm fascinated to track his progress.
Jason, what's the Minnesota Wild getting in Theodore Hallquist, who they just took?
Yeah, so this is a Minnesota Wild, Bill Guerin style of player, absolutely. By the way, I'm shocked that Moore fell to that spot there. Good on the Boston Bruins. But here you're going to get a role player, a defenseman that, you know, he's not going to be the most active. There's not going to be a lot of dine and dash with this guy here. I have him as a 7, guys, and I might be conservative when I say that, but he's a shutdown guy, and it's very difficult for me at this stage of the draft to say that there's going to be a guy that's going to be a middle pairing or even a third pairing. That those are the guys that I'm looking to draft here. So when I have him as a depth, it might be a little rich. But that's this draft. That's exactly what's going to happen. So people, fans of the game, don't get concerned. And that's just this draft class. Round 2 guys, depth people, depth pieces to round out your organization. That's what this kid's going to offer here. He plays to an identity.
We finished 6th among all U18 defensemen in points in the J20 National this season with 22. You can see friends and family. I love that. The hugs, the embrace, the photos. This is a memory. This is a day that they'll last for the rest of their lives. This is the biggest day of their hockey lives to this point.
Yeah, it's cool. And even on day 2, you see some of those guys that hang around and some that, they're looking at the rankings that we were putting out and saying, oh, I should have gone higher. But really, it doesn't matter what happens today. Doesn't matter what happens yesterday. It's about carrying it forward from today on, which is going to define your hockey career.
Yeah, and if you remember how the draft finished yesterday with Calgary's pick, Lanny McDonald walks up to the stage. He's going to introduce the Calgary pick, then Colin Potter, and he says, everybody that's not going to get drafted today, do not panic, do not worry. You are still valued, and get ready to celebrate no matter when you get drafted, because you're going to get that opportunity, and you deserve to have one of the special days, the most special days of your life. So I thought Lanny really finished the draft off well with that comment.
I totally agree. That was a nice touch for sure. The thing with Hallquist here, and I want to double down on what you just said there. You
San
said
Jose has made their selection.
I'll pick it up after this pick here.
With the 21st pick in the second round of the 2025 NHL Draft, the San Jose Sharks have selected Cole McKinney from the National Team Development Program in the USHL.
All right, Cole McKinney there, but Jason, if you just want to put a bow on what
I want to put a bow on Hallquist because you mentioned he was the 6th leading defenseman scorer at the J20 level, which is kind of like Tier 2 hockey in North America over there. When he played on the national team, he flips the script, and that's where he's playing more to that other identity. So the offense isn't elite enough on projection for me, even though he puts up those stats. So I don't want the kid to get misled in any way. I'm not saying you did that, J-Mo, but I'm trying to say, like, when you scout around the world, how it projects and you kind of puzzle it together.
Yeah, sure, and it is a tough puzzle to put together. Sam, help us piece together this puzzle. Cole McKinney led all NTDP skaters this year in points with 61.
Yeah, I love this guy. I mean, 61 points. He, too, is another one of those guys that gets after it. He can play both sides of the puck. There's a lot of
Calgary has made their selection.
high-end skill to his game, as evidenced by those 61 points. So I like the fact that he's able to play both ways and the fact that he can be a pain to play against.
From Djurgården, the Swedish Junior League.
All right, Mike Kelly, Theo Stocksalius, a center from Djurgården Junior of the Swedish Junior League. This kid, adversity-filled childhood, developed thyroid cancer at the age of 15, but he is persevering now.
Yeah, has he ever? I've got a soft spot for Theo Stocksalius, 6'3" center from Djurgården, high hockey IQ. Puck protection skills are fantastic. You look at his physicality, puck carrying. We had him 37, so we think highly of this guy. And to me, that's a really good get for the Calgary Flames at 54. The data comparable, John Tavares, I think that's, he doesn't have the offensive side there, but that's what the kind of player we're talking about here and just how he protects the puck. The 200-foot game that he has, I can see him carving out a role as a really good third-line center, two-way forward. If all goes well, maybe you're thinking like an Anton Lundell-type player. And if you can get that at this spot at 54 for the Calgary Flames, that's going to be a home run. So I'm a big fan of this guy, and I think Calgary gets good value here, guys.
Just wanted to double down on Cole McKinney real quick. Again, I go back to the U18s. Not only was he the leading scorer there at the program this year, guys, boy, oh boy, he's got a little rat to him. Like, he's in the grill.
Yeah, I love it.
He's in the grill of his opponents. He's trash talking. He doesn't quit on anything. He's got a little jab
in a smart way.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't get himself in penalty problem, but the other team knows when they're playing against him.
Hey, rats are in vogue these days, huh?
He attracts
Sunrise.
That's that attention. He go to it. He'll rope with Dopesy into doing something dumb, right? The way with his approach. I like it. I personally, I think that San Jose, that's great for them.
JT Comfer, who was at the program as well, he reminds me a little bit of that. Kind of played behind a bunch of guys. He didn't play behind a lot of guys because they didn't have that really high-end skilled guy there. But ultimately, he plays that type of a game that JT has been so successful.
So valuable for sure.
All right, who's on the clock here? Minute and a half to go, and we've got the Nashville Predators back on the clock, who have already made a selection here in round number 2, taking Jacob Rombach all the way back with the 3rd pick here in round number 2. Are we seeing a theme start to shape up here early on in day number 2?
Big guys, big defense, not necessarily concerned about the high-end skill. And as Book says, talked about playing in your first pairing, guys that are going to fill out the back end, probably from your 5 spot on into a lineup and add additional depth on the back end to your lineup too. So I think it's a nice luxury for teams. You identify how you want to play. You identify your top pairings. Got to move pucks and be offensively gifted. That goes without saying now. That probably stretches into your 3rd D-man. And then once you get 4 through 7, you have to have that physicality, the length, the reach, the ability to eat pucks, play on the PK. And we're seeing a lot of those type of players being selected here early in round 2. The one fascinating thing to me, guys, is this Ivan Rabkin. With what he did this year, coming over, everyone thought he'd be a top 10 pick, and he's still on the board here. Again, I think his NHL Combine really hurt him from every team that I talked to, but the skill set, if you can get this guy figured out, man, I think you're going to find a real gem at this part of the draft. But, Books, you and I talk about this a lot. Like, if you see red flags, does it matter where you go in the draft, or do you simply say, I'm not going down that road?
Well, we didn't have the opportunity to interview him, but I can tell you that the eye test was very concerning here. So there's some things that you absolutely, the red flags for him. Muskegon went on a run. They made right to the final in the USHL this year. He had a long season, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, bouncing around a bunch of teams, coming to North America, getting adjusted, going to Muskegon, etc. But how does a young athlete from February to the end of the year put on the type of weight that he put on and you know, the things that happen? So there's a lot of coaching up that has to do here. Here's the thing, though, boys. You can't teach offense. You know, you're gifted with a certain pedigree with puck touch, and he has that. He rips the pill, and he's really good that way. The fitness you can work out. If you can get inside the head and train him up, you know, build him up. So this is well worth the risk in this range. I want to double down on the size thing here, though. Nashville's, they're taking their time. I'm curious now they've had a lot of picks. I'm curious now if we start to getting into the Schmitz and the Moonies and the Owen Griffins, these types of players. Smaller guys, because this is right in that range as well.
Yeah, not a single player so far in round number 2 has been selected under 6 feet.
Isn't that something, right?
Eat your protein, kids. All right, sounds like we've got something working behind the scenes, potentially a trade here, because Nashville has ran out of time in round number 2 with their 2nd pick here in round number 2. So while we wait on the official announcements, where do you see Nashville this season? Because on paper, coming into last season, man, it looked great. Yeah. It looked so good, and as we've learned in hockey, things don't always translate from paper to ice. So how do you see Nashville maybe bouncing back in a big way this year?
I think the finish 2 years ago, when they were probably one of the best teams heading in the playoffs 2 years ago, kind of threw them off on their plan. I think they thought that meant they were really, really close, and if they could add that offense, which they were always solid defensively, we always knew going into Nashville, they're going to be hard to play against and hard to create any sort of offense. And they changed their identity over that summer to turn into, okay, let's start scoring goals. So I go back to the Ryan McDonough moving out to move all those pieces in. I go back to that as just a simple little thing, you know, to say, okay, we're adding Brady Shea, we're adding Stamkos, we're adding Marshall Show, we're adding all these skill guys. We're going to outscore teams. Nashville wins games and won games in the past by being stingy defensively. So I think that kind of try to change your identity a little bit hurt them bad.
And where did Ryan McDonough go back to? Tampa? And what kind of season did they have? Yeah.
Pretty good.
He's back in. All right, here we go. I love that thing. Scares me to death every time I see it. The trade alert.
Have a trade to announce. The Nashville Predators have traded their pick number 55 in the 2025 NHL Draft to the Vegas Golden Knights in exchange for picks number 58 and number 122 in the 2025 NHL Draft. Means Vegas is now on the clock.
All right, so Nashville taking all 3 minutes to trade back 3 spots. Vegas jumps up, so they're on the clock here with pick number 55 of round number 2, also exchanging pick 122 as well.
So the next two teams, that's very much Rabkin territory for me, right? Vegas has been, Trevor Connolly last year, they've taken Brisson. They've had some guys in the first round that they usually don't keep because they're always in win now mode. But they're the type of team that I think might take a chance here. And so, too, is Tampa. They've had some success scouting some Russian players in the past. So I'd be fascinated to see if that comes to fruition here in one of the next 2 picks.
Yeah, Vegas' first pick of this
I was going to
draft
say
today.
both Vegas and Tampa, correct? Tampa didn't have one yet either.
What does for you, right?
Only 8 teams made picks yesterday, which is kind of fascinating in itself, isn't it? Can I double down from my time in Nashville, Tone? And you were coaching the National Hockey League at that time. But when I worked for David Poile, the one thing that he always stressed with us in terms of team identity, and we were different back then. We weren't a cap team. We had to be, but Trotzy was the head coach. And
Vegas has made their selection.
I'll get back to it because I think it's kind of cool.
The 23rd pick in the second round of the 2025 NHL Draft. The Vegas Golden Knights have selected Jacob Iswozniak from Luleå of the Swedish Junior League.
Forgot about him.
All right, Mike Kelly, I should ask you to spell it on the spot, but I won't do that. Jakob Iswozniak, a winger out of Luleå Junior of the Swedish Junior Hockey League. Born in Australia. Good day, mate. Moved to Sweden when he was a toddler. Take it away.
There you go, JMO. Yeah, we still don't have anyone under 6 feet, I guess, because he's not. Look, I think the thing that jumps off the page about this player here is he's one of the best finishers in the draft. You take a look at his scoring percentile rank among all forwards in this draft. He's in the 94th percentile. We had him 34th. So, if you're looking at 55 here for a player that Vegas moved up to get, I think they see a lot of really good attributes in him as well. 23 goals in 40 games last season. Got a little bit of taste in the SHL as well. I don't see him as a guy that's going to drive a line, but a competent player in a middle six who can obviously put the puck in the net. Good offensive instincts. Maybe a Svechnikov type of element to his game as a goal scorer if he can round out the playmaking. We had Zibanejad as a data comp too. So I like the move by Vegas to move up to get a guy who can absolutely finish. He's got an NHL-ready shot already.
I'll just put a bow on the and I want to come back to what Kel's just said there because it's bang on with the Zibanejad. The Predators thing, David Poile, he directed us that we had to draft kids that were relentless competitors with high-end character all the time. And to your point, Tony, I think the Preds were kind of chasing some things last year. Now, when you look at how they're drafting and their future development here, they're getting back into that mold. Now, hey, the Mika Zibanejad comparison there by Kel's, holy, that is absolutely bang on. Like Mika Zibanejad's best ship is outstanding. And then when it's not, it's not. That is exactly like this player here. Great mitts, goal scorer. Sometimes he disappears. I would challenge you, Tony, if we sat down at a wobbly pop after a game at the U18.
And we might.
But even at the U18, he came and went for us.
Right.
Came and went for us.
The 24th pick in the second round of the 2025 NHL Draft. The Tampa Bay Lightning have selected Ethan Zada from Niagara of the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, Sam, Tampa selecting Ethan Zada, a center out of Niagara of the OHL after recording 17 points in 62 games last season. Big jump this year, 55 points in 68 games.
Next order of selection belongs to the Philadelphia Flyers.
5 points in 7 games there, but he's a really interesting guy. From a skill perspective, his skill is, it's elite. Like, he can find open seams. He can get to open ice. He's got some good reach. He can skate. And I think the one undercover part of his game is that his compete every now and then pushes him over the edge. Got to drop the gloves sometimes. No problem doing that. And I don't think that's an element because he's a skilled guy that people realize he has in his back pocket. But I look at the Tampa Bay Lightning. Rob Kittamura is the scout who works the Ontario region. He would have seen Ethan a number of times. Also the same guy who was high on Anthony Cirelli some time ago. And that's where Tampa Bay really made their mark, getting contributions from guys lower in the draft. Same way Detroit did it with Datsuk and Zetterberg. You see that the Tampa Bay Lightning have had a history of doing it, and Ethan Zada is a guy that is right in the mold of this Tampa Bay Lightning team.
When Hagel was playing his OA year in Red Deer way back in the day,
yeah.
Buffalo Sabres draft pick, and then, of course, he ends up turning into what he is today at the National Hockey League. Zada reminds you a lot.
Flyers have submitted their selection.
Relentless.
Yeah.
This kid will beat the paint off if you're not careful. Like, he's really hard to play against.
Philadelphia Flyers have selected Matthew Gard from Red Deer, the Western Hockey League.
All right, so the Flyers making their 4th selection already in round number 2. It's Matthew Gard, center out of Red Deer in the WHL. Sam won a gold medal at the 2025 U18 World Championships. That was his first time ever playing for Team Canada. Not bad.
I had a great chat with him at the Combine, and he understands that he's a late bloomer. So he ends up going a little bit lower in the WHL draft, and he arrives on the doorstep of the Red Deer Rebels. Dave Struch takes over as coach there last year with a few games left. And in his first game, he watches this guy throw a water bottle, smash a stick, and close the gate. He says, what is going on here with this guy? And that continues on for a little bit until he pulls guard in and says, hey, listen, we love what you do, but you got to find a way to temper that enthusiasm. You can't be throwing stuff around. You can't be getting ticked off. But that was based in his drive to win and be competitive. As a big guy who would rip your head off, he's a guy who's got to put on some weight, no question about it. But you're talking about a nasty piece of business and a guy that you don't want to play against. Matthew Gard is that guy.
All right, Matthew Gard at 57. You can see a big cheer for Jack.
That's his dad, by the way. Let's
yes,
keep this in mind for a
point.
second here.
Next order of selection belongs to the Los Angeles Kings.
All right, Sam, what can you tell us about Ivan Kovic?
Well, his dad, Frank, was an OHL draft guy, okay? And you saw how big he was. The thing about Jack, it's only the size. I promise you, his technical game, his winning pedigree, the way he's a teammate, his character, all fit the guy if you want what you want in the number 1 goalie. But because of the size, everyone backed off. In my opinion, this guy was right on the fringes of the first round, especially because of that winning pedigree and all that he's done with Team Canada. So I think this is a steal of a pick here. And if you project him to get anywhere near his dad, who's about 6'4", you will have hit a home run with this guy. He'll be a number 1 goalie, I believe, in the National Hockey League. But again, we're probably not seeing that for another 7 years. Think a little bit about Dustin Wolf if he doesn't throw.
With the 27th pick in the 2nd round of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Los Angeles Kings have selected Wojtek Cihar from Karlovy in the Czech League.
All right, so Wojtek Cihar, a winger out of Czechia. NHL comparison, a bigger version of the boards. So, a moment there, and then just while Wojtek's having his moments,
he got traded.
The alarm goes off.
Cihar got traded.
Yeah. We shall see. Let's listen.
The Anaheim Ducks have traded goaltender John Gibson to the Detroit Red Wings in exchange for Peter Mrazek, Detroit's 2nd round selection in the 2027 NHL Draft, and Detroit's 4th round selection in the 2026 NHL Draft.
All right, so Anaheim now on the clock.
The Anaheim Ducks are now on the clock.
There you go. Anaheim making that trade that Elliot told us about a couple of minutes ago. So John Gibson off to Detroit in exchange for Peter Mrazek, a 2nd round pick in 2027, a 4th round pick in 2026. A couple of Ducks fans, you heard them in attendance. They announced John Gibson. No!
Not happy.
I know, but that's been rumored for so many years now. Yeah. It was inevitable, right?
You wonder where the money is, but the large part of this trade and why it was happened and why it's been rumored to happen is Lucas Dostal. Like, let's make no mistake about it. So I think they're in a fascinating spot. You get that kind of backup in Mrazek, who can play a run of games if you really need to, but now you've handed the ball over to Dostal, and I think that's a good move, especially if you're able to free up the money there for Anaheim as they move forward.
It's a little similar to the Spencer Knight coming to Chicago. You want your starting goaltender to grow with those young players. You got Vlasic and you got Rinzel and Lushanev and obviously the young forwards and Bedard and the other guys, and I think that's part of the thing there in Anaheim too. You let your young goalie run with these other young players and go
100%.
together.
The Anaheim Ducks have selected Lassi Bolius from Massat in the Finnish Junior League.
All right, Books. Lassi Boelius, a defenseman out of Massat Junior, the Finnish Junior League.
This is a tough year for the Finns. It's gone in cycles, and this is a hockey nation that takes a lot of pride in developing players. Lassi Boelius, he played a key role for the Finns on the international stage within his age group. don't get scared off by the offensive numbers there. I think it's more the surrounding than anything else. As he grows to play surrounded by more quality, he skates really well. He sees the ice. He can rush it. He can make real smart plays in the offensive zone. And I liked him at the under-18s here in Texas. I thought it was his best hockey to end the season. He stood out on the Finnish team for sure. This is a good pick. This is solid. 2 AD.
If you go back 8 or 9 years ago, you think about all the players that were coming out of Finland, high-end guys. And they are definitely in a downturn right now. And it's interesting, you talk to some scouts, and you would have seen it firsthand, but like their U18 team, their U20 team, you know you're going to get max effort from the Finns because usually the sum of the parts is better than what the individual parts are themselves. But they're in a downturn right now, make no mistake.
Yeah, no, they are. And it's not, again, it's not an effort thing. It's just that there's too much B game and they don't have enough A game in this cycle. And so they're not able to impact the game offensively as a group. And that's why I'm saying with Beaulieu, it's also the surrounding. I think there's something there that's untapped.
With the 29th pick in the second round of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Boston Bruins have selected Liam Pettersson from Vaxo of the Swedish Junior League.
All right, Mike Kelly, Liam Pettersson, defenseman, going to Boston. I know you were pretty high on this kid as well.
Next
6'2", 170-pound defenseman, Swedish Junior League, led his team in among defensemen and scoring with 21 points in 39 games. He's a good puck mover. This was a guy that on some draft lists was, a lot farther down. We had him slotted at 68, so that kind of falls in line with where he was selected here. Watching him in terms of puck moving and transition, Travis Sanheim's a guy that comes to name as someone who just skates it really well. He's still got to fill out a little bit. There's work to do on the defensive side of things with him. He was bottom 10th percentile among all defenders in this draft in terms of defending, so a bit of a project, but pretty nice upside here. And you think about the way the game is going and what teams are valuing in defensemen. If he can fill out a little bit, improve defensively, turn into
have made their selection.
What they want him to be, it'll be a good pick.
With the 30th pick in the second round, the Carolina Hurricanes have selected Ivan Ryabkin from Muskegon of the United States Hockey League.
All right, Books, Ivan Ryabkin, a centerman out of Dynamo Moscow Junior of the MHL. The young Russian scored 2 goals in his USHL debut back on January 3rd.
Yeah, so this is the kid we were talking about. I had him in my first round as a wild card based on skill. And the reason I had him there was that skill. The rest of it, you can coach up, you can teach fitness, as long as his buy-in is where it needs to be. There's lots to like here. This is, at this point in the draft, boys, this is absolutely fantastic. No problem with this.
Is this our first player under 6 feet?
I think it's right.
It says 5'11". I think he looks a little bigger than 5'11". So we might have to get the tape measure out after the draft. He qualifies for under 6 feet.
I think when you look at the stature on the camera shot, you're hoping he's definitely over 6 feet at 210 bills, but he's stocky. He's still like a fire hydrant, like he really is. I don't know if he's going to grow any taller. He's got that, that European look where he doesn't look like he's going to get any taller. He's going to be strong as a bull as well.
The skill's pretty sick, though. You have to
wicked hands.
When you look at this guy and what he can do on a power play especially, unbelievable stuff. His vision, his ability to shoot it, all those things play well in the power play, of course. The transition coming from Russia in December to get over to play in Muskegon, that can be very challenging, and so you have to provide a bit of a mulligan there.
18 years old, and you play on 4 teams in 2 different countries in the world. That's not easy. Come on. So let's give him a break here. Good for him to go here. I'm sure he was stressed out. Nice pick for Carolina.
And Carolina, I mean, they have no problem going to Russia whatsoever. They've done that over and over again. 18 of their last 44 picks come from Russia. One of the teams that's not afraid to take a chance.
All right, Tony, Ben Keevan, New Jersey Devils.
Ben Keevan, a California kid. You hear the little extra applause in the audience here. So really nice. Played LA Junior Kings here. It's lots of his youth hockey, but he was in the U18 tournament as well. Real fast skater. Pretty good mitts on the kid. He's going to Arizona State to play with Colin Potter next year. Or he might play another year of juniors, but he'll be at Arizona State and be a really nice college player. But he did scored a big goal for Team USA. I would say it was a big one.
Yeah, it was the OT game winner, the bronze medal game in the U18s.
Yes, it was. It wasn't quite the gold medal one that Petty Stiga scored at the World Juniors, but it was a big goal for a medal for Team USA. So there he is with his Devils jersey.
Certainly that moment, living up to this moment right here, putting on the Devils sweater for the first time. And that's when these kids start to kind of realize that dream But that dream's just beginning. The journey now starts today.
It does, because, you know, most of the kids that you saw getting off the planes had to wait for their hockey bags and luggage because they know they're heading straight to development camps tomorrow. So they've had, a lot of the guys had the combines. If you finish your playoffs, I don't know if they've had a break or had a chance to go to Disneyland or Disney World or gotten any sort of vacation time, because it's pretty much...
Roger McQueen had time to go to Disney. That was about it.
Helicopter.
See lightning.
Way to go.
McQueen.
Yeah. Oh, unbelievable. Life is a Highway playing it. They nailed it here.
I just want to put a quick bow on the Anaheim trade there. Let's not forget that Lucas Dossel's an RFA too, who's played 54 games last year, so he's got to get paid in that whole transaction.
The 2025 NHL Draft, the Toronto Maple Leafs have selected Tinnis Luke Kobylar from Leksand of the Swedish Junior League.
All right, so the final selection of round number 2, the Toronto Maple Leafs. Tinnis Luke Kobylar,
the second round of the 2025
player
NHL
from the
Draft.
Swedish Junior League, played for Leksand Junior.
Selection of the third
So
round.
there you go. Round number 2 in the books, and we're going to take a quick timeout here from the Peacock Theater in LA. When we come back, round number 3, and teams back on the clock.
Introducing the first superhero-inspired hockey trading card set, the 2025 DC Fanimation Crossover. Collect hockey players sporting uniforms inspired by DC superheroes.
Toyota takes you there. Don't miss out. Get in and go at your local Toyota dealer today.
Today, let's paint with Bear. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier. Now we're done painting.
We'll usually have to show up and motivate people.
Not us. He did the research. Bear is the most trusted paint brand.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. Everybody should use Bear.
It really transformed the space.
Yeah, it's Bear Adirondack Blue.
Well, I guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
No, he's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great quality paint at an everyday low price, only at the Home Depot.
Knew that I was bound to accomplish something.
I'm here to save you.
I want to give you the chance you need.
A chance to give.
I want to remind you that your life means a lot.
And you can share that life.
With those who really need it.
Here we go. One more. Let's go, go, go.
I'm here to save you. Like you're here to save me.
Bright sunshine day. Hey, it's your gut instinct. Always one step ahead. I know what's up and who's up. So next time the game's on and it feels game-changing, bet your way with Betway.
Lunch or dinner differently at Tim's with our new Supreme Stack. Piled high with sliced seasoned steak and double smoked bacon. It's a sandwich that's built to satisfy. Tim's differently with the new Supreme Stack.
With Prime Day coming July 8th through the 11th, greatness is a deal away.
Just bust the move.
Shop deals from home to electronics on Prime Day.
You cracked it. Cracker Barrel.
Welcome back to the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft, rounds 2 through 7.
Taken back by Jason Demers for Fiddler. Backhand to score! Oh, my! From that angle on the backhand for Fiddler.
He's always there if I need any help, and wants to continue to help me no matter what, and has taught me a lot about preparing like a pro and how to be a pro. So it's been cool to kind of ask them those type of things. I've seen from a young age what it takes to play in the NHL and all the things you have to sacrifice and the work it takes. I just remember in Frisco, going to the rink with him, going out after practice, being with him and around all the other pros. So, going in the cold tub, hot tub at a young age, trying to, dip my toes in the cold tub, can't go in it at that age. It's just so cold, and just being around the pros and messing around with them was pretty cool.
All right, so Blake Fiddler right there, son of Vern Fiddler, who played almost 900 games in the National Hockey League. We saw him go in round number 2. Bloodlines, always a theme throughout day 2 of these drafts. You can see some of the notable father-son bloodlines to keep your eye on in this draft. And Sam, we're already 2 picks into round number 3 here. Kieran Dervin and Nathan Bain, 2 guys that I know you have your eye on, one going to Vancouver and the other one going to the Chicago Blackhawks.
So Dervin is a guy who started playing in a Canadian college school called St. Andrews. And that's a school that just pumps out player after player. We saw Dean Letourneau come out of there last year, a number of others. Aiden Lane, we might see him at some point here today as well. And then at the end of the year, he ends up going to the Kingston Frontenacs. He gets into 10 games there, and they realize, all right, we can play at this level and make that transition. So fascinating guy for me when it comes to Dervin. Grew up playing in the Pittsburgh Junior Pens organization. He's committed to go to Penn State, and then we'll see how his path works. But I think another year in the OHL with Kingston would serve him well coming out of St. Andrews. The other guy is Nathan Bain. So fascinating guy, Nathan Bain, to me. When you look at him being a golfer since the age of 2 years old, and he won a long drive competition in Alberta last year, hit the ball 340 pounds, but his 66 points are nothing to sneeze at. Earlier in the year, when he was on a good points run, he started to gain some notoriety, move up a number of draft lists, and I think settled into a spot where he probably should be here early in round number 3. So I think this is a guy here who, maturity-wise, is someone that you're going to track his progression, a little bit more of a project guy. And, of course, his ability to put up points is something that's going to attract scouts for sure.
344 yards on the drive?
Yeah.
He better have an NHL-ready shot with that. Right?
Oh, yeah.
His slap shot must be wicked.
No, he can do that. He can shoot it. So that is definitely one element to his game. But it's kind of neat that all hockey players play golf because you have the summers off. But for him to be that involved in a long drive at that age, that's pretty cool.
Rip it and rip it.
Scouts used to have summers off. I remember when I started this career. And now they got all these summer tournaments and development camps and showcases. It's year-round.
You're a TV guy now. You're good.
No, I've just got to try and keep up to you on the golf course. It's unbelievable.
Oh,
you laying the screws to me all the time. It's unbelievable.
Is Sammy Scratch? What's the golf game at right now? That's the only scratch you got.
Scratch. He's full of it. He's trying to buy strokes.
He's the best dressed guy on the course, I'll tell you that.
Always. Best dressed guy in the set. Hey, I want to ask you, we talked bloodlines while we wait on the LA Kings to make their selection here, and their time is up, so maybe a trade's coming. But bloodlines, how much does that factor into scouting and just knowing the lineage of some of these players just based on their last names and dads having played in the National Hockey League? How much weight does that carry?
Oh, it's an extra layer of information, absolutely. These kids have grown up and they've been around NHL dressing rooms, and if they've been lucky enough to, even take a game day skate or something, whatever that is, and they're around their heroes growing up, aren't they? They're a kid in a candy store, literally, and it's good value, absolutely. And then, of course, the dad, provided that he's in the right mind space, isn't too hard on the kid. And sometimes you turn into a hockey dad, not the pro NHL dad. We're all guilty of it. I was guilty of it with my boys playing baseball, and anyways, that's a story for another day. But what I'm saying is you can't take away from that. That's an experience that's they benefit from. It's great.
All right. Well, speaking of our golf games, nobody's golfed more at the Stanley Cup Final than E.J. Raddick. Putting in some work here, though, at the NHL Draft. He's with a very special guest, General Manager of the Detroit Red Wings, Steve Yzerman.
Steve, you made a big deal today. You end up getting John Gibson from the Anaheim Ducks addressing a goaltending issue. How long have you been working on this one?
Well, Pat and I had some discussions last season, around the, if I recall, around the trade deadline. John was dealing with some injuries at that time, and so the timing of it didn't really work. And, just following it, leading up to the draft, as we all do our off-season work, we've had some discussions, and as we get closer here, able to. So it's been in talks for a little while.
You know, his name has come up for a bit in different particular places. He's been kind of liking the idea of staying in Anaheim. Did you have to convince him about coming to Detroit? And I mean, he is somebody from Pennsylvania, that area. It's not that far. Did you have to convince him to come to Detroit?
No, I just actually placed a call into John. I haven't talked to him yet, but no, there was no need to convince him. Our understanding was he was looking, they have an excellent young goaltender in Dostal, and John was looking for a fresh start and saw an opportunity in Detroit to get in the net and play a lot of games. So, I look forward to speaking with him, and I've been assured he's excited to come to Detroit, and we're excited to have him.
All right, so you get the goaltending situation kind of settled with a terrific player like Gibson. What other things are you working on as you move towards July 1st?
Well, we'll continue to explore like the trade options. Mm-hmm. The free agency market at a lot of positions is pretty thin, but there are players that we would have some interest in if they're still free on July 1. So again, we've got some spots we'd like to upgrade on our roster, or open roster spots. We'll see if we can address it in free agency. I'm not that optimistic, to be honest with you, because there's more teams than there are players for what we're looking for. And we'll continue to see if we can't do something through trade. And once the draft settles down, and once maybe the initial July 1 free agency subsides, the rush there, and see what teams are looking to do after that.
All right, you drafted Carter Bear number in your first round, or your first pick. Give me your thoughts on him. Why is he a good fit for the Detroit Red Wings?
Well, we think he's a very good prospect, EJ. Like, he's smart, he's competitive, he's got good puck skills, plays hard. We like a lot of things about him. High character young man. So, we're all excited about the players that we get, but we think he's a really excellent young man. We really like the way he plays the game. So, not only can he score at the junior level, he can score, but he plays hard too, and he plays in all situations. So we think he's a very good prospect, and we're excited to have him in our organization.
All right, Steve, thanks for the time. Congratulations on the acquisition of John Gibson today. Good luck the rest of the day at the draft.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks a lot, EJ.
All right, so the LA Kings were on the clock, but they made a trade, trading back and swapping picks with the Carolina Hurricanes.
Seattle has made their
Canes,
pick.
with that 67th pick, took Kurbin Limatov,
third round,
a defenseman out of Dynamo Moscow Jr. Mike Kelly, that is your guy.
Yeah, this is a really interesting prospect, Limatov. I think he's got a high upside. We were pretty high on him here, having him as a kind of early to mid second round guy. So to get him in that spot at 67 for Carolina, it's a win. 6'3", 200 pounds, physical, shutdown type of game. Really started to assert himself as the season went on in the NHL. One of the best defensemen in this draft is separating opponents from the puck. But like I said, he can lay the body as well. Above average skater for a guy his size. I think hockey sense is something that scouts are questioning a little bit, maybe why he fell a little bit. But I think there's potential here to be a second pair D, as Mason Lohrei, a guy who just signed a contract extension for the Bruins, comes up as our data comparable.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Seattle, Sam, taking Will Reynolds, a defenseman from the QMJHL for Acme Bathurst.
One of the younger guys here with that August birth date, but a guy who's raw, 6'3", 188 pounds, so clearly has some opportunity to fill his game out. You're not overly concerned about what the numbers are, because he's a raw project type of player. You have to extend your window for having him arrive on the scene a little bit later than most. So you get a couple assists here in the postseason. He's in an interesting situation in that Bathurst will move to Newfoundland next year, and that is going to increase the travel, the hardness of what he has to go through. I do believe that adversity is going to be something that helps him out down the road. And so Will Reynolds is a guy that you're not looking at here for a couple of years to make an impact for your club because of the rawness.
One thing that I like about this kid is that Bathurst were kind of a middle of the pack type of a team. Like, they weren't a high-end team in the Quebec League. Will Reynolds played to a player type. Sometimes you find defensemen who are good skaters who are maybe going to be able to provide secondary offense. They try and do too much, and they don't do anything really, really well. He was a plus player on that team. Like, he's a good skater, makes a good first pass. He kind of plays to just a simple identity, and that was a good news story for him because he didn't stray. He stayed to his game.
All right, waiting on the Boston Bruins here just over a minute to go for their pick here in round number 3. Of course, James Hagen's falling to them at number 7 in round number 1. Sammy, I think you stole James Hagen's suit, the exact suit from yesterday.
Yes.
Literally, that's exactly what he wore. So
he didn't need it today.
No, hey,
good.
He was done. Yeah, handed over, but looking sharp. And James Hagen's Bruins fans, just a lot of my family and friends back home couldn't believe that they ended up snagging him at number 7. That was a dream come true for them.
You know, it was a fascinating study. I mean, I love the player, and Books and I talked to him at the Combine, and he was almost apologetic. And I'm like, whoa, you're an unbelievable player here. Like, you play with your heads up. Your vision is great. You could shoot the puck. You're driving a line with 2 first-rounders on it. You're on the first power play. Over a point per game at the World Juniors. Set the record at the 18s, at the 17s. Like, there's not much more he could have done. But and for James, I think it just took a little bit of time for the realization that, hey, teams have a certain player they like. Some other players might have surpassed them in terms of production or how they played the game, or even that steady progression throughout the year. James Hagens was a great player at the start of the year. He's a great player at the end of the year. Absolutely. And Boston should be absolutely ecstatic with getting him at number 7.
You know, that's a great point by you. He's hard on himself, thinking that he let everybody down because everybody, probably all of us, expected him to potentially be number 1 this year and to fall to where he did. He feels he let people down. And I can tell you, James, you did not let anybody down as an American and followed your career so far up to this date. Yeah, I'm awful proud of how hard you've played and what you've done to get to this position. You'll be ready for the NHL, Ken.
Dynamic talent, fellas.
Yeah.
Dynamic talent.
Well, while we wait on James Hagen's new team, the Boston Bruins, to make their pick, we're going to take a quick commercial break here, covering the NHL Draft. Day 2, rounds 2 through 7. We're back from LA in just a minute.
Has the largest selection of authentic NHL fan gear for the playoffs. Shop now and get today's special offer.
One of the best fighters alive. Charles Oliveira! An absolute assassin. These two guaranteed forwards. International Fight Week's always big.
Toyota takes you there. Don't miss out. Get in and go at your local Toyota dealer today.
Do you need financing for your business? Get up to $800,000 in less than 24 hours from Merchant Growth. Apply online today and get your no-obligation quote. Trusted by over 10,000 businesses, Merchant Growth is Canada's leader for convenient business financing. Apply now at merchantgrowth.ca.
How do you become Consumer Guide's most awarded automotive brand? With Sentra, a Consumer Reports top pick, and Rogue, Motor Trend's #1 compact SUV 3 years in a row. This is Nissan Now. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer and finance select Rogue models for 0%.
There's one true thing about restaurants. You are never alone.
Hockey Central signing season.
have selected Hayden Papanekas from Kelowna of the Western Hockey.
One thing that I've noticed out of all these big guys, 6'5", 6'6", 6'4", we're getting a lot of big players, and lots of the reports say
that big rig and it is skating.
From the Junior Sabres.
And just create a special experience for progress was, and it was an unbelievable night. I'm excited to give Greg a call today. We got a big surprise for him. What's up, Greg? How's it going, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. How's summer been so far?
Pretty good. I'm just still in Buffalo doing PT, rehabbing still, but
nice.
Slowly getting nice weather here.
We wanted to invite you down to the draft experience at One Bills Drive there. We would love it if you could announce the second round selection for us.
Wow, yeah, that'd be awesome.
Excited that you're able to do this. I think it'll be a lot of fun, and it's a cool experience.
It'll be really cool. Get to hang out with like the insiders of the Sabres, like what they do throughout the draft process. So it'll be a really cool experience. Thank you.
Oh, of course. Thanks for all the support, and hey, keep it up, all right? And tell your dad I said hi as well.
Okay, appreciate it.
Let's go to Buffalo now for the Sabres selection.
Excited to have Greg Mancy here from the Buffalo Junior Sabres to make our next selection.
With the 71st pick in the 2025 NHL Draft, the Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from Owen Sound, David Betkowski. Go Sabres.
So a pretty cool moment there by the Buffalo Sabres letting Greg Mancy make the selection in round number 3. And Sam, it is David Betkowski, a defenseman from Owen Sound, who was traded to Owen Sound from Oshawa in October of 2024. Played only 2 games for Oshawa this season.
So you remember a guy by the name of Colby Barlow was a first-round pick of the Winnipeg Jets. He was the guy that went back in that trade. And when Dale DeGray, former NHLer, the general manager of the Owen Sound Attack, made that trade, Betkowski was the key piece that he wanted back. There were a number of picks and players, I want to say up to 11 of them, that went back the other way in that deal. So that's how highly Oshawa thought of Barlow, but that's also how highly the Owen Sound Attack thought of Betkowski. Now, he can get up on the play once in a while, but this is a guy here who I think, as a right shot guy, who's a big guy, is not going to be the big offensive guy. He does have that in his game, make no mistake about it, but he's going to be there to defend the net front. He's a guy that's going to give a lot of pushback. He plays with a mean, old-school, nasty style, and that is a common theme we're seeing throughout these big guys, where they understand that bully hockey, which we saw the Florida Panthers play for the last 2 years, to lift the cup twice, is really in vogue right now, and it's in vogue at all levels of hockey. Betkowski proving to be that guy with Owen Sound right now.
Love his snarl. Absolutely love it, sir. Big right shot D that takes away time and space, but he's in the grill of the opponent all the time, protects his own. I love that.
Third round of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Anaheim Ducks have selected Noah Reid from London of the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, Anaheim selecting Noah Reid out of London with the 72nd overall.
Next selection belongs to the Pittsburgh Penguins.
All right, Penguins now officially on the clock here at number 73. Jason, you want to put a bow on David Betkowski and what maybe the Sabres are getting in a kid like that?
Yeah, they're getting a simpleton. Like, he's a guy that's going to be a bottom pairing guy. That's he makes a good, solid first pass. He gets up the ice fine, guys. There's no issues there. There's no issues whatsoever. To your point, Tony, like he's a big guy that skates really well on straight lines. Is his small area agility going to have to come a little bit? Absolutely, no problem. But you know what he does, like when you're big and you have the snarl that he has, you alleviate pressure internally because people don't come into your space as often. So if he can pounce on a puck, he's going to make the simple play. If it's there, it's fine. The compete's there, the body's there, and like I said, the pushback's there. But, you know, it's a fast game. He's going to have to internally get a little bit quicker in small areas. He'll work at it.
We've had 18 players selected that are 6'5" or taller, just in round number 2.
It's an NBA draft.
Yeah. But is that, it's a copycat league, but we're seeing a lot of these Stanley Cup champions, right? You come to the playoffs, these defensemen, big, long, rangy.
Pittsburgh selection.
Physical, nasty, right? There's a theme there.
But for the smaller players, Marchand's not very big.
2025
There's quite a few players that aren't very big that can play that hard and tough.
Selected Charlton Treathaway from the National Team Development Program in the USHL.
All right, I love the name, Charlton. We'll go nickname with him. How about Charlie Treathaway, Tony? A defenseman from the NTDP. Led all Demon in points at the 2023 U17 World Hockey Challenge. He had 10 points in 7 games.
Yeah, he can move the puck. I guess he'd be an undersized defenseman. I think he's just about 6'2", but in the way he's going, he's all of a sudden an undersized defense. I like this kid a lot. He's got a big shot from up top at the U.S. team. He didn't play a ton of power play minutes, so his points aren't great. But he's a guy that can get the puck through, and he knows, again, back to that same thing. They put him in a slot that you're going to be hard to play against defenseman, be smart, move the puck, play this way, and he did. So I think, falling down into 73, Pittsburgh did a really nice job.
Hey, you know what? Draftitis isn't an actual disease, but I kind of felt like he had a little bit of draftitis, and I put it on the scouting fraternity and the prognosticators who miscast him, to be honest with you, coming out of the summer. I think the expectation was he was going to push it a little bit more offensively, and what he is he's a two-way, hard-nosed guy. Really good skater, and he's a team guy, right? He shows up every night.
Yeah, great family. Grandpa's been around. He was at the U18. I talked to Grandpa more than anybody at the U18 tournament.
Awesome. Third round of the 2025 NHL Draft.
Good for the kid.
The New York Islanders have selected Luca Romano from Kitchener, the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, Sammy. Luca Romano, a winger from Kitchener, the OHL, who tied for 7th among all draft-eligible OHL skaters and goals this year, 25.
Well, we've watched him quite a bit, and this is a fascinating guy. You talk about draftitis. I think there were some at points in the year where that was impacting him, where you're more worried about the draft than the process of getting through the draft. But one thing you'll notice with this guy, he darts, he can move in and out of space quickly. There's no question he can score goals. You see that release is really good. He's got vision to make plays. He's got escapability to his game. So from an offensive perspective, there is no doubt that he has the skill to be drafted here. The one part you'd like to see is a little bit more hardness. Not so much heavy. He's not going to play a heavy game, but just be a little bit harder to play against, be a little harder along the wall, behind the net when you're digging pucks out. From a skill perspective, though, I really like the pick.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's a tenacity to his game, especially when he's killing penalties, where he creates a lot of chaos and turnovers. But I'd like to see it more impactful at even strength consistently, because he's a burner. This kid can really skate.
Oh, yeah. He can dart. He can get there.
So is this going to open up some more skilled guys? Are we going to see LJ here pretty soon?
Geez, I hope so, because he deserves to be here. Owen Griffin from the Oshawa Generals had a fantastic second half of the year. Cameron Schmidt from the Vancouver Giants had, I think, 40 or 42 tucks this year. I mean, these are guys that there's a sleeper out here. I gotta throw his name out in case he comes out. Victor Klingsell from Sweden. I love Victor Klingsell. And this kid's got a chip on it. He's not here. I hope he's watching back home in Sweden, because he was a little aggravated that he wasn't coming to the draft for a variety of reasons. But keep an eye on that name. He's going to be a bulldog in the middle of this draft class.
Good call. I love that. And he was, again, we have the experience to get to the combine and interview a number of players, and his interview was absolutely fascinating. Detroit has made their selection. He's coming with some vigor.
The 11th pick in the 3rd round of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Detroit Red Wings have selected Mikhail Prado from Tri-City of the United States Hockey League.
All right, Books is a goalie. Yep. Out of Slovakia, the U18 team there tied for 2nd among all USHL rookie goalies and wins with 9 despite missing most of the season.
Lots of momentum on this kid in the back half of the season. I love his size. Look how wiry he is. You can see that. Again, he just needs to be coached up a little bit, but I do believe he's got NHL upside, guys. This isn't a guy that I think is a 3. I think he's a 2. And, athletic, long, lanky, sometimes over challenges moving forward out of his crease. So I'm not talking laterally, I'm talking pouncing moving forward, which gives him a little bit of a disadvantage. So these saves that you'll see because of his length, he's fine, but we're probably not going to have enough clips to see where he's outside the blue paint, out front of it, and he doesn't need to be. So he just needs a little bit of coaching. Super competitive. He gives his team a chance to win Czechia, or primarily Slovakia. And nice pick. Nice pick.
Nice suit. I love the 3-piece on the youngster.
I think he combined with some NHL teams, this kid, after the combine. Like, he went to some campuses, NHL campuses, so he was intriguing to a lot of teams.
They trade for a goalie and they draft a goalie, the Detroit Red Wings here today. So that's been an issue. I mean, you think about the goaltenders back in the day, and that was never an issue, right? And it's become an issue for Detroit the last couple of years. Went through a number of them last year. 5 or 6 goalies, I think, had at least one game there last year. John Gibson, if healthy, should help that out this year. Talbot had a good year, but I think they're just looking here to maybe buy some time for a Sebastian Cossa and maybe this guy here, 5-6 years down the road.
Nice to see Sean Horkoff back to his duties as an executive with the Red Wings after being super dad yesterday. Yeah.
Can you believe how big his son is, though? He towered over him.
Oh, yeah?
The dad.
Yeah. But Mom, I saw her for the first time.
And she's tall, too.
She's really tall.
She's tall,
so
yeah.
You can see the size. Yeah, he's put together, that kid. Like, he could be a tight end in college football. Like, he's a big boy.
Oh, he killed it at the combine.
Yeah.
I mean, he set the horizontal jump.
So let me ask you this. On the combine's results, is it more important the test results or the meetings with the teams, or is everybody already set? Like, what does the combines do for scouts and general managers?
So for me personally, I'm not a sports scientist, so when I go watch them at the combine, I learn a lot about how hard they compete in the test. I don't care so much about the result. I care where they're going to go from A to Z. Okay, get it done. And then in the meetings themselves, let's be honest. Some of these kids have never had a job interview before, and they come in front of us, a bunch of suits, and they're nervous about that. So you got to break them down down, make them feel as comfortable as possible. If they identify what they are without being robotic, I'm all on with that. I'm all on board with that. But for the physical testing stuff, just work as hard as you can, kid. I don't care if you're hurling in the garbage can after you're done. It just tells me that, you're not the strongest, but you're going to give everything you have. That's always my takeaway.
I take a lot from the combine, and it starts right away with the handshake, and we can continue that conversation forward.
All right, here we go. Detroit on the clock, but maybe not for long.
We have a trade to announce. The Detroit Red Wings have traded pick number 76 in the 2025 NHL Draft to the Columbus Blue Jackets for pick number 109 in the 2025 NHL Draft and Columbus's own fourth-round pick in the 2026 NHL Draft. Columbus is now on the clock.
All right, so a trade between Detroit and Columbus. Columbus moving up to spot number 76, so they are officially on the clock. Detroit moves back to pick 109, as well as getting Columbus's fourth-round pick coming up in next year's draft.
Can I something just came to me. Sam Bennett couldn't do a pull-up at the combine.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Middlestead, there's been quite a few guys that failed to pull themselves up to the bar, right?
No, he looks okay in the NHL. He's done all right? Sammy Bennett, Conn Smythe winner. Jeez.
But I look at it when someone walks into a room, do they shake your hand? Are they engaging other people in the room? Are they having conversation with you or just simply sitting there and going through the motions? Are they rehearsing the answers? Have they been coached up by the agent or by the parents or by their buddies? Have they been prepared? That tells me a lot simply about a person. Like, do you hold the door for somebody? Do you not? Do you acknowledge everybody in the room? Do you not? How are you treating your trainers, and how are you treating the support staff on your particular team? And then from there you go and you look at the exercise and sports science stuff. Is there something predictive you can find out about a person's body type or their skating that's going to impact their ability to improve those things moving forward? So I think about that a lot, but I also think about the character piece. That is hugely, hugely important to me. And I know I've walked out of a room before and I've said, there is not a way I would ever draft that player simply because of the 10 minutes I've spent with them. And so you like to think that all the work that you've done on the ice, you know what somebody is. That part to me is hugely, hugely important. And again, you leave the exercise and sports science stuff to the pros.
First impression's always a big impact. How about this? Columbus, Jason, hoping Malte Voss makes a big impact on their franchise. Defenseman from the Swedish junior team, or league, I should say, expected to attend Boston University coming up in 2025, 2026.
Interesting how many Swedes are coming over to play for some of these schools now, at the college level. It's truly a world campus for college hockey now, isn't it? 2 AD, not a lot of flash and dash here. Again, he's super agile and mobile, which gives him a chance, again, to play to an identity. That right there, I like. He's got that bite to him, he gaps up. He kind of went out of his way, but he caught him by surprise, so I'll take it. His recoveries, when I say he's a good skater, he gets from A to B on a straight line very well. Sometimes there's like this little hiccup in his recovery stride, and I don't want to get too scout speak for everybody, our viewers. So there's a little room for growth there, is what I'm trying to tell you. But he's got length, he's got some bite, he's a two-way guy. Don't expect much offense.
A couple SHL games too, so I think that's a nice feather in the cap for a player who's kind of. Those Swedish players tend to bounce around a little bit, so that's a nice feather in the cap for sure.
With the 13th pick in the third round of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Colorado Avalanche have selected Francesco Deleche from UMass and Hockey East.
So the Avs going out and get defenseman Francesco Deleche out of UMass Amherst of the NCAA. Great story here. This kid passed over in the last two NHL drafts, so his moment finally comes. Good things come to those who wait sometimes, and he had to wait a little bit, but this certainly the best day of his hockey life. Speaking of a big day, certainly a big day for Blake Fiddler, drafted by Seattle in round number 2. He's with our EJ Ranick. EJ.
Thanks, Jameson. Blake, exciting day. You remember the Seattle Kraken. What are the thoughts been going through your mind over the last, 24 hours? Because there was some thought maybe you'd go in the first round, so then you have to go sleep on it. How was it as you got ready for today?
Yeah, I couldn't be happier. It's an honor. I'm super thankful that they believe in me and that I'm finally drafted now at the Kraken. And, yesterday was, you think that maybe you're going, but that's how it goes sometimes. And something me and my dad always say is the draft doesn't really matter. He was undrafted.
That's right.
It doesn't matter when you go, but it's the work you put in after. So I'm just really excited to get going.
How was your dad? I mean, if hockey fans know your dad, Vern, he played in the league a long time. How is that relationship, and how has that helped you? I would sure it's helped you quite a bit because it gives you a little edge. He has insight, and you have insight into what it takes.
Yeah, he's helped me tremendously throughout my career so far. Just being able to go to him for whatever I need, really. He's a really good communicator, and he knows what it takes, and he's helped me learn what it takes to be an NHL player.
Well, Blake, you have, we were talking before he came on, because, your dad played in the NHL, you've moved around a little bit, right? And I said, have you been to Seattle? And you said, yeah, well, I played there last year. I mean, though you're in the Western Hockey League playing for Edmonton, so you're going to go there tomorrow. You'll have a little bit of a different look at Seattle tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I haven't been there since we played the Thunderbirds last year, so really excited.
Yeah. Did you have any idea that Seattle would be the team to take you? Did you have a couple of teams you thought they might be the one?
Not really. I talked to a lot of teams at the Combine, so it was kind of all up in the air.
Yeah. What's the plan now for the rest of the summer? I mean, it's an interesting time for you young guys because you're playing in the Western Hockey League. You're a dual citizen, but you play for Team USA. You have different options now. Is the plan just to kind of train and get ready for next season and let kind of things shake out?
Yeah, just trying to have a great summer, continue building, getting stronger, getting better at all parts of my game, and then plans to go back to Edmonton and kind of finish what we started there. We're going to have a good team next year and really want to win, so it'll be exciting.
How about World Juniors for Team USA?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I got a lot of work to do. I got to make that team, but went to the camp last year, and it was cool to get a little bit of taste of that.
All right, well, listen. Good luck the rest of the summer. Congratulations. You're a Seattle Kraken. Great to see it.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of the day, rest of the week. Good summer. We'll see you as things go on. J-Mo, back upstairs to you.
All right, Eej, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Stephen Hawk going to the Utah Mammoth with pick 78. And the Boston Bruins, Tony just took Cooper Simpson with the pick after that. A winger out of Shakopee High School in Minnesota. Led all Minnesota high school skaters in goals this season with 49.
In 31 games. That's a lot of goals. So he stayed in high school all 4 years, but he did go to Tri-City at the end of both his junior and senior year. And when he got to Tri-City this year in the USHL, he had 7 goals in 9 games. So that goal scoring from high school translated into the USHL, and that's a big jump from high school hockey in Minnesota to the USHL and playing against the big boys. To be able to score at that pace through 9 games is important. He's going to go to North Dakota. Obviously a shooter. He knows his strength, and he doesn't pass up shots. If he's got a puck around the net, that thing is being delivered to the net. So good young player, as most young players, especially playing and coming from high school. When he had the puck, he could keep it half the game. Right. But playing without the puck and learning those skills away from the puck will be what his big adjustment is.
I always wonder, like from a scout's perspective, from a coach perspective, when you have that kid from Minnesota, and it so often happens where they're playing high school and then they go to the USHL, how do you feel about that playing 2 different levels in a year? And does it impact what you feel about the player or how you feel about it?
The 16th pick in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I think if the kid can go into the USHL and show that he's got enough jam to be able to go to the battle areas and compete with those guys, because it's 20-pound difference in guys that are a heck of a lot bigger.
It's totally different. The energy, the length of the game, all that stuff is totally different. So my preference, to answer your question, is that he challenges himself in the USHL either in the fall and at the end of the season. It goes back for, sometimes they play in the Super League or whatever early in Minnesota there. So there's a lot of moving parts. I will say that. It's a big talking point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and it's frequent.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
All right, Sammy, tell us what the Flames are getting in Maceo Phillips here. Sounds like another big boy, 6'6", 233, and led all NTDP skaters in PIMS this year.
Yeah, awesome. So really interesting backstory about this guy. A gift from God. That's what Maceo means. And so being named that, I think you get an idea of what his family means to him, especially his mom, Amy, was a soccer player and a gymnast. So there's some athleticism there. But this guy comes from some humble beginnings, put up 103 penalty minutes this year. And again, like this theme, we can't go over it enough. But this guy is an athlete through and through. in terms of playing in the front end of your lineup. That's not something I would project from Maceo Phillips, but I like the backstory. I know he's been through some adversity in his younger years. That always seems to serve players well. In Calgary, they could use a little size on the back end, and I think this is a good pick here for a guy who could play that mean, physical, nasty game.
All right, Books, how about the Habs just taking Bryce Pickford here, a defenseman out of Medicine Hat. Pickford's 13 playoff goals. That's the most by defenseman in WHL modern history.
Sammy is giving me the tap because in our little pregame coffee meeting here, I had this kid highlighted. So he's 19 years old. They don't all mature at the same timeline, right? And what a great year Bryce Pickford had. He's a big part of the reason why the Medicine Hat Tigers made it to the Memorial Cup. Fellas, all situations plus 57, 58 this year. Plus 58, pretty good. When you're logging 25 plus minutes a night and you got, plus 58. So he's got the offense. He got really aggressive, more aggressive, definitely in the second half of the season. He started scoring a lot more goals, as you can see here, and timely. His compete's off the charts. He took him a little longer to develop. He's still going to need some time, but healthy pick here for the Habs.
What I have to say about that is, okay, he's been through it, the draft before, and as scouts, you're not giving up on the year, right? So you're watching him in the playoffs, you're watching him in the Memorial Cup, and there's enough there to say in high-leverage situations, that you can say to yourself, oh, wow, this guy is actually worth it. We're not just going to cast him aside because he's an older player. I love that, and I love that for your fraternity that they continue watching right through the end.
You hit it right on the head, though. It's the high leverage. Like when you've gone through a draft and you start to spike offensively in a category, I need to see results in high leverage. That's why I referenced the plus minus. It's not an exact statistic, but he's on the ice for key situations in the game and high leverage competition. That matters a lot.
For sure.
All right, Montreal going back-to-back. So they take Pickford at 81. They take a goaltender, Arseny Radkov, at number 82. The Oilers just made their selection. Tommy Lafreniere, Books, a center out of Kamloops in the WHL.
Yeah, so again, this one here is a little bit of an under-the-radar guy, but super skilled, super skilled. You look at his statistics there.
Pittsburgh
Kamloops was rebuilding this year, right? They were just okay. Kamloops was coming through a situation where he's not the biggest guy. Yeah, he plays not so much of a light game. He's an in-and-out guy with skill. In and out with skill, quick strike skill. He finds pucks in people's feet and traffic, and I think he's going to have a chance. He's a playmaker on the power play. I think, I'm doing this off the top of my head, I don't have it in front of me. I think he had 14 tucks on the power play. So it's somewhere in that range. Good pick. Let's roll the dice here. You got that skill attribute. And, he can add weight and round out the rest of his game.
How about the Pittsburgh Penguins? Oh, that's pretty good.
He's firing.
The Pittsburgh Penguins going with a goaltender here, and Gabriel Daig out of Victoriaville, a goaltender. I love this. Trained with Marc-Andre Fleury in 2022. They're from the same hometown. Flower gave Daig his number and said, reach out anytime, kid. And that kid has taken advantage of that. What a mentor to get the digits from in the future Hall of Famer Marc-Andre Fleury.
Yeah, so big goalie again, active, fellas, really active. The one thing I would say is that when I say in a scouting report that he sits tall in his butterfly to take advantage of his size advantage, there's some goalies, when they're big, they lean back on the back of their skates and they lose that tallness, and when they're down the butterfly, he sits tall in his butterfly, it's good. But when you've seen some of the highlights here, how active he is with his feet, there are times that he gets moving around a little bit too much. You think Marc-Andre Fleury, he's made a living of being active, right? But just kid, again, got to coach him up. Can't teach size, can't teach compete, can't teach athleticism. He's got that in spades. It's just going to take some time.
Not a bad guy who...
a little goaltending tip besides that being tall when you're on in your butterfly. Patty Waugh taught me this, and I was amazed at this. We were just around the net at one practice, and I'm just chatting with Patty, and he was in the talking mood, so he's get down on his knees, and he goes, shoot some pucks at me. So I had some pucks right in front of him, and he said, I want you to go top shelf. And, you're scared as a coach. You don't want to hit him in the neck or hit him in the mask. He said, no, go up top. And all he did, I saw net. Yeah. All he did was lean his shoulder forward like this, and there was no net anymore. But I see the net, but because of that angle with the forwards going...
Yeah, just closing it down.
Just closing it down, and that was one thing I learned from goaltending that I never would have figured out on my own. But Patty Waugh being Patty Waugh, I wanted to teach his coach something.
Story. That's so good. Like for people who have young goaltenders out there, what he's doing is he's using his body to block, where goaltenders for a time, they use only athleticism. So they go down their butterfly and it's all about catching the puck, you know, like that highlight catch. But now a lot of guys do it. Roberto Luongo, towards the end of his career when I was in Florida, so he was really proficient at that. Square up around the post, front it like this, sit tall, use your chest and your shoulders. That's a great point right there.
Love it. Giving out trade secrets for the goalie union.
Yeah, why not?
Appreciate that, right? Yeah.
Flowers giving out his phone number for crying out loud.
Oh, my goodness, right? Why not? Well, these kids hopefully hearing their names called pretty soon. We're going to take a time out. Pittsburgh back on the clock, back-to-back picks here. Their time winding down, so maybe a trade percolating. We'll find out when we come back.
Introducing the first superhero-inspired hockey trading card set, the 2025 DC Fanimation Crossover. Collect hockey players sporting uniforms inspired by DC superheroes exclusively on UpperDeckEPAC.com. Set up your free account today and add to your collection. Toyota takes you there. Don't miss out. Get in and go at your local Toyota dealer today.
Your spending changes month to month to month. So, the new CIBC Adaptive MasterCard automatically adapts month to month to month, earning you more points where you spend the most. Introducing CIBC Adaptive MasterCard.
Oh, yeah. You're looking at one of the newest reasons to love Red Lobster. New seafood boils, turning Crab Fest into a crab feast. That's the look of real happiness. Served daily only at Red Lobster.
Hey, it's your gut instinct. Always one step ahead. I know what's up and who's up. So next time the game's on and it feels game-changing, bet your way with Betway.
I'm a hot sleeper. First I kick the covers off, then the pillows.
Then me.
A cooling mattress can help. Let's find you the perfect one.
Hey, Canada, stay cool this summer. Get 25% off almost everything during the Sleep Cool event at Sleep Country.
Balderson has been masterfully aging our delicious cheese with the same time and care for over 140 years. So we wondered if anything else from back then had aged as well as us. It turns out that nothing ages as well as Balderson's Canadian craftsmanship.
With Prime Day coming July 8th through the 11th, greatness is a deal away.
Bust the move.
Shop deals from kitchen to electronics on Prime Day.
Bud Light, for a clean, crisp taste that's easy to enjoy.
It's still shrinking!
We need to add more softness.
The color needs to be vibrant.
And the fit needs to be just
right.
It's perfect! No bacon collar!
Thinner on the arms and chest and looser on the belly.
No more shrinking and no more fading.
Gentlemen, we did it. The perfect t-shirt for men.
Welcome back to the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft, rounds 2 through 7 here from the beautiful Peacock Theater in Los Angeles. While you were away, another trade. It was the Penguins who were on the clock. They traded their selection to Vegas. Vegas making their pick. We'll tell you about that in just a second. Listen into this one.
2025 NHL Draft. The Toronto Maple Leafs select Tyler Hopkins from Kingston.
All right, Tyler Hopkins selected by the Toronto Maple Leafs. But, Jason, I want to go back to Matteo Nobert. The Vegas Golden Knights trading up to select this youngster, a centerman out of Blainville, Boisbriand in the Q.
Equal parts shooter, distributor. I call him a power play specialist, guys. So it reminds me a little bit of like a Jonathan Marchessault type of a player coming out of the Quebec Major Junior League here. Great statisticals, or great stats, pardon me, as I trip over myself there. Well over a point a game. And, you know, he's not a heavy player by any stretch of the imagination, but he's got quickness and spurts, and he's an opportunist, I guess is what I would say. And, you know, that speaks to his hockey sense, right? He takes advantage of his opportunities and produces. So
have made their selection.
You're in that area of the draft, you're taking some risk, and offensive upside's a good risk.
5 NHL draft from Dynamo, St. Petersburg, junior hockey.
Look at those unis, the Christmas uni.
Tis the season.
Great.
All right, Sammy, let's talk Tyler Hopkins here at number 86, a center from Kingston out of the OHL. Huge fan of country music. Morgan Wallen, favorite guy. If you could have dinner with anybody, though, Snoop Doggy Dogg for shizzle.
Well, put on that jersey, call the Snoop Dogg. He's probably in town. Maybe you could have a little dinner with the Snoop Dogg. But, you know, you talk about dreams becoming a reality. Who's his favorite team growing up? The Toronto Maple Leafs. How cool is this for Tyler Hopkins? He's a first-round OHL pick. He's a skilled guy. He's best of friends with Matthew Schaefer, so I'm sure Schaefer will be all over this pick in congratulating him on that. 51 points here with the Kingston Frontenacs this year. This is a guy who's got quick release.
24th pick.
I think he's more kind of a middle guy than he is a top-line guy. But a guy who can find a way to get there. He can still produce the offense that you need. Will probably score more in junior than he would in terms of pace-wise at the next level. But a guy who I think fits comfortably in your middle six.
Okay, Carolina's selecting Roman Bosov, a defenseman from Dynamo St. Petersburg of the MHL. Had a strong offensive start this year, 5 points in 7 games. Mike Kelly, the LA Kings like Christian Epperson.
As do I, JMO, as do I. I think this is a good value pick here. Coming off a breakout year in the OHL. He's an overager, was locked into a bit of a checking role with the national team development program, and I don't think he had a chance to hit his potential there. Cut from the U18 team, passed over in the draft, but played it in Saginaw with Michael Misa and absolutely blossomed this year. We've got him 71st, so, you know, for us at least, we're getting him 88. That's a good value pick. He's going to be going to Denver. He's going to get great coaching from David Carl, who's obviously a fantastic coach. Possession, driving forward, good on the forecheck, a lot to like.
Great hockey nickname, too. Crispy, they call him.
New York Rangers select Artem Gonchar from Magnitogorsk, the Russian Junior League.
All right, so Artem Gonchar selected 89th overall by the New York Rangers, a defenseman out of Magnitogorsk Junior, the MHL. Jason, we certainly know that last name. Uncle Sergey played 1,301 career NHL games with 6 different teams.
Two-way transitional defenseman, sneaky, really sneaky with the puck. You know, power play quarterback. His statistical analysis doesn't bleed a lot of offense, but he's capable. He handles it and he moves. He's laterally, he can walk the line and open up lanes to make some plays. I think he's a depth defenseman at the NHL organizational level. Let's see how it goes. He's going to have to clean up some defensive deficiencies. It'll take some time.
The New Jersey Devils select Mason Moe from Madison of the USHL.
All right, Tony Mason-Moe, centerman out of Madison of the USHL, scored 5 goals in 6 games for Madison during the 2025 USHL postseason. So, clutch performer when it comes to crunch time.
Yeah, he's got high-end speed. He's good from the circles in. He's a guy that has got a very powerful skating base. He's going to go to the University of Wisconsin and play for Bobby Motzkow, next year's U.S. World Junior coach. So Andy Brandt, you know, he's had 2 guys now. He had Raker Lee and he had this guy here, and Mason Moe. And he said both these kids is to have coaches 18 years old and know they have a chance to play pro. But the thing about them having a chance to play pro, they think the game like pro. So Mason Moe is going to have himself a good opportunity, and hopefully he does well for the New Jersey Devils someday.
All right, so Mason Moe, selection here, round number 3 for the New Jersey Devils. The Pittsburgh Penguins back on the clock. Pittsburgh's had a couple of selections here in round number 3. Any kind of themes shaping up in your opinion here in round number 3 so far?
Wow, crazy. Like the smaller skilled guys. I think you're at the point in the draft now where you definitely can take a chance on those guys. Like Cameron Schmidt, the way he gets up and down the ice, the way he shoots pucks. Mooney, you've watched him a lot more than I do, so too have you, Tony. But my goodness, is he a dynamic, creative, offensive player? Like, and with pedigree too. That's the other thing. You talked about bloodlines before, and this guy has pedigree as well. So it is fascinating to me. But what it does tell me is that this truly is a copycat league. When you see the way the playoffs are contested, when you see how smaller guys, especially on defense, when you talk about the grand scheme and the 7 deep,
selection.
Not many guys 6 foot or under. So that proves to be true. Having said that, you don't know what's in here sometimes, and I think some of these smaller guys deserve the opportunity because of how smart they are and just how skilled they are.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with that. The skill is there. Take the chance. But you're right. It is a copycat league. But we're in the 3rd, 4th round of the draft here.
Yeah.
So, this is where you got to take that risk, in my opinion.
All right, Tony, what kind of risk did maybe the Pittsburgh Penguins take in a kid like Brady Peddle?
Oh, it's a kid that I like. I've watched quite a bit as he's with Waterloo in the USHL. He's one of those guys that's just steady, moves the puck. He doesn't try to do anything too fancy, but he did come up with 3 assists in the last game of the year as they got eliminated in the USHL finals against Muskegon. So he's a guy that can step up and surprise some people offensively, but he's got an edge to his game, and he plays hard as the copycat.
Just like his dad, Brad.
Just like his dad. So you know his dad and watched his dad. So.
Yeah, and his dad's been a coach in youth sports hockey for a long time at the collegiate level in Toronto. He had a brother, Ty, that went and drafted a couple of years ago. So you know you're going to get work ethic out of those Maritime kids, no question.
28 in the 3rd round, the Winnipeg Jets have selected Owen Martin from Spokane of the Western Hockey League.
All right, Owen Martin, a centerman out of Spokane of the WHL, going to the Winnipeg Jets with pick 92 in round number 3. Martin, a very strong finish to the 2024-25 campaign with 21 points in his final 18 games played. He had 8 goals of those 21 points. You can see the highlights of him right here. Owen Martin, get it done. 6 foot, 185, going to the Winnipeg Jets.
Well, it's a Spokane team that I think is on the rise. Brad Lauer, former pro coach, is over there now. I saw him in the lobby the other day. They like what their team is going to be bringing to the table next year. The Winnipeg Jets stay in the Western Hockey League, if you will, and so interesting to see where Martin goes here. But I like the program that Spokane has. They have a very pro setup there, and they've produced guys. We saw Berkeley Cat come out of there last year, and I think we'll see a couple more guys coming up next year as well.
So talk about inside information. Brad Lauer was most recently an assistant coach with the Winnipeg Jets.
There you go.
Connect the dots. We were talking about themes, and while we wait on the Washington Capitals to make their selection here as time winds down in round number 3, the Carolina Hurricanes, certainly there's a theme trending in that direction. 10 Russians selected in the last 2 drafts. So is this Carolina maybe, we talk about some high risk or low risk, high reward type scenarios with the way the geopolitical events are going in the world right now? You don't get a real chance to maybe see these kids as well as you used to in the past, that you never know what you're going to get, maybe a diamond in the rough that nobody else knows about?
They have a number of guys that lean to the analytics side, that lean to the video side on their scouting staff. And so I think they do a really good job in that department. I always believe that it's nice to have boots on the ground, and surely they do have some of that as well. But when you get to a certain point in the draft and you have 1 million picks, what you're doing is literally just shooting more darts at the dartboard. How many of those guys ever get signed? How many of those guys ever come over? I mean, I'd love to go back and look at the history of all that. But having said that, if you feel really confident about a guy and the program he's coming from, and you do have some boots in the ground, and the analytics measure up, and the skill part measures up, then why not take a chance? Because exponentially, when you get to this part in the draft, it's really difficult to find players who are going to be National Hockey League players. Now, Books might disagree with me a little bit, but his pedigree...
I'm seething over here.
Yeah, I know. And his pedigree is with drafting guys late, that you can stay in a situation where you have boots on the ground, surely, and feel much better about that player.
It's too many. It's too many. You have a real challenge when you draft Russian players to manage their development path. It's a real challenge. And when you get into these types of numbers, 10 or whatever it is right now, in the depth chart scheme of things, it's too many. And yeah, some of them might hit. Most of them aren't going to hit, and you're not going to have a heck of a lot of control over that process. And that's a humongous concern for me, especially when I see all these other names that are on the board here. It's definitely analytics driven, and I love analytics to a point. The problem with analytics, guys, is when you watch an NHL hockey game on TV, what does the camera follow? It follows the puck. You don't see everything. I don't see the kid warm up. I don't see the goaltender warm up and start the game on time. The centerman who's got to win the first draw, how he's interacting with his teammates. The coach gives him a little bit of a scolding. How does he react? All these things. So analytics takes you, to the pond, but it doesn't allow you to drink the water. So it's too many as far as I'm concerned.
All right. The guy I don't see right now as we look at the stage are E.J. Rannick. That's because he's backstage inside the draft house with the GM who had maybe the easiest job on day number 1, taking Matthew Schaefer. It's Matthew Darche, GM of the Islanders.
Matthew Darche, maybe the busiest man over the last month in the National Hockey League. Congratulations on the job with the Islanders, and you've gotten right to work. You made a big trade yesterday. You had the first overall pick. I'll start with the trade. How did that come together to move Dobson out and bring those picks back?
Well, we went through this hoping to re-sign the player, and we couldn't agree on a contract, which happens in sports. It was all good, and we had good discussions with his team, and we decided to get the best we can by moving Noah, and we're really excited with the picks that we got yesterday, the players that actually fell to those picks. So we're excited to have them on board.
And you had the first overall pick in the draft. You drafted Matthew Schaefer. He is such a unique person, aside from being a terrific talent. As you jumped into that job and you're talking to your scouts and you're focused on this draft, what was it to you? Was there one thing, or was it just the total package that he brings to the table?
I think it's a total package, because on top of being an outstanding player, because he's an elite defenseman that can skate, play both ways, and on top of it, he's probably as an outstanding individual as he can be a player, which is when you spend time with him, it's his maturity level for a 17-year-old is off the charts. So we're really, really excited to have him on board. Hopefully he'll be an Islander for many, many years to come.
I want to ask you about those other 2 picks that you made, because you ended up with a couple of really good players. But I do have to ask about the situation there in terms of James Hagens, a local guy, a very high-end prospect. There was a lot of talk you were trying to maybe move up to get him. Were you close at any point, do you think, to maybe making that happen?
Well, James is a great player also. So you look at every opportunity during a draft, and we look, but there's a reason the team drafted him, because he's a very good player. So they're not just going to, because he's from Long Island, we'll let you draft him if we like him, because he's a good player. So they decided to draft him. So, we like the player, and Boston got a real good prospect.
So let's get to the guys you did end up with. You got Eklund at 16 and Aitchison at 17. I don't think you could be really happier at that. You got a really good, skilled forward and a tough, nasty defenseman.
Well, for sure, and the main thing with both of them is they compete. Their compete level is off the chart also. Eklund might not be the biggest guy, but I know the guys in the room here were saying that he's fearless. He goes on the forecheck, he goes to net front, and sometimes you're thinking, because he's not the biggest guy, well, how is he going to survive? But he does every game, and he brings it. He's always on pucks. The intensity is there, and Kashan, you see the highlights online, like the way he hits, the way he can move the puck, the way he skates. He's definitely a defender that when the forwards are on the ice, they know he's on the ice, because you have to keep your head up with him.
All right, July 1st, just around the corner, free agent window opens. Anything you are looking to do, areas of your team you're looking to improve?
We're looking at different opportunities, whether it's at forward or on D. If we find something that makes us a better team, we will do it.
All right, Matthew, congratulations on the new job. A great start for you guys. Good luck with the rest of the draft and free agency, and we'll see you down the road.
Thanks, EJ.
2025 NHL draft to the Minnesota Wild in exchange for Declan Chisholm and pick number 180 in the 2025 NHL draft.
Crafty. All right, so
you're on the clock.
Yeah, a trade alert right there. So the Washington Capitals on the clock here to round out round number 3. While we were listening to the Matthew Darche interview, we also had another trade. The Capitals trading away at pick 93. Ottawa jumping up 3 spots. They chose Blake Vanek. You certainly know that last name. He's a winger out of Stillwater High School. His dad, Thomas, 5th overall selection in 2003. Played over 1,000 NHL games with 8 different teams. So Blake Vanek going 93 to the Ottawa Senators. Jason, after that, it was Cameron Schmidt to the Dallas Stars.
Wow. Joe McDonnell sneaks in there at pick 94 for Cameron Schmidt. Wow. This could be gold for the Dallas Stars. He's undersized, but he's uber skilled. He plays in Canada's national teams. He scored over 40 goals. I call him more of a power play specialist / play driver. He's got some holes defensively. That's fine. You know what you're getting in this kid here. He's got top 6 NHL forward upside. Cole Caulfield light if he hits all his moves.
Just some comparison. The Caulfield family's watching together back in Michigan, so Dad just texted me. He's watching with Bracken.
Think about that, though, for a second. What did Logan Stankoven net for the Dallas Stars? Guy named Mikko Rantanen, right? So they're not afraid to go down that road. You see the ultra skill that Cameron Schmidt has. Be interesting to see if he can kind of go along that Stankoven path and become a meaningful member of the Dallas Stars.
Okay, we saw Teddy Mutrin, a centerman, go to San Jose at pick 95, a centerman out of Chicago of the USHL, committed to Boston College, and that's a pretty familiar school. His dad, Scott, was BC's starting quarterback in 1998. Guess who he beat out for that starting job? Tim Hasselbeck.
I know that answer.
I didn't know. Trivia time with Tony.
Well, the only reason I know the answer is the U18s, both Mutrin brothers were there. So
Gotcha.
Study the family.
Okay. All right. Well, round 3 officially in the books. We'll take a quick timeout here from the Peacock Theater in LA, and then we're back on the clock. Ottawa, you are kicking off round number 4.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Rogers Xfinity. Get on Canada's most reliable internet. Learn more at rogers.com/Xfinity.
I'm Ivanka Osmak, and this is
everything I need, all in the Sportsnet app.
Podcast,
Breaking news, highlights.
Ken, where have you been?
Oh, you know, just tapping the app.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
When people can sense danger, they either fight, fly, or freeze.
Time this side we want to be.
I think I have to fight magic with magic.
Wait, what?
Ironheart, now streaming. Toyota takes you there. Don't miss out. Get in and go at your local Toyota dealer today.
Today, let's stain with Bear.
Today we're
This is so great. I've been telling him for months.
There's been a lot of rain.
With Bear stains, your deck will have all-weather protection.
Oh.
Get the most trusted stain brand at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot. Today, let's paint with Bear. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier.
He did the research. Bear is the most trusted paint brand.
Guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
He's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great quality paint at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Hey, Daddy! Wait, come back! Wait, come back. I need more help.
Take a load off it. Take a load for free.
Today we went to the beach, and it was totally worth it. Stay 3 nights this summer at Best Western and get $50 off a future stay.
Blue Jays, Red Sox, today on Sportsnet.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and the 2025 National Hockey League Draft, brought to you by Upper Deck. That's Jason Bukala bringing you back, which is a first, but I think I did okay.
Nice job.
You crushed it.
Yeah, way to go, man.
JMO's back too now, so that we feel better now.
There was a long line to get to the bathroom out there, so.
Lucas Beckman went, guys, the goaltender from Baie-Comeau in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, a maritime league. I'm sorry for that mistake there. Left catching goaltender, good size, 6'2", $182. He's big in the net. Again, the guy that's square the shooter. I like that about him. He doesn't travel too much. I think he's got high-end backup, like a 2A. We're talking about a guy that can play between 25 and 35 games, a Casey DeSmith sort of a player, if you are a goaltender on projection. Sound crease composure, battles. He really battles. And, you know, a great glove hand there. I like to see that. And, you know, guys, in this range, I have to be honest, goaltenders like Pekka Rinne was drafted by the Nashville Predators when there was 9 rounds in this draft, if you can imagine, in like the 9th round. So anything is possible if you're athletic enough and you compete and you put the work in, right, Tony? You got to work at your craft, and Lucas Beckman's going to do that.
It says something even when you play for a national team and you're like the third goalie. Like, it still says something there, so that if you're picked there, that you've come up through the track and obviously someone thinks very highly of you. Julian Sumpf is a guy that I want to talk about a little bit, and a fascinating character, maybe a late bloomer of sorts. Played the Memorial Cup with Moncton, had an extended run through the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League Championship with the Wildcats, has made his mark playing internationally with Team Germany. This guy has gone to camps in each of the last 2 years. He's a 20-year-old now. But in order to secure his rights, instead of waiting around for maybe a camp invite, you jump on him here, as did the Chicago Blackhawks in taking some. So he can score goals. You know, you like to see a little bit more hardness in his game as well. But in terms of the skill, the ability to get to the net, no problems whatsoever. At 10 goals in the Q playoffs. So this is a guy here that I think is going to be very motivated to take advantage of an opportunity, not just going as a camp invite the last couple of years, but going as a drafted player this year to camp with Chicago.
All right, New Jersey Devils with pick 99 going with size between the pipes with Trenton Bennett. He is a goaltender out of Kemptville, the CCHL in Canada. The last 6'8" goaltender selected in the NHL draft, or player I should say, was Curtis Douglas back in 2018 by Dallas. So Bennett, a big boy at 6'8". Boston taking Vasek Planar at pick 100, and Drew Shaw just chosen with pick 101 by the Anaheim Ducks. Tony.
Great skating defenseman. I thought he was outstanding at the U18s. He's one of those guys that is a puck rusher for sure, but he only puck rushes when the time is right. So he doesn't force it. He makes sure that he recognizes time and score who's he's on the ice against. But at key moments in that U18 tournament, when that team needed a goal, he was up and into play. So I got a lot of time for this kid. He's a Green Bay kid. Going to Michigan, where his dad was also at Michigan with Jason Botterill, the general manager of the Seattle Kraken. They won a national championship there together, so they got some pedigree. We're going a lot of pedigree things. Dad could play too, so looking forward to see how this kid does as he enters his college career and then eventually into the pros.
You have a good appreciation for the simplicity in this game. You know, he plays a simple game. He's kind of those steady Eddie type guys that I think you need to have in your decor. He's not going to overwhelm you with any particular part of his game, and he's probably a guy like a referee or a linesman. If you don't notice him throughout the course of the game, he's done a good job, and I feel he's that type of player.
I think competitive, Tony? Like at the U18s there, boy.
Absolutely.
He's a team guy through and through. I really like that pick. I think that
me too.
I think he's a glue guy to have in your organization.
All right, how would you describe Adam Bennick here for the Minnesota Wild, a centerman out of Youngstown of the USHL?
There we go. The smaller guys are going.
There we go.
So this kid came to my attention. We were there together, Sammy, in Plymouth. This is 2 years ago as an underage when he was playing in the Four Nations tournament there. Dynamic little guy, and you know what? He plays on the world stage, represents his country in all the big tournaments. In Youngstown, he had to make some adjustments this year, but I believe he's got NHL upside. I really, truly do. Why? Because he's quick, he's super competitive, he always wants the puck, he's always around the puck. You notice him all the time, despite his stature. So, great pick there. Like, this is, I'm starting to get a shine on even more because I think these kids have fallen too far in the draft. You know, we're in that range. This is crafty by Minnesota. Yeah.
Set the all-time record for most career points at the Helenka Gretzky Cup with 21 points in 10 games.
Yeah, amazing.
He's a real good player.
Pick overall, Buffalo selects Matush Kuharchik, center with Slavia Juniors, Czechia.
Next order of selection is Anaheim.
All right, Jason, this is your guy. You want to go with the pronunciation, or you just want to tell us what this kid is like as a hockey player? Pick your poison.
Yeah, I'm gonna avoid the pronunciation.
Matus Jan Kacharik.
Yeah. You start going through the whole thing here. So, great handle, eh? It's a trainer's nightmare when he's got to put some of these names on the back of a jersey. But NHL projection, depth forward, he's a two-way matchup guy for me, guys, and he doesn't really push the needle a great deal for me offensively. I have to be honest with you, this was a video scouting situation for me, and I don't want to contradict my process. I'm not sold on the projection necessarily, and that's why he's a depth forward at this stage. I need a little bit more on him. But two-way forward, competes. He's got some speed to his game, so there's a chance there. The Eastern Europeans are programmed a certain way, and the first thing out of the box, they're super competitive. They're very hard out, and he fits that mold.
His dad, Thomas, was an 8th-round pick of Toronto in 1991. The kid was born in Italy. Only 3 players born in Italy have ever been drafted into the NHL. So.
A little bit of the run of the goalies now, which usually you see that in round number 2. So here we are in round 4, and they're just kind of checking off the list, checking off the boxes here to find goaltenders. I mean, listen, the way I feel about goalies, I have such a hard time projecting them at this age, and I look at them and you look at the history of what they do in their NHL careers. You have to wait till they're about 25 years old. You go into whatever league you are at 16, you're a backup, you're not playing many games. At 17, if you're the average goalie, yeah, you're getting into some more games, maybe 30. Okay, at 18, you're expected to be a starter, you're playing 50 games, and now what are you doing from 18 to 25? That's the big question mark. Can you find places to play, whether it's in junior hockey, college hockey, and get enough games? Yeah, we know the training's there. You can do all that stuff in the summer. But the ability to find games is most important for goalies, and that's why they take so long.
All right, the Anaheim Ducks just took a goalie, and Elijah Neuenschwander. Can I buy a consonant, Books? You've got back-to-back all name teams.
Yeah, another big body, though, JMO, 6'4", 200 pounds, just short of 200 pounds. Again, he has a size advantage. His read, react, and track. So when I watch this kid play, I see that he sees how it's developing, but his reaction to get to where he's got to go sometimes is just a shade off. But having said that, you see that he's thinking it. He's got the athletic ability. Again, he just needs to be coached up. And to Sammy's point, it's a great point. When you draft goaltenders, it's usually 2 contract sequences before they really arrive to be what you would classify as an NHL goaltender. So you have time on a guy like this.
How about Travis Hayes, Sault Ste. Marie, just selected by the Pittsburgh Penguins?
So Travis Hayes, here we go. So Travis Hayes came from the U.S. national team program back in the day, and he made the move to Sault Ste. Marie. I think he's a bottom 6 forward. Why? Because he's got better than secondary offense. I don't know that trajectory plays out at the NHL level, but what really does is that he's super competitive. Like, he is engaged. He really wants to be involved. He wants to try and be a difference maker. And when you watch him here net front, even on the battle, you watch the celebrations on this kid when he gets a chance to touch it and score goals. Like, he is really, really fun to watch. And Sault Ste. Marie, it's a hotbed for kids to go play. When you walk around in Sault Ste. Marie, and I was director of player personnel a lifetime ago there, when you walk around that town, you're like the Toronto Maple Leafs, or the Montreal Canadiens.
It's such a storied franchise.
It's a storied franchise. And he fits the bill of a Sioux Greyhound. I love his compete, guys, and he's got better than secondary. So we'll see where it goes.
From Brantford.
Tough to feed those kids, though. 4 hockey-playing brothers. And I've watched a couple of them come up through the OHL.
Max out the credit cards at that point.
You got it.
All right, so Parker Holmes just selected by the Chicago Blackhawks, but let's talk about Tomasz Politin here for the New York Islanders, Books. That's another one of your guys.
Oh, geez, we're going to run on my guys here. Again, we're in that middle of the draft kind of area that we're starting to take more and more risk, right? And if you look at it here, 4th line forward with the card, what gives him more of a chance than some of the other guys? He's got the physical element to play in that depth role. So you're going to have to be able to push back that way with the energy. He's 6'1", he's 206 pounds. I'm not banking on a ton of skill, but I'm banking more on that bull moose in a China shop type of an approach, and that's what he'll give me.
All right, Politin for the New York Islanders, actually the captain of his Czechia team.
Always involved.
At the
Always
U18
around
World
it.
Championships. Yeah, he scored 2 goals in 5 games at the 2025 U18 World Championship.
A lot of the video when you break down this kid as the captain there is you're going to see that he's a distraction. Like, because he goes to the hard areas and he's extending plays, a lot of opponents, they kind of collapse on him, if you will. It's like more than one check. He's not an easy out. And that gives you pause, right? Because if you can just chip it down the wall when you're attracting more than one check, it's not necessarily him that's going to put it in the back of the net, but he's going to open up space for you, Tony, to do what you do, walking it to the face.
An underrated skill. A lot of times you watch players and you miss that little part of it. And if you can identify as a player, okay, before I pass the puck, if I can draw a defender to me, guess what? The guy that has the puck is going to have a lot more time. And if you get that natural skill that's built into your game, that certainly helps you develop and grow and become more important. And if you become more important, guess what? Coach puts you on the ice more and you get to show your skills off.
All right, we're going back downstairs, checking with E.J. Raddick. He's back in the NHL Draft House. He should be paying rent at this point with how long he's spent inside there. He's with Preds GM Barry Trotz.
Barry, first round, you end up with Brady Martin. Give me your thoughts on what went through your mind, your scout's mind. Why was he the guy for you?
Well, I think, we had our order was really good. And obviously, there's a really good group of players in that area. But when it came down to it, you're looking for a player that, sort of has that it factor, can lead you with his work ethic, he sort of pulls you into the fight. Old guys like us, we think of, the Brian Trottiers and the Bobby Clark type of mentality guys that sort of bring that it factor to a group. And we just felt that Brady's it factor, he's such a humble person, as you know. He's got a fantastic work ethic, hates to lose, and his skill set is really underrated. You look at from Christmas on, his point total was higher than a lot of those top people that were all around him. And so we're hoping that with in the future that he's going to be a tremendous piece for us as we go forward here. So our scouts had a lot of passion for him, and as there was a lot of good players all around him, but it's that separating factor, that, as we call that it factor, when he walks in a room, you sort of gravitate to him.
Hey, Barry, we hear about all the different rumors, draft picks, who's trading who's trying to move up, who's moving back. I mean, you had a number of picks in the first round this year. Were there a lot of phone calls? Were there a lot of discussions?
There was a tremendous amount of discussions. I was on the phone after he made the 5th pick, and I had, we've done some preliminary work on the front end, but I was on the phone probably from about pick 7 through 18, I think. Mm-hmm. And I actually had a deal, and our player fell through in the, fairly early. The player that we were trying to get another player within the top 12, 13 picks, and we had a deal in place, but one team grabbed the player, and we had to move on from there. But there's still some other guys that were on our board, and I worked my way up, I think, to 18 or 19, and then we already had a pick at 23. So.
All right, so let me ask you now. July 1st is coming up. Last year, you guys were very active. What do you think it's going to be like this year in terms of maybe moving some pieces around or adding some pieces? What do you expect to do with your team in free agency?
Well, last year, obviously, I think I won July 1, according to everybody. And I was the one that said, too, it's fantasy hockey until it, become a good team. We did most of our work last year, and then the way the season went, I was using the term clean the porch a little bit for our young guys. The plan hasn't changed for us. The plan has always been in pen, and really the path has been in pencil. And I didn't think we were going to have the year we had last year, but when we went to where we were last year, as I said, this year we're going to start the infusion of some younger players. We've got a really good group that we feel that are ready to pop out of the American League. They've spent a year, maybe 2 years in the American League, and they're now ready to contribute at the National Hockey League level. So there'll be a really good blend. I mean, we've got some tremendous players. I think having a full year of Roman Josi back and Jeremy Lazan back in the fold, Our defense will be better. Hopefully, a young guy like Tanner Mollendijk will press for a job here. Yeah, he has in the last 2 years. We've got some young players that probably played a little too soon last year. We were hoping they would come maybe in the second half, but guys like Svechkov and LaRue that played games for us last year. I really think this year you're looking at Kemmel, who's done a really good job down in the minors, and maybe a Schaefer be a guy that would be giving us games. And Edstrom came in the Ascroft trade, and he got his first taste of the American League. But maybe by Christmas, maybe he'll see some action as well. So I think the infusion the last couple of years of us drafting, those kids are starting to pop a little bit. So as I said in my 4-year plan was that this would be the year where a lot of the kids would start blending with a lot of our really quality veterans, like the Forsbergs and the Stamkos and the Marchessaults and the O'Reillys and all that. So the plan will stay the same. We're just in sort of year 3 of it now.
All right. Well, listen, Barry, thanks so much for the time. Good luck with the rest of the draft. I'm sure we'll talk to you soon.
Take care, EJ.
All right. Back to you, Jameson.
All right, Each, thank you very much. Well, we heard from Barry Trotz there. A couple of picks and names going off the board. Tampa trading up, swapping picks with the Boston Bruins to get pick 108. And with that selection, they took Benjamin Rautiainen, a center from Tappara of Liga. He scored the game-winning goal in overtime for Finland in the 2025 World Junior Championship semifinals against their arch-rival Sweden. Brent Solomon to the Red Wings at 109, and Igor Borikov at 110 to the Utah Mammoth. Halfway through round number 4, the Rangers on the clock. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back from the Peacock Theater in just a minute.
Introducing the first superhero-inspired hockey trading card set, the 2025 DC Fanimation Crossover. Collect hockey players sporting uniforms inspired by DC superheroes exclusively on UpperDeckEPAC.com. Set up your free account today and add to your collection.
We've been Mazda owners since 2011.
We have CX-90. That's the complete package. Driving dynamics, reliability, and safety.
I know that every time I buckle my kids into our Mazda, that it helps us get where we're going safely. The moment I got behind the wheel of a Mazda, I knew that I would be a Mazda owner for a very long time.
It's a great vehicle, great brand, great people.
Find out why. Nothing moves you like Mazda.
Take your casino experience to the next level.
Oh, Canada! Stay tuned for a ship direct to you special Canadian dollar pricing on InstaSeal. When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell, the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for just 4 easy payments of $33.33 Canadian. Yes, you pay in Canadian. That's not all. For everyone that orders today, we'll drop 1 payment. You get it all for 3 easy payments of $33.33 Canadian. Plus, you'll get free shipping from our Canadian warehouse. Canada, order now.
Call 1-800-313-4074 or go to instaseal.ca. That's 1-800-313-4074 or order online at instaseal.ca.
How about the drama of Stanley Cup final hockey? Big game players coming up with big game plays, and these two are writing their own stories this time around. These Florida Panthers, this is like old school hockey. Sam Reinhart, the night of his life. The reign's going to continue. The Florida Panthers back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. What an experience it is to share with your teammates. This is the most exciting time for all.
Welcome back to the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft, rounds 2 through 7 in Hollywood, Los Angeles, California, the Peacock Theater in downtown LA, just outside of Crypto.com Arena, the home of the LA Kings. A couple of picks going off the board here during commercial break. Saw Mikael Eriksson going to the New York Rangers, Mads Konsbach Clevo to the Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, Gustav Hillstrom to the New Jersey Devils. But Mike Kelly, I know you like John Mooney. We've been waiting on that name for a while. LJ Mooney to the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah, you're right. I like John Mooney at 113. Are you kidding me? And look, obviously he's an undersized guy. He's 5'7", 162 pounds. He plays bigger than his size. We had him projected at 59th overall. And this is a guy who's an absolute water bug with the puck, highly skilled. He is a buzzsaw without it. You notice him all over the ice. Got some NHL bloodlines, a cousin of Logan Cooley. And I'll say this real quick, guys. A couple of years ago, the Montreal Canadiens drafted a smaller guy, 62nd overall. We had him ranked as a mid-first rounder. You know what? We were wrong, too. Because Lane Hudson would be a top 5 pick right now in that draft. So I don't mind this pick at all in that spot. Good for the Habs for betting on a smaller guy again, as they've done in the past.
All right, Kels, thank you very much. Books, the Buffalo Sabres just taking goaltender Samuel Milosh here, a goaltender out of the QMJHL with Red Noranda.
Yeah, again, good size, 6'2", 190. Like, we're not getting any of these guys that are 6'2", $165 type things. Like, these kids are put together, and again, active, athletic, butterfly. There's no secret here, guys. A lot of these goaltenders are all playing the same way. They're athletic enough, they're competitive enough to give themselves an opportunity to be drafted. Now what has to happen is just cleaning up crease composure, battling through traffic, and it's really between the years, Sammy, if that makes sense. You know, he's got the athletic ability. He's got enough there. The baseline's in place. His stats were very good. Like,
Can I throw something out there? He's got the best goaltending name of any goalie's drafted. Because one of my favorite was, as a person and a goalie, was Gilles Milosh. So hopefully he has a little bit of Gilles in him. He wasn't quite that big, but he was pretty darn good in his day.
I love that name drop. That's awesome.
Great name drop. Sammy, what can you tell us about David Lewandowski here for the Edmonton Oilers, a winger out of Saskatoon?
Well, tied for 7th among all WHL rookies in plus-minus in 21, so you have to like that. Size, yeah, just slightly above average. I mean, you're trying to win with guys on the wing that you know can go in and play a physical style of game, but he gets there when he has to. You see he has no problem going to the net front. Like, that's one thing that you can't teach, his ability to get to the net front. Picked up to 24 assists this year to go along with those 15 goals. You're looking at a guy here that projects that, hey, we're going to play a little bit of a two-way game. We're going to be able to give you some secondary offense. We're going to be able to get to the net front every now and then and surprise you with his skill. So Lewandowski at 6'1", 177, a little bit of room to grow here as well. Born in Germany, so and also an interesting fact about this young man. A couple of goals for Germany at the World Juniors. When you're selected to play for the national team at that level, there's obviously someone who's done that work to be able to make that player part of the program. Now, Germany hasn't quite been as strong the last couple of years as it was with that run through the Peterka and Draisaitl and going back, thinking about Tim Stützle and those guys. So there is a little bit more opportunity there. But Julius Sumpf, we saw him go a little bit earlier out of Moncton, and we get a chance here to see Lewandowski do the same thing.
Whenever we travel for these drafts, whether it's year in and year out, LA, Vegas, Mike Kelly, part of our crew, always brings the funk. He's our guy. Now he's talking about a funk. Linus Funk, a defenseman out of the Swedish Junior League. Mike, bring the funk.
Hey, hopefully I'm not in a funk today, JMO. You guys are crushing it up there. You're definitely not. But yeah, 6'3", kind of rangy, versatile. Grades out in the top 10 percentile in playmaking, as you can see among defensemen in this draft. Obviously, see this as a value pick. We've got him 88th. He ends up going 118th overall. So, you know, transition, he doesn't have the most consistent results there as a puck mover. That's reflected in that player attribute. I think you can see the makings of a potentially a third pair NHLD, given his frame, given his skill set. He'll be an interesting guy to watch, as we talk about in the Swedish Junior League, how he develops as he gets a little stronger and fills into that frame and moves up against tougher competition as well.
All right, Kels, thank you very much. So Linus Funk going to the Colorado Avalanche halfway through round 4 here, 118. What do you guys think about the pace here? Day 2, decentralized draft. It started off a little bit slower. A lot of trades in rounds 2 and 3.
Well, I can tell you from running a table that this is taking an exceptionally long time. So we would have already, when the last team had made a pick, we would be already sitting there ready. As soon as I would put it in, my guy would put it in the computer, and boom, 15 seconds later, we're off to the races. And this is, it's been long for the athletes in the building, still waiting to hear their name called for sure.
All right, well, we just had a pick here, 119, Detroit Red Wings, Michael Swarchek, a winger out of Brynäs Junior, the Swedish Junior League Boogs. This kid scored 2 goals in the U18 bronze medal game against Team USA.
Yeah, he's a role guy, and you know, a bottom 6 forward on projection here. I like the fact that he can push the pace at open ice. So again, I don't want to sound too repetitive, guys, but you're in that area of the draft. Skate it, think it, and be really competitive. And he's going to give them a chance to do exactly that, because he's going to be a secondary depth offensive guy at best. You got to have the rest of it in place, and we were there, Tone.
I loved what he did in this game. This is a big game.
Yeah, it was a huge
game. The U.S. thought they were going to blow him out, and this kid was one of the kids that said, heck, hey, guys, we're in this thing, and he kept making plays to help him stay in it.
Yeah, competitive, right? Again, like the Slovakian teams and Czechia, these kids, they work, and they never let you off the mat, and that's what gives you a nice opportunity with a kid like this.
Speaking of good opportunities, Tony, how about the LA Kings taking Caden Harrington here, passed over in last year's draft, 2024, but getting selected here in round number 4, 120th overall today.
And that's just, you know, when you hear your name, or you go to a draft and you expect to hear your name and you don't hear it, and all of a sudden you come back the next year, you realize that, heck, the work I did during the year to keep myself in a positive mindset obviously is important, and good to see the kid get rewarded for it, because, you know, again, 6'2", he's a right-handed shot, which you always love to have in the back end, and he's a guy that obviously the LA Kings thought a lot of.
All right, and after the LA Kings, it was Minnesota Wild taking Liram Amidovsky here with pick 122, a winger out of North Bay in the OHL. His dad, Buhar, was a goaltender. He played in the UHL, IHL, ECHL, and AHL.
Alex Wang from Chicoutimi of the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League.
All right, so Nashville making that pick, Alex Wang. Meanwhile, Minnesota selecting at 121. But we want to check in with our NHL Network insider, Elliot Friedman, with some big news. What do you got, Elliot?
Yeah, so, Jameson, there are talks underway between the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Vegas Golden Knights about trading for Mitch Marner's rights. I think they've been looking at this for a few days now. I think they've discussed players that could go back and forth. So I don't necessarily think it could be a draft pick. I think there could be some roster players going in return from Vegas to Toronto if this deal does happen. Just the conversations are continuing, and we'll see where it goes. But definitely serious discussions between Toronto and Vegas about Marner's rights.
All right, certainly something to keep our eye on there is Vegas potentially trading for the rights to Mitch Marner, who's the biggest UFA coming up on July, a couple of days from now. But going back to Alex Wang here at 122.
Yeah, so here's a guy who played for Canada at the Hlinka Gretzky tournament, and many people thought that he would be a top 2-round pick. He's a good skater. He moves pucks particularly well, has an offensive flair to his game. I think people are a little bit concerned about his size and his ability to defend on a consistent basis. So one of those guys, again, here we are in the draft, Nashville. They've had a great history of drafting defensemen and then moving them along and developing them. But again, I think when you're part of a national team program, it always raises the eyes of scouts to say, hey, what can this guy do? What happened to him throughout the course of the year? And what's going to happen to him moving forward? I believe he's committed to go play in the NCAA next year, so that'll be a fascinating developmental path for him as a guy who is a little bit slight at 6 foot, 170 pounds. But make no mistake, this guy can get up and down the ice, and he can be part of the rush.
I really like this. There's a recency bias you sometimes have to be careful about, but with this kid here at the U18s at the end of the year, boy, oh boy, did he rise to the occasion. So his defending went to a new level really quick. He's on his toes to take away time and space, and he gets there to get stick on puck ahead of body on body, which takes away from that deficiency that he has to physically have to compete. So he ended the season on a very, very high note.
Jason, how about Carter Klippenstein, selected by the Minnesota Wild here at 123? This kid finished within the top 10 in 7 different events at the NHL Scouting Combine. So you talk about a beast. We talked about one of the kids earlier. This absolute animal, Klippenstein.
Great handle, Klippenstein. I love the name. It's awesome. Listen, part of scouting sometimes is you're chasing things when you set your schedule. I was trying to catch Roger McLean healthy in the back half of the year when I went out west. He wasn't. Brandon ends up in Vancouver. I'm there to watch the Schmidt kid. But you know what? This Carter Klippenstein kid, he jumps out at me. Why? He's a big body. He was involved in absolutely everything. Energy, team guy, physical. That pushback, he didn't take any nonsense from his opponents. That I saw him twice on that trip, and this is a great value pick. It reminds me a little bit of a Mason Marchment type of a thing, you know. So I don't know that it's going to play out to be like that, but that's kind of how I envision it: the size and the tenacity.
All right, Zachary Sharp taken after Carter Klippenstein by the San Jose Sharks, and then it was Jimmy Lombardi cause for the LA Kings. And this kid, I loved it. His favorite hockey memory, scoring the overtime game winner on SpongeBob jersey night for his team. Doesn't get any better than that, does it?
Yeah, playing with Flint. And in fact, one of our colleagues is related to him. And John Garrett, the former goalie, you'd know him, toned pretty good. So he would check in with Books and I throughout the course of the year. A guy's got a good skill set in terms of his creativity, his vision. A guy who skates fairly well. Plays on a Flint team that's kind of just flown under the radar there. Like all of the accolades in the OHL have been going to Saginaw. You know, they won a Memorial Cup a couple years ago. They're getting guys like Perfetti to go there. Flint has seemingly just slipped under the radar there, but still has a number of pretty good players that have come through there, more middling guys. So I think Lombardi is definitely one of those guys, and we'll see how it plays out for him here. But again, you can see there's enough skill here to get it to the back of the net, to go up top, to raise the puck quickly. Jimmy Lombardi, I know they'll be pretty happy in the Garrett household.
Yeah, Books, at this point of the draft, are you staying straight on your sheet, or are there discussions to say, hey, guys, you know, let's talk about, 5 or 6 guys, and or is it just straight down the line of what you had listed?
No. So now my experience has been we're analyzing our depth chart. We're starting to take a look at what we've been able to select. And I'm already starting to think in my mind what the clock is going to be like for delivery if we hit on everybody. And then Dale Tal and my GM is going to say to me, I'd really like to get a power guy. Who are your top 5 power wingers? Who are your top 5 shutdown D? Who's a guy that we can add for organizational depth between the pipes, these types of things. So now we're categorizing in bulk. We're not just going off the list here, Tony.
Would there be a video coach in there to show clips if needed, or is that way behind
that work?
So that's done.
Yeah, but some of it would still be, in this type of a venue, we're not going to have our computers, when we have the tables, we're not going to have them open looking at video. In this type of a situation, it would have been different, but we have already done that work ahead of time for sure.
How about Dallas selecting Brandon Gorzinski here, a winger out of Calgary in the WHL?
Yeah, so character guy. Again, Dallas, they crave these types of players, two-way forward. I think that he's got I'm going to say depth scoring upside, but again, he's got that competitive nature. He's a big body. He's a 6'2", $185. He'll be 200 pounds by the time he's a man. And, he's got that transitional element when he's got the puck on his stick between the blue lines. So depending what your coach wants, if he wants controlled zone entries, if he wants chip and chase, and he's going to get down there and play a heavy, hard game below the goal line, those are good qualities.
All right, and the final pick of round number 4, the Florida Panthers selecting Shea Bush, a winger out of Vernon in the BCHL, tied for third among all rookies in goals during the 2025 WHL postseason. He had 6 goals in 13 games played. So there you go. Round 5. When we come back, Florida Panthers back on the clock with pick 129 overall. Stay with us.
Get closer to hockey with the NHL app. Closer to the names you know and need to know. Download the NHL app today.
If you're not a subscriber to Rogers or TELUS cable television services, you do not have access to HGTV, Food Network, Discovery Network, or ID. This is because your TV service provider dropped these premium brands. If you want these TV brands back, contact your TV provider and get what you paid for.
Help nourish play with Catelli Protein Plus. The taste they love and 17 grams of protein.
Thanks for making mortgage rates make sense.
That's what TD Mortgage Direct is here for.
Mortgages? Let your Uncle Sal explain things. I'm good with TD.
I'll be over here knowing things. Right by the snacks. TD.
Ready for you.
This is the new face of P790 with a bigger sweet spot. Each iron is individually optimized and injected with speed foam air for improved distance, feel, and consistency. P790 created a category all its own, player's distance. Get P-Series fit for the all-new P790 from TaylorMade.
This island was the research facility for the original Jurassic Park.
The worst of the worst are left here. Survival is a long shot.
Jurassic World. In theaters July 2nd.
And what's the deal with kids these days?
Don't get up, because it looks like you're having a moment. So carry on, because when you sell your car to Clutch, we do all the heavy lifting. Get a firm cash offer in seconds. Just choose a time for us to pick up your car. And you get paid on the spot. Done. Sell your car 100% online. That's Clutch.
Box.
Buy one box meal, get one free. Only on the KFC app and Skip. F1 the movie, now playing.
Blue Jays, Red Sox, today on Sportsnet.
Welcome back to the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft rounds 2 through 7 here in the Peacock Theater in Los Angeles. 2 picks down in round number 5. The Pittsburgh Penguins selecting Ryan Miller, a winger out of Portland in the WHL. But, Sammy, I want to talk about Shamar Moses because we always talk about some of the stories and the journeys that these kids take to get to this point. Shamar certainly has an interesting one. He's a winger out of North Bay, the OHL. His mom, Jillian, raised him as a single mother in Toronto's East End. Early on, she was maxing out credit cards just to allow him to play this game.
I'm so happy for this guy, and I spoke to Ryan Newland, the coach there in North Bay, earlier this year. We watched him play a couple of times. We saw him in the OHL prospects game, and I thought he was really good there and didn't look out of place. But a guy who played defense until 15 is now on the wing, right wing guy. They feel that he's got potential to be an 80-point guy, that shot the deception in his shot is going to be something that they feel will carry him forward. You see the big smile on his face. You just hope for him that now he can kind of continue to carry it forward based on the family situation. But I was really impressed. One thing they say about him, sneaky, sneaky tough. Like, don't mess with this guy because he'll get into it with you, and pretty good chance he's coming out on the right end of things.
Love it. Love it. I mean, because, you know, guys that play like that 6'1", 200, if you're going to be a mid-range or depth scorer or not produce a lot of offense like that, you're going to have some growl. And then when you have the growl, somebody's going to push you back, maybe punch you in the nose. And you're going to have to change the equation for your group some nights, right? Don't you need a spark? And this could be one of those players that provides a spark for your team.
All right, we're waiting on a spark here. Round number 5, the pace kind of slowed down a little bit. Round 4 was fast and furious. Rounds 2 and 3, we had a lot of trades. So, hey, that's why. Go. On cue. Just want to make sure that button still works.
To announce Nashville trades pick number 131, this selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, to Edmonton for Edmonton's own 5th-round pick in 2026. Edmonton is now on the clock.
All right, so the Nashville Predators trading away pick 131 to the Edmonton Oilers for their 5th-round selection in 2026. So Edmonton jumps up to 131. They are officially on the clock here in round number 5. While we wait for that selection to come in, we join EJ Redick downstairs with a very special guest, Pat Kelleher.
Asher Barnett from the USA National Team Development Program in the USHL.
Welcome back to the 2025 NHL Draft. I'm here with Pat Kelleher, the Executive Director of USA Hockey. We get together like this at the draft every year, which is pretty nice. So you know, I'll ask you again, for the viewer out there, the significance of this event, the draft, for USA Hockey.
Well, it's certainly a milestone for our players, right? And that's the most exciting. I saw just another name go off the board of American, and every kid that gets drafted has such a great story behind them, right? Their coaches, their parents, their support staff, their teams and programs, never mind in our national team program in Plymouth or the USHL or high school hockey. Just so many great stories. You feel great for the players, but I always think of the families and the people that help get them here too.
It's a big year coming up with the Olympics, the Paralympics coming up. How important is it for USA Hockey, and what opportunities does it present with that coming up?
I'd say for us, obviously, the big opportunity is to try and win 3 gold medals. Our men, our women sled are in a great position to do that, and we think we have the talent to do that in those 3 teams. So that's the biggest obvious factor to try and get that done. The Olympics are so unique and so special in our country. And around the world, I guess, obviously. But for us, it's a great opportunity to have hockey with our best players on the biggest platform at the Olympics for the benefit of USA Hockey, and hopefully it inspires a lot more kids to play hockey coming as a result of the Olympics.
Yeah, we've seen that over the years, right? 1980, that spurred growth. World Cup in 96 spurred growth. So it is an opportunity, and you guys got to look at kind of how the team would look at the 4 nations, so you probably feel good coming out of that, correct?
We were hoping to feel a little bit better.
Just a little better.
But it was unbelievable. And our guys, you know, our staff with Billy Guerin putting together that group, and then all the players are so... The one thing I will say is post-game, I had 5 guys come up to me right after that game of 4 nations. We've got to get this year. With that Olympic medal. So it was great to have that group together. It was great with Mike Sullivan as the coach. You know, a lot of stuff that we went through last year, I think will certainly help us as we push into the Olympics this year.
Well, the World Juniors will be coming up again. It's the 50th anniversary of the World Junior Tournament, and USA Hockey is hosting it in Minneapolis, St. Paul this year. Team USA has won back-to-back gold medals. It's a terrific accomplishment. Talk a little bit, or give me your thoughts about what's going to be going on around the event, because I know fans have come up to me and they see that, you know, I'm involved with calling the games. They're like, hey, I'd love to come to that. What could you tell them about the events around the whole tournament?
It's going to be fantastic. I mean, we're so fortunate to have so many great NHL clubs as partners. Minnesota Wild will be up near the top of that list, and that's why we'll be there next year. It's the state of hockey, right? Yep. So it's going to be an incredible celebration of our game, the game in Minnesota, and obviously some unbelievable hockey. I mean, people have been treated to the World Juniors in the past, and fortunately for us, coming off 2 gold medals, we feel pretty good about how our junior program is doing. So we're excited to be there. The Wild will have Fan Fest. There'll be games. You know, you're talking 3 or 4 games every day that you could conceivably bounce back and forth between buildings to get to the XL Energy Center or over to Mariucci at the University of Minnesota to watch the best junior players in the world. And again, hopefully cheer on Team USA to try and get that 3rd one in a row.
Wow. 3 in a row. That'd be something.
We'll take 2. We've done 2, which obviously the first time in our history, but 3 in a row is certainly the goal for our group.
No question about it. Well, listen, Pat, with the one, always appreciate you taking some time to stop by during the draft. Good luck moving forward. I'm sure we'll see you somewhere down the road.
Thanks, EJ.
All right, let's get it back up to Jameson.
All right, Each, thank you very much. His printer's looking healthy down there. Printed off about 90,000 pages of paper on that desk. So, hey, look like you're doing some work. I like that. A couple of names going off the board while we had the interview there with Pat Kelleher, Asher Barnett. Tony, I know that's a guy you're high on. Defenseman from the National Development Program.
Yeah, and from Illinois, so I get a pretty good look on this kid the past few years. And he's a captain. He was a captain of the U18 team. He's one of those guys as a defenseman, 6 feet, just closing in on 200. Really solid player. He's a kid that consistently goes over the boards and does what he's supposed to do. So the one thing I wonder on the offensive side of things, again, playing behind Shock and Trethewey and the other offensive defensemen on that U.S. team, does he have more offense? Because he never got power play time. And I'm not saying he'll be a power play guy in the NHL, but he's going to Michigan. He might be a guy that's asked to do a little bit more offensively. So I look forward to see that upside. But he's got poise. He's got poise and a great leader.
And Sammy, I love this kid, Noah LeBerge, because he's still in the house, right? So what a moment for him. Middle of the round 5, getting called by the Buffalo Sabres here out of the queue.
As you should. Every kid deserves their moment, right? And it doesn't matter who's left. I mean, they think about Dustin Wolf years ago, and he was the last guy standing almost in tears. Family went crazy. Friends were still there, probably numbered over between 20 and 30 people. So, hey, Noah LeBerge is a guy who had high expectations at the start of the year. But he's a puck-moving defenseman. He can transport the puck a little bit. Couple of shorthanded goals. Played for Gordie Dwyer at Acadie Bathurst. He, too, and his team will move to Newfoundland next year, so that's going to create some challenges, no question about it. But his dad's a skills guy. You know that part of his game is intact. He can skate a little bit. 6 foot, 187, average size defenseman.
All right, waiting on the Maple Leafs to make their selection here at 137. But Jason, want to go back to Maxim Agafonov here, a defenseman out of Ufa Jr. in the MHL. Time for 4th among all U18 MHL defensemen. The goals this year, he had 6 of them.
Yeah, no, again, 6'2", 200-pound guy. One thing I want to point out, guys, the Russians aren't measured, right? So you have to count on their representation. And Central Scouting's not getting in there to measure these guys officially and physically test them. But he's got a lot of upside. I like him as a third-pairing D. Not a lot of offense there. Again, what can you do? I can skate. I've got length. And I can kill plays. So, again, it's I have to tell you that this was a guy that beyond video scouting, as Sammy knows, I have a couple of boots on the ground, if you will, in Russia, secret boots on the ground that I rely upon. And they actually spoke very, very highly of this gentleman here. So they believe that he fits a player type, 2A guy, that's going to work for you, and he's going to work to be a player. So that's nice. Good for sale.
All right, we saw Cole Chandler go to the Boston Bruins at 133 overall here in round number 5, and Alexei Matthew at 136 to the Anaheim Ducks. So the Toronto Maple Leafs here on the clock, waiting for their pick to come in at 137.
J-Mo, we have a second here. I just want to say happy anniversary and congratulations to National Hockey League Central Scouting. This is their 50th year. For me, my relationship started with that group going back to E.J. McGuire, who was absolutely brilliant. He was a visionary. He really changed how things went with the Combine. And the Combine has become such an important piece to all of this puzzle now that Dan Marr has carried it forward. Dan Marr continues to evolve and make things in a manner that make it very easy for the National Hockey League clubs. I think it's nice to have that baseline. It's nice to have that knowledge. National Hockey League teams can take all the information that National Hockey League Central Scouting collects and use it for themselves. It's a hugely important part of the process. 50 years worth of it now. Congratulations to the NHL Central Scouting.
Yeah, and I love it that you brought Danny Marr, because he is one guy that brags up these players so much.
Yeah,
and
he sure does.
He really finds the good in all of them. And I know as scouts and as analysts, you got to kind of pick them apart a little bit. But Dan Marr has done just an outstanding job of sharing the information that he does gather.
All right, how about Toronto Maple Leafs at 137 taking William Bell. Sam, this guy, a world traveler, winger from the NTDP, but he grew up in China until the age of 7, then moved to Massachusetts, and the Commonwealth not good enough. So then on to Minnesota. So this guy has been all over the world.
His dad was a D1 football player, and this guy is absolutely shredded. He is ripped. I love sitting down with this guy and interviewing him because he was just so candid. And he talked about 3- and 4-hour trips while he was in China growing up just to find ice to be able to practice. Like, think about that dedication at such a young young age. So he is a simple type of guy who knows that, hey, I'm going to have to bump and grind and hit and be physical and get in your face, try and win. I'm not going to be that big goal scorer for her, but I can go out there and provide energy in the third, most likely a fourth line type of role. And with my size and the strength, because he's so ripped, we'll have the ability to really get under your skin and every now and then just push pucks forward. And you see how important it is in those fourth lines when you watch the Stanley Cup now, right? What can they do? You get your top guys out there, they need to get spelled off. Well, what do you want to do? You want to get inside the O-zone with your fourth line. You want to wear down the opposition. Hopefully you get an O-zone draw out of it. Get off the ice after 30 or 40 seconds to allow your top guys to get out there again. I think Bell is that type of player.
And the one thing that I'm glad I know now, his dad was a football player. I didn't know that, but the kid plays the game like it's football.
Oh, yeah.
He's
a beast.
Guys and over guys. Yeah. So not just around, but right to him if he has to.
All right, so Toronto taking William Bell at 137 overall. And I know Elliot had some details earlier about Mitch Marner and the Rights, potentially the Leafs going to Vegas. Let's check back in with our NHL Network insider. Elliot, any more details on that front?
Yeah, so the two teams continue to talk and continue to see if they could work at it and see if Vegas can potentially also sign Marner to an extension. But one of the names that we're hearing that could go back to Toronto if this does get done is Nick Waugh, the Vegas center, who's under contract for a couple more years. Waugh's a good player. That would be, if Toronto's going to salvage something from losing Marner's rights, that is a good option for them. But I understand that he's a name that's been coming up in the conversations. There have been some others, not sure at this time, but Waugh seems to be the one that definitely could be in the deal.
Thank you, Elliot. Stay tuned for more details on that front. Meanwhile, at 138, the New York Islanders selecting Sam Larilla. Tony, defenseman from Fargo, the USHL, tied for fourth among all USHL defensemen in points this season with 41. He is off to the University of North Dakota.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that did not get drafted last year, that late birth year that was a September birth date. So just fell into last year's draft, was passed, and then goes into Fargo and plays in the USHL and scores 41 points. So I think everybody kind of looked at him as being a guy that wouldn't produce. It would be just kind of a defenseman who couldn't really figure out who he was. Well, we figured it out this year with going in there and being able to produce. Very smooth, elusive skater. Sometimes tried to do too much, but I think when you go to a team when you've been kind of restricted on what you could do with the Belmont team, why not go to the USHL and try to be a little bit more? And I thought he did a really good job.
I think that's an interesting statement. So for me, I'm kind of looking for that, to be honest with you. When they go to another opportunity, like Epperson, when he goes to Saginaw, what are you going to do with that opportunity? Are you going to push your limits a little bit differently? And that's a positive. That's not a negative. Even if you make some mistakes in there, if you can see the try and you can see that there maybe is something there, that's a positive.
Is Utah.
All right, couple more picks. You have Justin Kipke for the Minnesota Wild, Nikita Turin for the Detroit Red Wings. But Mike Kelly, how about Zeb Lindgren from the Swedish junior team?
Yeah, he's an interesting player to me. Defenseman spent most of the season with Skellefteå's junior team. Had a handful of games in the SHL. Interesting combination of skating ability, competitiveness, physicality. He's a defensive-type defenseman. So, you know, an interesting pick here. We liked him at 74, so obviously we see it as a value pick, and a lot of growth required in his game, obviously, to make a path to the NHL, but could do so in a depth role as kind of a defensive, physical-type defenseman.
All right, good stuff, Mike Kelly. We appreciate it. All right, waiting on the Utah Mammoth, pick 142. Let's listen to it.
Ivan Tachenko, goaltender from Ufa Juniors in Russia.
All right, the goaltender, Ivan Tachenko, to the Utah Mammoth at 142. Utah, they just made their selection. Vancouver on the clock. We'll step aside here from the Peacock Theater in L.A. The draft, round 5, continues after this.
Introducing the first superhero-inspired hockey trading card set, the 2025 DC Fanimation Crossover. Collect hockey players sporting uniforms inspired by DC superheroes exclusively on UpperDeckEPAC.com. Set up your free account today and add to your collection.
Hey, it's your gut instinct. Always one step ahead. I know what's up and who's up. So next time the game's on and it feels game-changing, bet your way with Betway.
Don't let lunch be lousy. Go get that fresh. Get to Subway. Canadian farm-raised chicken on fresh baked bread in Subway's new fiery piri-piri chicken. Subway makes it fresh like that.
One more time, step by step.
Place the container under it and unscrew the plug.
Okay, I don't get motor oil off my face.
To get the motor oil off your face, you can simply use dish soap or another cleaner. Is there anything else you want?
Today, we accomplished nothing. I mean it, not a thing. And it was kind of everything.
Stay 3 nights this summer at Best Western and get $50 off a future stay.
Party's over.
But I've still got Twizzlers.
Whoa! Party on!
Twizzlers, keep the fun going.
Who is that?
Hi, I'm Sonny. Ever seen a miracle?
Anything else?
Try fast. No one gets past this without a fight. No one.
F1 the movie, now playing only in theaters.
Dry eyes ruining the moment? Get fast relief with HydraSense eye drops. Made with a naturally sourced lubricant that works to attract and retain moisture. HydraSense eye drops. What was that?
Nothing. Gorilla Super Glue.
Brush for edge-to-edge coverage and nozzle for precise application all in one. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
We've been Mazda owners since 2011.
We have CX-90. It's the complete package. Driving dynamics, reliability, and safety.
I know that every time I buckle my kids into our Mazda, that it helps us get where we're going safely. The moment I got behind the wheel of a Mazda, I knew that I would be a Mazda owner for a very long time.
It's a great vehicle, great brand, great people.
Find out why. Nothing moves you like Mazda.
Today, let's stain with Bear.
Today we're
This is so great. I've been telling him for months.
There's been a lot of rain.
With Bear stains, your deck will have all-weather protection.
Oh.
Get the most trusted stain brand at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot. Today, let's paint with Bear. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier.
He did the research. Bear is the most trusted paint brand.
Guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
He's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great quality paint at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
How about the drama of Stanley Cup final hockey? Big game players coming up with big game plays, and these two are writing their own stories this time around. These Florida Panthers, this is like old school hockey. Sam Ryder, the night of his life. The reign's going to continue. The Florida Panthers back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. What an experience it is to share with your teammates. This is the most exciting time for all.
Welcome back to the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft, rounds 2 through 7 here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Back inside the Peacock Theater here. We are just past the halfway point of round number 5. A couple of selections going by, including at 144 for the Calgary Flames. It was Ethan Wittenbach, a winger from Sioux Falls of the USHL. He was the first ever recipient of the Gaudreau Award, which is bestowed upon the USHL player that best embodies the legacy of the late Johnny and Matthew Gaudreau. So congratulations to him. Atioki also selected, a centerman from the Finnish Junior League, Jason, alternate captain for Finland at the 2025 U18 World Championships.
Yeah, depth forward, competitive kid, pushes back. He leans checker to me, and that's okay. I mean, he's a bottom 6 guy, probably more like a recall guy, so he's a 13th or 14th forward on projection for now. But with the compete in the skating, we'll see where it goes. It's a roll of the dice, but it's not one that's going to project, for me anyways, to produce a lot of offense. And it's always interesting, and highlights are highlights, and we always gravitate to, as soon as I say he's not going to produce much offense, here he's dangling through people's legs and everything else. But on balance, it's not something that you want to expect all the time. You love his tenacity in the way that he competes. That's what's going to get him paid.
Sammy, how about Quinn Beauchene here for the Pittsburgh Penguins, defenseman out of Guelph?
Really good skater. So I watched his first game back from injury. He was injured earlier in the year in Ottawa. Watching him play, came back, acquitted himself quite well. Funny side story to that, it was the teddy bear toss game. There was a fight in it. as the teddy bears were being tossed. Oh, yeah, it was unbelievable. Anyways, for Beauchene, here's a guy who at the start of the year, many thought would be in that first, second, third round conversation. There's no question the skating is going to play. It's a matter of playing with some more hardness, heaviness, some consistency in his game, and his ability to show a little bit more on the offensive side of things. 6 foot, 185 pounds. The right shot is always going to play. Average size defenseman. You got to find that one element that's going to carry you over the top. You can see that he played in the prospects game, so that is something for him as well. Captain at the alternate captain at the under 18s with his 4 points in 7 games there. So he is recognizable in terms of where he's played internationally on a couple of occasions. And for Beauchene, no question the skating is the foundation for him. We'll see where it goes the rest of the way in his game.
All right, Books, how about what the Ottawa Senators just did? Dmitry Asayev out of the MHL.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I'm just going back into my game report here on Asayev. So, again, it's amazing how many of these Russian kids are going off the board now. Did Pittsburgh not... they had no part of me, just Ottawa. I thought Pittsburgh had picked one a little bit sooner. But anyways, I digress. This kid is a lightweight. I mean, a lightweight. So he's 5'9". He's about 148 pounds, supposedly. But he's got some dynamic skill ups. He's got upside offensively. He's put up some great numbers in the MHL. And he's got an engine, and he's got the skill. Now, obviously, at $148, we're going to have to get that somewhere up, I don't know, 170 pounds, hopefully, by the time he gets over here. So it's a roll of the dice. We'll see how it goes. But I understand the sentiment for sure.
What's your thoughts on the MHL in general and scouting out of the MHL? I'm always interested in your thoughts. I mean, we talk about the junior leagues in the USHL and the CHL, but the MHL still remains a little bit of an unknown and a little bit of a mystery.
Right. So it's a pocket league. And what I mean by that is that you got the KHL, the big programs in the KHL, like Scott St. Pete's and Dynamo and that. And then they trickle down to the VHL, which is their second level, kind of like the American League here, but not really. It's more like the East Coast League if you want to look at it that way. And when you get down to the MHL, it's not major junior. It's not necessarily the USHL either. Their top tier are very competitive and mostly productive, but there's a pretty steep drop-off after that. So when I see a kid who's got an offensive upside on projection pedigree-wise and his numbers haven't really spiked in the MHL, it's an area of concern for me.
Uh-oh, San Jose just got a 1-minute warning here. So trying to push the pace here towards the end of round number 5. That's our first warning of the day. So
we're about 5 rounds too late.
Sammy wanted pushing the pace. Second pick of round number 2. But nonetheless, San Jose on the clock here. 30 seconds left to go with their pick here in round number 5. So it looks like the pick may be in.
San Jose
here we go.
With the 150th overall pick, Max Heiss from Penticton of the BCHL.
Oh, they heeded the warning.
Next order of selection belongs to Tampa Bay.
All right, Max Heiss out of Penticton for the 150th overall pick of the San Jose Sharks. So next up, the Tampa Bay Lightning here at 151.
There's still a couple of really interesting guys. Like this Owen Griffin. Books, you and I watched him in the playoffs.
Owen Griffin deserves to have been gone by now.
Oh, my goodness. His skill is sick.
Yeah.
Where did you have him projected?
Second. Me? I had him going around 50. Honestly, I think 54, somewhere around there. Yeah, and the reason is that the second half of the season, I think back to Easton Cowan in the second half of the season for the London Knights a couple years ago when the Toronto Maple Leafs stepped on him at number 28. His first half of the year was average, maybe average plus, but the second half of the year, he just took right off. Owen Griffin, people are thinking he's a little guy. I'm not so sure that everybody saw him as much as I saw him, and we were at playoff games watching this kid play. He's in the fight, and he was like almost 2 points a game in playoffs, J-Mo. High leverage games.
Goals.
High School, Rhode Island.
All right, well, somebody's going to get a steal late in the draft if they can hang on to him. Everett Baldwin, the Tampa Bay Lightning, 151. All right, so the LA Kings, you can hear their fan base is still loud and proud inside Peacock Theater. So LA certainly done a great job of hosting this year's draft. It was different, didn't really know what to expect, but so far so good. It's been fun. Tough to compare to the Sphere.
No,
that was out of this world, right? But
literally
big shoes
out of this
to fill.
world.
Yes, literally out of this world. But they have, look, this town, this venue's hosted the ESPYs, the AMAs, the Grammys. They know how to put on an event, and certainly this one is right up to that level as well.
So what I'd say, guys,
Los Angeles selects with the 100.
the decision was put in the team's hands. They were worried about, I love this pick, by the way. We got to talk about him. He's great at the World Juniors, like unbelievable for Finland at the World Juniors. Great pick there. But what I'd say to you is, the teams thought, hey, there's not enough time between the end of the draft and free agency. We need to prepare for that. Let's be honest here. A lot of those deals have been talked about, and when the window opens, they get signed. The other element to that is that they were worried about saving money. And in my opinion, this time of year for the scouts, these guys that have traveled the world, left their families, spent so much time on their computers, on the video, in rinks, in cold rinks, traveling through snow and doing whatever else they have to do. The draft is an opportunity for the upper management to say, thanks a lot, guys. Here's a couple of cool dinners. Yes, we're going to meet. We're going to do our business. Maybe we'll get a golf outing in there as well. But thank you very much for all the hard work that you've done throughout the course of the year. Yeah, it costs some money. It costs money to bring guys into the respective cities, too. So I would say that Gary Bettman did what he was asked to do by the owners. And to just about everyone that I've talked to, even those who voted in favor of this, realize that our draft is unique. It's special. Having everyone in the same place at the same time is great for the league. People are still excited on day 2. Everyone is gathered. Yes, it's a grind, no question about it. But I believe that there is a huge impetus that this is just a one and done to get everyone back together. The one thing I'll say about it is maybe there's an opportunity to sit back, put the think tank together, and as good as our draft was, make it with everyone together and make it even better.
I love it, Sammy. All right, Toronto making their pick. So there you go, Harry Nancy, 153. But Sammy, I want to go back to Terry Riveting. You mentioned it. Goaltender, what do we like about him for the LA Kings?
Well, you know, he got an opportunity to play at the higher level in Finland this year. And so I have a lot of respect for a guy who goes in there and puts a lot of pressure on himself to perform extremely well. And look what he did with Liga. Like, those are really, really good numbers. And so he gets an opportunity to come back and play at the World Juniors on a Finnish team that we know wasn't nearly as skilled or talented or could put the puck in the net as they have been in recent history. So what did they do? They leaned on this guy. And they make it all the way to against the U.S. And this guy's absolutely brilliant. Almost stole the game for them there. Fantastic in the final. I love what Rimpinen brings to the table. He is very self-aware that this was going to be a situation where, as an older guy, he might get that opportunity, knowing that the World Juniors were in North America. He took full advantage of it. I love this pick.
Athletic. Boy, does he battle this
game. Yeah, he's a competitor, man.
He made a sequence of saves against the U.S. in the one game. I'd have to replay it here, but it was like a 3-stopper when you're moving back. It was road hockey on fire, and he was awesome. Like, the fans got into it. You know, it was a lot of fun. It's great.
All right, and the last pick that we just heard, Harry Nancy for the Toronto Maple Leafs at 153, centerman out of Owen Sound of the OHL. One of the youngest players in this year's draft. He would have been 2026 draft eligible if he was born 6 days later. So, Pittsburgh back on the clock.
Number 154.
Oh, let's listen.
Pittsburgh selects Jordan Charon from Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds in the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, Jordan Charon out of Sault Ste. Marie. There you go. Pick 154. So Washington officially on the clock here as we wind down round number 5. We're back in just a minute.
Here we go. Centrum, a complete multivitamin scientifically formulated to support a healthy foundation for every body. Centrum supports your immune system and your, energy metabolism too. Centrum, the #1 doctor-recommended multivitamin. You did it.
Staples can help you crush your to-do list so you can get back to living. Crushing your to-do list? That was easy.
Locked in a stare down with Mother Nature, some wilt, but others push forward. They are the real ones, and they drink a real good light beer. Sleeman Clear 2.0. Real ones know.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Box.
Box.
Buy one box meal, get one free. Only on the KFC app and Skip. F1 the movie, now playing.
The Silverado Trail Boss. And a little work. and a little play. And a truck that says no to nothing. And Chevrolet.
The Chevrolet employee pricing event is back on Silverado Crew Cab models. Right now, get up to $11,300 off a Silverado ZR2.
And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
There are some feelings you can get with any sportsbook.
The highs! No. The no-no-nos.
The O-O-O's. Now, what you want to do with this? But the feeling that no matter what, you're taken care of. That feels good. You only get that here at the Sportsbook Born in Vegas, where they know how to treat you right. Who you talking to, Jamie Foxx?
Download the BetMGM app. BetMGM, the Sportsbook Born in Vegas.
One of the best fighters alive.
Got the heart of a beast and I'm still undefeated, so tell me who won it with me.
Charles Oliveira! An absolute assassin.
I don't think they get the message. Run to the end, cause it can get reckless.
Alexandre Pantoja!
One of the most dominant champions in the sport.
Kai Connor France! Don't blink!
I'm going for the kill shots.
International Fight Week, it's always big.
Welcome back to the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft, rounds 2 through 7. In round number 5, that is Luke Vluswick, who just got drafted by the Philadelphia Flyers, pick 157 as he makes his way towards the stage. He will get the Flyers sweater and put that on for the very first time in his life. What a moment that must be. The pick prior to that, though, Jason's fist pumping here. We're in commercial break, and you were like, about time. Victor Klingsell, you had him in the mid-50s. How did he go 156 here?
Well, big miss by everybody, or else I fell and bumped my head really hard on the scouting tour this year. So, third-line winger at the NHL level, I believe it. This guy has got an it factor. He's got the look in his eye that he is going to do whatever it takes to be an NHL player. When we interviewed him at the Combine, it was awesome. Stocky, strong. He's not tall. He's a shooter on the power play. He never goes away either, guys. And, look at that release, Tony. We were there. He comes down from distance. He's a bar-down guy. And he finds quiet ice. He's cerebral, but pounce. I think that this is a really sneaky, great pick. The Winnipeg Jets have made some picks recently in the round 5. Dmitry Reshevsky in Russia right now is a 5th rounder, hasn't come over yet. This guy's got a legitimate chance. Keep an eye on this name down the road. Love it.
Sammy, how about the goaltender, Mons Goose, that the Dallas Stars just took at 158?
Well, let's go to Guite first before we get to Goose. Okay, he was taken by Anaheim at 159. So Guite is a guy who at the start of the year, again, he's a shooter. This guy is a goal scorer. He's going to be able to project and provide offense at the next level. And then he just kind of went away. And I think the draft blues, and we see that affect players sometimes. Guite, I think, was a huge victim of that.
Draftitis, buddy.
And it's a very difficult thing to overcome. What it tells me, though, is that you have the skill to be recognized. Now you've got to get things sorted out in your head. Now you've been given this opportunity. What is it that you're going to do now with that opportunity? And I think Guite is going to be really inspired by that, looking at a lot of his contemporaries. You look at the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League. They've had a wonderful day 2 here. And now Guite is going to be looking at the rest of the guys drafted above him and saying, hey, I have something that I can get done here.
JMO, do you mind if I foam at the mouth for a second?
Go get him.
Jumped up and did...
my guys are going here. Griffin, Klingsell, Mans Goose. Okay, Mans Goose, he's a big rig goaltender. He was at the U18s, two-tone, 6'5", 200 pounds. Crease composure is a huge concern for me, okay? He's rangy, he's athletic, but... he needs to settle down, okay? So a little bit of a project there, but, good on him. He's got a chance here. Owen Griffin, come on, talk to me, NHL people. Owen Griffin from the Oshawa Generals had a fantastic second half of the season. He's small, he's not small. He goes to traffic. He battles up front the net against bigger players. He makes plays. He jumps the rush. He can shoot it. He's got deception, a little bit of toe drag, bar down kind of stuff. This was a huge riser for me in the second half of the season, well earned, and I'm excited to see what he does with this opportunity. Hey, Owen, you're watching this? You're an underdog for now, pal. Prove him wrong. I love you. Great second half.
From Markham, Ontario, too. Family's very close with the Stamkos family, also from Markham, Ontario. So, the correlationship there.
In the playoffs, this guy was as legit a player as there was in the OHL playoffs this year and fought through everything, got to the net. He can score, and it looked like at will in the playoffs, so good on him.
He competes.
Nice job, Jace, on giving a shout out to the kid and giving him a little
great.
motivation.
Oh, man.
If you're a kid at home and you're hearing a scout like you and somebody that knows the talent and skill and have all the experience you did and just gave him, he's probably got his shoes on right now, his running shoes, or a stick in the basement, and he's shooting pucks just for you.
Or he just ran through a wall, because that's what I want to do.
One of those three things.
My goodness. Well, if you want motivation out there, right, if you're a kid and you still haven't been selected, look no further than this. Notable 6th-round draft picks among active players. So Darcy Kemper, Anders Lee, Mark Stone, Linus Ullmark, Jesper Bratt, and Brandon Hagel.
Wow.
So it doesn't matter where you go. It's about what you make of it after your name gets called, right?
That's right. And, you know, when someone's drafted in front of you, you look and you go, gosh, why did he get drafted in front of me? And then you say, well, I didn't do enough as a player to show the scouts up until this time. So now, how do I adjust my game? How do I remember that every time I'm on the ice, every time somebody's around me, somebody's watching me? And once you take that attitude into it and you realize I'm not going to waste any time training, I'm not going to waste any time on the ice in practice, and you get that mentality in your head, you get a really good chance to climb the ladder and improve.
When I look at that group, the one thing that sticks out, and you talk about it all the time, competitors. Like that Brandon Hagel in Red Deer, he was an unbelievable competitor. Jesper Bratt, at his size, the way he gets after it, hugely competitor. Kemper in goal, competitor. I mean, Mark Stone. Are you going to find a better competitor than that who loves to score goals and do what he's done? I saw it with him back in Brandon back in the day, and Ottawa saw it at that time, and he has just become an absolute star in the league, a two-way guy, unbelievable. All of those guys that you talk about in the 6th round, they would have had to have fought through a ton of adversity, and all the guys drafted in front of them to find their spot, huge competitors there.
All right, so we'll have to see who the notable names are this year's 6th-round pick. We are underway. Round number 6 with the New Jersey Devils officially on the clock.
Introducing the first superhero-inspired hockey trading card set, the 2025 DC Fanimation Crossover. Collect hockey players sporting uniforms inspired by DC superheroes exclusively on UpperDeckEPAC.com. Set up your free account today and...
Hey, it's your gut instinct. Always one step ahead. I know what's up and who's up. So next time the game's on and it feels game-changing, bet your way with Betway.
Oh, yeah. You're looking at one of the newest reasons to love Red Lobster. New seafood boils, turning Crab Fest into a crab feast. That's the look of real happiness. Served daily only at Red Lobster.
There's one true thing about restaurants. You are never alone.
Get the Saley eSIM app and save on mobile data globally. Save big on roaming charges. Get 15% off with the code SALEYSUN on all data plans of 10 gigabytes and up. Saley, affordable mobile data for every journey.
Bums. We don't tend to talk about them, but 1 in 2 of them might get hemorrhoids. Itchy, swollen pains in the behind. Sound familiar? Use Anusol Plus to soothe itching, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. And for cleansing, try Anusol Wipes.
Locked in a stare down with Mother Nature, some wilt, but others push forward. They are the real ones, and they drink a real good light beer. Slim and Clear 2.0. Real ones know.
Today, let's paint with Bear. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier. Now we're done painting.
Well, usually I have to show up and motivate people.
Not us. He did the research. Bear is the most trusted paint brand.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. Everybody should use Bear.
It really transformed the space.
Yeah, it's Bear Adirondack Blue.
Well, I guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
No, he's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great quality paint at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Box.
Box.
Buy one box meal, get one free.
One ordinary family
4 astronauts go up into space and come back forever changed.
will become fantastic. On July 25th.
Your planet is marked for death.
We will protect you.
As a family.
Their greatest strength
Johnny, quit screwing around!
is each other.
I tell you how to drive the ship. Don't tell me how to kill sexy aliens.
Marvel Studios' The Fantastic Four. Get tickets now. Toyota takes you there. Don't miss out. Get in and go at your local Toyota dealer today.
NHL Network.
Welcome back to the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft, rounds 2 through 7. We are underway in round number 6. There is the Utah Mammoth right there. The Mammoth will pick middle of this 6th round, 174th overall. So stay tuned for that if you are a Utah fan, and what a fan base they have after just watching their inaugural season in the NHL. One of the best barns, one of the best atmospheres in the league, and big things coming to Utah this coming season. Let's talk about some of the names that have gone during commercial break. 163, Daniel Nieminen. Jason, what should we know about the Nashville pick?
Yeah, left shot D, steady Eddie, moves well, not a lot of flash and dash again. Just a steady guy here. So I don't expect a lot of offense from him. It's a little bit of a dart, to be perfectly honest with you, and that's okay because he's got to compete and he moves well enough, so we'll see how the rest of it falls into place.
All right, how about the very next pick? Nathan Quinn to Philly.
Yes.
Philly's been doing a trend here. 6 of their 8 draft picks above 6'5". These guys are monsters.
Yeah, they're going to be a monstrous team. This guy doesn't fit that category necessarily, obviously at 5'11", about 73, but what he does is if he's protected in the lineup, JMO, he's going to create a little bit more offense than some of these other guys, and I think he's more of a playmaker, distributor than a shooter per se, but he did have 17 tucks this year. The one thing he's going to have to do when the development crew get a hold of him there, Colby's brother, Armdog's brother.
Yeah, Riley.
Yep. When Riley gets a hold of him, he's going to have to work on his explosiveness a little bit to create a little bit more of separation so that you can go out there and make plays.
And I love you brought up that the development guy gets a hold of you, because when this draft ends, when the players get drafted, that development guy is getting a hold of those guys right away and saying, introducing themselves, saying, hey, can't wait to get a chance to sit down and start talking about your development plan. And that's a big part of how these guys develop.
It's a huge part. You know, like, so much is put into scouting, right? And scouts, there's going to be some mistakes and so on and so forth, but there's also going to be visions that scouts have about players that now you've done your part, you have to hand it off to the next part of the organization. And I find that when players get overcooked, you look like Washington, Detroit did it for years, that they're taking their time developing those players. It has become a much more difficult task because everyone has immediacy on their minds. Oh, it's social media. I can get the news right here. Kids are doing it. They want highlights. They don't want to watch full games. So you have to be extremely patient with your guys, and you have to have so much trust in your developmental staff. I don't think nearly enough resources by most teams are put in that area because it doesn't require just the skating and the physical part or the hockey part. It requires, what are we doing with our nutrition? What are we doing with our fitness? What are we doing with the mental side of the game? Because that's so much more exposed now in today's youth that those things all need to be addressed, and everyone needs to be in cohesion with one another to collaborate, to take these players that you knew were good enough hockey players, but the rest of it has to come into place for that player to be a successful National Hockey League player.
All right, the Rangers taking Samuel Young at 166 and Ashton Schultz out of Chicago of the USHL. Tony.
Yeah, Chicago, it's a smaller forward that's skilled. We're starting to see some of those guys go a little bit more as the draft moves on, but you can see a little bit of dangle there as he gets through and slips through the D. But very coachable kid, a kid that is always working to find ways to get better, according to his coach, Mike Garman. So it's nice to see a little guy like this that has lots of offensive upside get picked.
He had a big goal, too. Scored the game-winning goal in the 2023 Minnesota Class AA High School Championship game for Minnetonka. We know how big of a deal the high school hockey tournament is in the state of Minnesota.
Check his hair, J-Mo.
Oh, the all-flow team. The all-flow team right there. All right. How about Anthony Elaine Samaki for the Anaheim Ducks here at 168? It's funny. Ducks fans and LA Kings fans obviously still in attendance here inside the Peacock Theater. So anytime you got an LA King or an Anaheim Ducks selected, the crowd roars.
Yeah, and he's a young kid. He was 6 days away from being in next year's draft. So it's a kid that, as the season went along in the USHL with Sioux City, he got better and better and gained confidence. So this could be that pop year for him coming up.
If I'm Anthony, you know what I'm asking for, guys? Get that helicopter going. I want a trip to Disneyland. Let's go meet Lightning McQueen. Let's go meet Roger McQueen. Let's go check it out. Eat some popcorn and get the candy floss going. Let's go.
You know who the guy is that can facilitate that, right? Pat Verbeek, GM of the Anaheim Ducks. He's with E.J. Radick right now in the draft house. E.J., get us that helicopter.
Pat, you made a big move today. You moved your goaltender, John Gibson, and, his name has been on the radar in terms of possibly moving him for a while now. Why was this the right time?
Well, essentially, John and his agent, we've been working together. It's much like Cam Fowler over the last couple of years, looking for a change, and we quietly went about looking to move, John Gibson, much like Cam Fowler. So today happened to be the right time. Steve and I actually talked at the trade deadline, and John was kind of injured at the time, so we ended up, picking up discussions out about 3 weeks ago, and just kind of continued talking, and finally got the deal done today.
Pat, how much talk, how much chatter has there been between the managers in terms of trading picks or getting ready for July 1st? Is it more than maybe there has been in other years?
No, it seems kind of normal. I think we all talk to. We go through the whole list of general managers to talk to. Just want to stay on top of things, and certainly there's always lots of talk. Sometimes it comes to fruition, and sometimes it doesn't. But we certainly, you never know when ideas could be, developed certain things, and so you always have to kind of keep tabs on every team that you talk to.
You got a terrific young team there. You've made a coaching change. You're trying to take a step forward this year. Free agency is coming up. What are some of the areas? Is there one particular area you would think that maybe you can address in free agency?
Well, I've been kind of looking for more improved scoring. Obviously, I think that's the one area I'd like to, add goals to our lineup, and so certainly we'll look at trying to do that. I always look at everywhere. I think that, getting Paling has kind of helped in our bottom six, and certainly that's kind of, shored that up. So we're looking probably at the fence as well. So there's certainly, some opportunities to try and get involved, and we'll see what happens.
All right, Pat, listen, I'll let you get back to work there. You look like you're in a great spot, so I love seeing that.
Yeah, very good spot. Very excited to be here.
All right, listen, thanks for the time. Keep up the good work. Good luck with the rest of the draft and free agency. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks, EJ. Talk to you soon.
All right, we are going to talk with Mike Kelly now because a couple of his guys just got off the board. Burke Hood, a goalie out of the WHL, and Kel's Evan Passmore, defenseman from Barrie in the OHL.
Yeah, I wasn't shocked to see Burke Hood get drafted here. We didn't have him rated in the top 224 here, but not a surprise when you consider what he did in the WHL. Top 3 amongst rookie goalies in wins, save percentage. Came into the season as a backup, took over as number 1. Big athletic guy, so not a huge shock there. A little fun note about him, his dad played goalie briefly in the WHL as well, and he always wanted to be a goalie. He was a defenseman, Burke, in his first year at Timbits Hockey. He just stood in front of the net the whole time. So it didn't take long before they said, all right, just give him the pads, and away he goes. So congratulations to Burke. As for Evan Passmore, This guy is old school. He's a bruiser. The New York Rangers get a big physical defenseman. You take a look at he's 6'5", 212 pounds. The physicality is what stands out with him when you look at the percentile ranks among defensemen in this draft. He's got some meanness to his game, knows how to kill plays off the rush. He doesn't turn pucks over at a high rate. If you're going to be a bottom pair shutdown defenseman, which would be his projection if he does have an NHL career, you got to be safe with the puck, and he is that. So interested to see what kind of season he'll have as he continues to develop here, but this guy's mean. We talk about the Panthers, the meanness, the nastiness, where the league's trending. This guy's old school.
All right, love it. Old school hockey right there with Evan Passmore. How about Will Murphy to Detroit? Victor Hedin, draft time to the Columbus Blue Jackets at 173. And Jason, how about Ludwig Johnson here to the Utah Mammoth?
Yeah, interesting pick here. 6 foot, 181-pound defenseman, left shot D, power play quarterback, cleans distributor. His defensive game is a work in progress, fellas. So I've got him projected as a depth defenseman, but he's got some deception. He'll look people off and make some plays. And you know, the one thing again with players that come out of the Zook program specifically, which is one of the top programs there in Switzerland. They're programmed the right way. Like, they play a very responsible game on balance. He just, when he gets on the international stage, it's a challenge right now. So we'll see where it goes. But he's got that pedigree to move pucks, sees the ice, and he's got some escapability.
All right, Gabriel Sherratt after that going to Vancouver. And how about Sammy, 176, Aiden Lane to the Calgary Flames, a winger out of Brampton in the OHL. In his first ever OHL game, he scored the game-tying goal with 17 seconds left in regulation against Brantford on December.
He's kind of been on that track. If you go back to his minor hockey career playing with the Toronto Marlies, it's a very famous minor hockey organization in the Toronto area. So he plays there. He goes on to the St. Mike's Buzzers, plays a little bit there. That's a Tier 2 team in Ontario. Then goes to St. Andrews College. We talked about David Manning and what he's been able to do there, continuing to pump out really good players where they get commitments for a couple of years. He was the captain there this year, 21 points in 14 games, playing in the high school loop and then in the AAA loop, puts up 86 points. So really impressive stuff there for Aiden Lane. Then he gets a chance to go to Brampton and play in the OHL, goes for a point per game there. He's projected to go to Harvard next year. We'll see how that plays itself out, but he's a guy who I think continues to need more games. And we'll see where it ends up going. But pretty good pedigree when it comes to Lane.
Can I point something out about both these guys? He just named about his last 14 teams that the player just drafted. I can't name my last 3 teams that I was part of. I don't know how you're coming up with all this stuff, but that is impressive. You are keeping me inspired.
Well, you know what, Tom?
Like, along here.
Lucky enough to live in an area that produces a lot of really good players. And so when you go back, it's the OHL Cup, it's the Under-16 Championship, and I try and get there every year just to get a sense of guys that you might see going way down the road. And so you remember them. Sometimes, Boots, you know, you go, it sticks out in your head like, oh yeah, I saw that guy when he was 15 years old, you know. So anyway,
he's the Rain Man. He's the Rain Man. I'm Knuckles over here, but I'm trying my best, that's for sure.
Well, we've got a couple of names going off. Luve Harenstam for the St. Louis Blues at 179. Siggy, can't you see? Siggy Holmgren for the New Jersey Devils at 178. But, Sam, how about Carlos Handel for Montreal here at 177?
So he's the guy who played in the Quebec Maritimes Junior League. He played with the Halifax Mooseheads. And I was talking a little bit to Cam Russell, who's the general manager over there. And this guy put up 52 points, 6'1", 172 pounds, played in the 18s, he played in the 20s. So one of those German players who has no panic in his game. Like, he's really thoughtful. He can pace the game by slowing it down. He sees the ice really well. He's got a lot of deception in his shot. And again, we're starting to see the resurgence of some of these German players getting drafted here. We talked about some a little earlier. Lewandowski before that. So some of these guys getting an opportunity to make their mark on the international stage, but then also going to junior programs where they can continue to progress. Handel is one of those guys.
All right, Jason, a couple of your guys going off back-to-back here. We've got Luve Harenstam, a goaltender from Skellefteå out of the Swedish Junior League, as well as Aaron Dahlqvist going to the Washington Capitals right after that. So
Luve got a chance to play some really high-leverage games towards the end of the year. He kind of pushed some of his counterparts out of the way, and I like that about him. He's athletic. He's smaller than the other guys, but and a little bit unorthodox. So when I say that, I think back to like Tim Thomas a little bit back in the day, where you gotta do whatever you gotta do to make a save, and he'll do that, guys. He's going to be diving all over the place, and he never quits on a puck. So all great attributes for sure, no question about it. He's got a chance to be a backup NHL goalie. We'll see how it goes.
It's been a while since we've had one of these, so here we go. Trade alert time. Let's see what's coming.
Trade announcement. The Nashville Predators trade this pick, number 182 in the 2025 NHL Draft, to the Utah Mammoth in exchange for Utah's own 6th-round pick in the 2026 NHL Draft. Utah, you are now on the clock.
All right, so a trade there, Utah moving up, so they are officially on the clock with pick 182 here of round 6. But the pick before that, Mike Kelly, history in the making with Bruno Egan, a winger from Lincoln of the USHL. Born in Croatia, no player born or trained in Croatia was ever drafted into the NHL until now.
Yeah, that's a big moment. He's represented Croatia at a number of international events, so congratulations to Bruno. And Croatia, obviously we think highly of him. We had him 109th overall. He goes 181st to the Ottawa Senators. 2nd in points per game among all USHL skaters last season with Lincoln. He's a really good prospect in terms of finding open space and quality scoring areas, has good finishing abilities, committed to Wisconsin, so we'll see how he progresses. And not a shocker that the former director of analytics of Sportlogic, Sean Tierney, who is now the analytics guy in Ottawa, probably likes him too. So congratulations to Bruno. Like you said, JMO, big moment for Croatia as well.
All right, good stuff, Mike Kelly. Got to be history in the making right there. Proud moment for him and, of course, the people of Croatia. We've never seen it before up until now. So round number 6, Bruno Egan going to the Ottawa Senators. Rekko Alanko, pick 182 to the Utah Mammoth here. So time winding down here in round number 6. Carolina Hurricanes on the clock. And if we've learned anything about Carolina, they like to use all 3 minutes, especially the deeper we go in these drafts. I can tell your face.
Oh, they heard you. They jumped right on it here.
Juniors, Sweden.
See, Viggo Nordlund. We gotta push him a little bit to get those picks in.
You want to talk about Dahlquist real quick before? So the Washington Capitals went to Aaron Dahlquist here, and he's a big rig, 6'4", 205 pounds, shutdown kind of guy. He's average skater, and that's going to be the issue here. So now we're getting to the point in the draft, guys, where I'm getting into average, not even average plus in terms of agility and straight line speed, and then the other categories are also average. So some work to do there. But what do you like? Big body, competes, has got length to block shots.
So Viggo Nordlund, selected 183 by the Carolina Hurricanes. Jason, I know that's one of your guys as well, a winger from the Swedish Junior League. Led all J20 national skaters in points in 2024 playoffs, 22 points in 9 games played.
Yeah, so this is an interesting pick, to be honest with you. He's very explosive through the neutral zone, pure offense. He leans shooter over passer. You see the statistics up here on the board, 24 goals, 25 apples, and he wants the puck on his stick, guys. He craves it, and he wants to take control when he does have it. So that's what you're going to get out of him. And again, it's not a giant stature-wise or anything like that, but quick stick. And I never get tired of those Swedish uniforms. They're all popping up. Yeah, they're popping up right now, and I look at those. Those are just great unis for sure. But anyways, I digress. Winger, light, quick strike. We'll see where it goes.
All right, from Swedish uniforms to their arch rival, the Finnish uniforms. How about Jan Hoven, who was just selected by the LA Kings, pick 184, Jason, a centerman out of the Finnish Junior League. His dad, also Jan, goaltender, drafted in the 7th round back in 2001 by the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah, big body, two-way forwards. He can play a variety of roles up and down your lineup. Again, what you're getting here, and I know I sound like I'm a broken record, but the leadership group, especially with Czechia and Slovakia, these kids, they're just worker bees. Like, you don't have to wind them up. Tony would walk into the room as a coach. You wouldn't have to say much. Give them the X's and O's, tell them what the strategy is, and they're going to go out and give you everything they have. And that's what this kid does here. So that's what gives him a chance to play up and down the lineup. And he made himself noticeable at the U18s because of that.
Must be easy when you're the head coach. You walk into that room and you've got the worker bees like Books just described.
It certainly helps. And, sometimes, again, the intangibles. You can do all the scouting you want. You can talk to all the people you want. But if you're not in that room and you don't see it with your own eyes, a lot of times you're like, well, okay, I'm watching the games. I don't quite see what you're telling me I should be seeing.
Yeah.
So some of that is a little bit of, I don't want to say a little bit of luck, but you got to trust who you trust as far as your contacts.
For sure. Do you mind if I just hop on the player development thing there we were talking about a few minutes ago? So I can tell you from my experience, especially, that our scouting staff, and me especially, my scouting calendar starts in August at the Alinka Gretzky tournament and runs until now. It's really important that a scout, and when you have really good player development people, which we were really fortunate to have in Florida, Brian McCabe, Roberto Luongo, Chris Pronger, like these types of people are elite, obviously, right? But Caber would come in and he would digest what we were getting. He would have an expectation. So then when he set the table for development camp and for the future, the immediate future, he already had a picture in his mind of what we were, and then we step aside. It's super important because we have too much bias. We have too much skin in the game. Now you hand it off to them. You've given them the skill set that you believe that they can have to flourish, and then player development takes over. It's really important for scouts to get out of the way. The best organizations in the league make sure that happens, and they have elite player development that bring that along for you.
And that's a tough thing to do, guys, because as a scout, you believe in that player. And so now you've handed them off to your development team, and after a year or two, you're not seeing progress, or maybe you're hearing things in the organization that doesn't jive with what you thought when you drafted them. So it's really important that those two elements align with one another, right? Because, hey, we drafted this player in the 6th round. We know that there's some deficiencies. We know that these are the things that need to be worked on. If you don't address those things, then the scouts get mad at the development people. The development people are getting mad at the scouts for drafting a guy they didn't think was any good. To have those pieces in concert with one another, it's hugely, hugely important.
Absolutely. I mean, it's stay in your lane. Like I'm not going to tell Tony Granato how to coach our hockey club.
Yeah.
Everybody, we're competitive people, right? So when things aren't going, on your worst day, when things aren't going well, we all throw rocks at each other internally because we're competitive. But you have to stay in your lane. We draft them. We have a player type, especially this late in the draft. We see some attributes that we think that we can kind of push the kid along with. But you got to get out of the way, and that's why strong player development and message from your president to your GM to your head coach, everybody, the trickle-down effect it's just so important. So continuity, because coaches aren't staying around very long anymore for jobs. They really aren't the best coaches. It's really important, the process there.
All right, the Vegas Golden Knights with back-to-back picks here in round number 6. Their first selection at 186, Alex Weirmeyer, a winger out of Portland of the WHL. Kid's quite a musician. Dabbled in the violin, cello, and ukulele growing up, but it was the piano that really stuck. E.J. Raddick, I think he can play the recorder and hot cross buns. That's about it. But he can do an interview, and he's with Kyle Dubas now in the draft house.
Kyle, you were active certainly in the first round. You had a bunch of picks. You're trying to retool the organization. How would you characterize what happened on day one of the draft?
Well, I think we were excited to select Ben Kindle at 11, and then we had the opportunity, based on the draft board, to collect a couple more first-round picks in a trade with Philadelphia. And we did that, and then later on in the first, we wanted to make sure we got up to get Will Horkoff, so we used one of the picks from Philadelphia and then pick from a trade at the trade deadline to jump back up and make sure that we brought Will into our program. So it was a busy night, and it's continued to stay busy today. We've had a lot of draft picks, and a lot of the scouts' hard work throughout the season going into it. So it's an exciting time for us.
Salary cap is going up. It seems like there's a little bit more movement now, a little bit more freedom. Are you noticing more phone calls and more discussion as opposed to the last couple of years, maybe?
I would actually say it's been a little bit less in the last couple of years. I think there were teams looking to move guys out that they were getting squeezed by a little bit. And this year, the type of conversation has been a little bit different. Our team is in a different place than it was, and very clearly in transition and trying to rebound and get the club back to contention. So the calls have been more about our veteran players. In the past, we were getting those calls, and I just feel that there's less of a push for teams to move out guys that they're squeezed up against the cap on during the flat cap era. So it's been a little different and probably a little less activity, I would say, on that front.
You mentioned you're in a little different situation there as you're kind of trying to retool your group. July 1st coming up, free agency. Where do you think the Pittsburgh Penguins will try to improve your group?
to improve your group?
Well, I think our major focus will be on the back end, first and foremost, CJ. It's an area that we felt lacked during the season, and us, we've got some good prospects that are on their way, but they need time, and we need to be careful about their development in that position. So, we'll be very active in terms of giving guys an opportunity that maybe haven't got it elsewhere, and maybe giving a bunch of guys a good opportunity instead of going after one big fish. I think that's just, as we've talked about and gone through what's going to be available during our pro scouting meetings, that's sort of the route that we feel is smartest for us to take right now, and so that will be our focus. The pro scouting department's done a lot of work, and we'll get back at that tomorrow, just to have ourselves ready for the week ahead on that front. But our focus mainly there will be on the back end.
All right, Kyle, thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the day with the draft, and all the best this summer.
All the best this summer.
Thanks, EJ.
Round 6 from the Peacock Theater here in Los Angeles is slowly coming to an end here. You're watching the Upper Deck National Hockey League Draft 2025. Back in a moment.
NHL Shop has the largest selection of authentic NHL fan gear for the playoffs. Shop now and get today's special offer.
If you're not a subscriber to Rogers or TELUS cable television services, you do not have access to HGTV, Food Network, Discovery Network, or ID. This is because your TV service provider dropped these premium brands. If you want these TV brands back, contact your TV provider and get what you paid for.
Your choices. Your actions. That's what makes you who you are.
Hey, it's your gut instinct. Always one step ahead. I know what's up and who's up. So next time the game's on and it feels game-changing, bet your way with Betway.
Today, let's paint with Bear. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier. Now we're done painting.
We'll usually have to show up and motivate people.
Not us. He did the research. Bear is the most trusted paint brand.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. Everybody should use Bear.
It really transformed the space.
Yeah, it's Bear Adirondack Blue.
Well, I guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
No, he's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great quality paint at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Your spending changes month to month to month. So, the new CIBC Adaptive MasterCard automatically adapts month to month to month, earning you more points where you spend the most. Introducing CIBC Adaptive MasterCard.
We created these. We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
Hockey Central signing season, Tuesday on Sportsnet.
Upper Deck NHL Draft rounds 2 through 7, and we have finally made it to round number 7. Caleb Heil, the first pick here in round number 7 going to the Tampa Bay Lightning, but Sam, we want to go back to Arvid Drotz, the final pick of round number 6 by the defending Stanley Cup champs, the Florida Panthers, a winger out of the Swedish Junior League, tied for 10th among all U18 skaters and goals in the National this season with 18.
Blackhawks have made their selection.
Yeah, Drott actually played for Sweden at the U18s and at the Holinka Gretzky. His primary role, though, was when he was back home playing for his club team at the J20 level. So I've got him as a fourth-line guy on projection, guys. He plays the bumper on the power play. I really like that because he's getting to the middle of the ice and they can rely on him. Quick release.
Tony, first pick here. Sorry. First pick here in round number.
I know you want to get out of here, Jamie. You got to.
I got a Madison guy and a goalie.
That's what I'm trying to get it to. Tony's got a Madison goaltender.
Oh, I like it. Okay, here's why I like him. I love his goaltending coach, and when his goaltending coach Shane Conley comes to me and says, "I love this kid. He competes," and the thing that you're gonna love this, you guys, he moves the puck as well as the defensemen do. So being a goaltender that has the ability to break the puck out is a big skill set. So Andy Brandt will have him back next year with the Madison Capitals. So look forward to watching this kid's development.
You know, clearly there's something wrong here going on between you, JMO, and Books. Books is taking us into break and out of break, and you know what?
Making fun of my cats.
You're giving him the Heisman here. That's all right. I see how it goes. We're in round 7.
Yeah, he's firing up the lawnmower, cutting off my grass. Hey, Tony, you brought up something really interesting there, and I just want to punch down on it. So with the trapezoid, when that came into the National Hockey League and eliminated the Marty Brodeurs of the world, that type of equation with a goaltender, it's still super important. Goalies just can't get out behind the net on your forehand, fire it around the window, it's in your feet, you're going to get run over by a truck, and it's not a play, you know what I mean? So goalies need hockey sense, goalies need to handle it, they need to be able to make outlets under duress. It's a little thing you said there, but when I'm watching games and goalies play pucks, they don't get a mark for playing the puck if it's a giveaway, because a giveaway is a giveaway.
Well, the skating part of it's important too, right? Like getting out of your net, stopping those pucks behind the net to give your D a chance, pulling it off the wall for them so that they can get around with speed and get it out of the zone. The skating piece is probably an underrated element to goaltending, I believe.
I'm going to put a bow on that story real quick, just because, you know, I can tell a quick story here.
Lots of bows today.
I was a goaltender, a terrible Tier 2 goalie back in the day, and I remember I got out to play the puck, and I could not play it well at all, and I fired it around, and then my winger skate, and he got absolutely ran right over, and then the puck ended up in the net. And then the winger comes right back through my crease, and he yells in my ear, "I had my guy." No kidding, because I put it right in your feet, and he ran you over.
Well, your guy is also Melvin Novotny, who was just taken with the 3rd pick here in round number 7 by the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah, so bottom 6 forward here. And it's kind of interesting, eh? The draft's been all over the place, and a lot of the same. Different teams are valuing different things. And, you know, again, power, secondary offense here, 2-way forward. Project, we'll see where it goes. 6'1", $187. On balance, though, guys, this draft class are big and strong, aren't they? Like big, strong kids. And even here, when we're later on, when you get a secondary scorer who's got some power to his game, that's a bonus. Look at the enthusiasm on this kid. High-end compete. Really appreciate that.
So Melvin Novotny to the Buffalo Sabres, 195. After that, Brendan McMorrow to the LA Kings. So the crowd cheering that selection here. The ones that have stayed around here for round number 7 of day number 2. Minute and a half to go here with the Chicago Blackhawks officially on the clock.
Yeah, McMorrow, the pick for him, is another development program kid that slipped through the draft and figures out his game a little bit and finds himself an LA King prospect.
As a young guy, there is really no end point, right? Like we've seen the number of 20-year-olds get drafted here today. Well, what does that mean? Well, that's your 3rd time through the draft. We've seen guys that have gone to camps on camp invites, who've gone through the camp process and not get signed and end up getting drafted today. You see guys who go through their first year with all their buddies in their draft class. They get drafted and you don't. And now all of a sudden you're thinking about, oh, is this the end for me? It's not an end point. Nothing is really an end point. And that extends well into the college career. How many college guys who get signed after their senior year where they come in and they're given that opportunity to present themselves in a fashion in which they've grown from the time that they're 17 years old. So for all the kids that are watching out there, this is by no means is an end point. For those who get drafted, it's a starting point. For those who don't, this is not an end point. It's just a matter of inspiration to continue pushing forward with your hockey career. Don't give up. You're too early to do that, or else you have to get a real job like us.
Don't ever do it. Don't work a day in your life. Do something you love. Hey, speaking of age, we might be 107 once the Chicago Blackhawks make their final selection here in round number 7. 10 seconds to go. Chicago on the clock. We'll have their pick when we come back from commercial break.
Introducing the first superhero-inspired hockey trading card set, the 2025 DC Fanimation Crossover. Collect hockey players sporting uniforms inspired by DC superheroes exclusively on UpperDeckEPAC.com. Set up your free account today and add to...
On BetMGM Casino, there are so many jackpots that you never know when one will go in. So many jackpots. So many jackpots. BetMGM Casino. Jackpots. So many.
Download the BetMGM Casino app. BetMGM Casino.
We've been Mazda owners since 2011.
We have CX-90. That's the complete package. Driving dynamics, reliability, and safety.
I know that every time I buckle my kids into our Mazda, that it helps us get where we're going safely. The moment I got behind the wheel of a Mazda, I knew that I would be a Mazda owner for a very long time.
It's a great vehicle, great brand, great people.
Find out why. Nothing moves you like Mazda.
It's all set. The oats have been roasted, the coconut toasted, the almonds sliced. The box has been opened, the bowl's on the table, the milk has been poured. Quaker Harvest Crunch, made with 100% Canadian oats. It's all in the cluster.
We are made in Canada. Homegrown, Canadian-owned and operated. We're neighbors. Friends. Family. We're more than just made in Canada. We're a fabric of Canada.
Lunch or dinner differently at Tim's with our new Supreme Stack. Piled high with sliced seasoned steak and double smoked bacon. It's a sandwich that's built to satisfy. Tim's differently with the new Supreme Stack.
When people can sense danger, they either fight, fly, or freeze.
Time to decide who we want to be.
I think I have to fight magic with magic.
Wait, what?
Ironheart, now streaming.
I'm a hot sleeper. First I kick the covers off, then the pillows.
Then me.
A cooling mattress can help. Let's find you the perfect one.
Hey, Canada, stay cool this summer. Get 25% off almost everything during the Sleep Cool event at Sleep Country.
Now and then, you need to stop and smell the roses. Or the leaves, rocks, trees, sticks, and that one tree again. Stay 3 nights this summer at Best Western and get $50 off a future stay.
The theme park owners did experimental work, leaving only the worst ones here. Hang on!
Survival is a long shot.
Jurassic World, in theaters July 2nd. This moment, right here, right now. People wait a lifetime for this, so hold on to it. Florida Panthers, back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. The official collection, available now on NHL Shop. A Fanatics experience.
Welcome back to the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft, rounds 2 through 7 here in Los Angeles. We are in round 7. Before we went to commercial break, it was the Chicago Blackhawks on the clock. There was a trade. They traded that pick away to the Florida Panthers. That was pick 197, exchanged for the Panthers' 7th-round pick in 2026. The Florida Panthers selecting Brendan Dunphy, a defenseman from Wenatchee in the WHL. He was born in San Diego, California, passed over in the NHL draft back in 2024. He is off to the University of Connecticut. So you can see scout speak here, really blossomed this year. Pretty good skill for his size. Hard to play against. That per John Williams. All right, let's go back to the draft house. We've got our EJ Raddick down there with Ken Holland.
Ken, you've been a manager in this league for a long time. You managed in Detroit, you managed in Edmonton. Now you move on to the LA Kings. So you're a great person for me to ask this question. How do you feel about this change this year where you're not on site, but you're back in your own facility?
Well, it's very different. Obviously, you're not bumping into other hockey people and managers. I think it's given everybody probably more time to internally to do some things, but I'm old-fashioned. I was involved in the old draft for decades, really, so I enjoyed bumping into managers and coaches and hockey people and being able to kind of talk over a coffee face-to-face. So it's a little bit different. We'll see what everybody feels about it here over the next little while and what the league decides to do going forward.
Yeah, you guys might not have always wanted to bump into guys like me, but I was happy to bump into guys like you. So I feel the same way. We'll see how things play out. How has the transition been for you going in? And, you jump into a draft here. I mean, you just joined the Kings, several weeks ago now. How is the transition to come into an event like this where it's a year-long process, as you know?
Well, it's been easy. First off, with my relationship with Luc Robitaille, Martin Bergevin, who I know real well. There's an experienced staff here, amateur scouts, Mark Yannetti and his people. They got to know some of the other people real good, Nelson Emerson and Glenn Murray. So, it's a lot of experienced people here. They've done a great job, and hopefully I can come in and pitch in and make a little bit of a difference as we work together.
Kenny, what's the marketplace like right now? I mean, the salary cap is going up. There's more room. Are you sensing that you're getting more calls? Is there going to be more movement? What do you feel?
Well, I mean, obviously the cap's going up, so some people are going to make more money than they have in the past. That's just the way the way it works. Especially when you look at what's going to happen over the next 3 years. I've done lots of talking here to our restricted free agents. Had a lot of talk the last week with other general managers about potential trades. So, I think everybody's looking forward to seeing what happens on July 1st.
Any update on Gavrikov?
No, not really. Had lots of conversation with Pat Brisson, but as we speak today, there's nothing close.
All right, Kenny, thanks for the time. We'll let you get back to it. Good luck with the rest of the day and moving forward, and we'll see you down the road.
Thanks, EJ.
All right, anytime we have EJ in the draft house, we get a trade, and that's what we had. Seattle trading away pick 198 to Columbus in exchange for picks 205 and 218. So Columbus moving up, and with that pick, they select Jeremy Lauranger, Mike Kelly, a center out of Sherwood Park in the BCHL.
61 pounds, ton of skill, though. Good shot. He's always moving. And he just played his first year in the BCHL. He absolutely dominated it. He had 105 points in 54 games. But for a guy that's kind of undersized, he's not shy to go to the guts of the ice. His size is going to be the question, right, going forward. So going to the University of Nebraska, Omaha, see how his progression fares as he gets into some more difficult competition.
Shinnick Jr. All right, Kels, thank you very much.
The Anaheim Ducks.
So Evgeny Prokhorov to the Buffalo Sabres here, pick 199. Brandon Research is shaking his head over there. I think he really likes this pick. He's been sitting around waiting for that name, and here it comes in round number 7. So
it's a hard one to get a handle on because you're talking about a Belarusian goaltender who's at 6'3", 180 pounds. I want to make sure I've got the right Evgeny Prokhorov because there's like 4 in my system on game reports here, but because it hasn't come up on me. But again, it's he's a late birthday guy. He's a late 2006. And, what do you want me to say, guys? We're in the 7th round, and it's a goaltender. Fingers crossed. There's obviously enough there athletically, but it's a project.
Brandon was on him early.
He was on him early.
Yeah, yes, he was on him early. I know in the office there a couple months back you were talking about him.
Yeah,
right?
I got the notes too, and then I broke down a few little video clips, and Brandon and I will wrestle in the green room later on. We'll
That's after I fight him.
Listen, to be fair, his statistical analysis, Brandon, offside here, outstanding. Like his stats were outstanding. So
he sure is.
Yeah. It's hard to get a handle
on all the information.
Oh, LG and Brandon. Let's just give a shout out right now to these guys.
Lawrence Goldstein, Brandon Faust, Jason Roy, a lot of people behind the scenes that none of this happens without their insights and stuff. And they start in August preparing for this draft, and it never stops, as you guys know. This is a year-round thing. So as soon as this draft ends, of course, you've got some of these tournaments coming up in August, and it is a year-round process, and it is a labor of love.
Look at the Bible.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
These guys do a heck of a job.
Unbelievable
what a
job.
passion project.
Yeah. There's no forest left in the world because of Tony.
I thought it was EJ.
Well, EJ was, he's burned through that printer down there.
I got what they gave me.
Incredible, the resources that we need up here on the desk. So Brady Turco, Anaheim Ducks, pick 200. Kale Doc, Pittsburgh Penguins here at 201. Let's listen to the Islanders pick.
2025 NHL Draft. The New York Islanders have selected Jacob Kvasnicka from the National Team Development Program in the USHL.
All right, Kale Doc selected there by the Pittsburgh Penguins at pick 201, a centerman out of Sherwood Park of the BCHL. No relation to Kirby Doc, in case you were wondering. He was named the captain of Sherwood Park back on January 1st of 2025. So you can see his player profile right here. Playmaker, game predicted by quick touches, excels away from the puck in all three zones. Tony, you've got pick 202.
I love pick 202. This is a guy I really enjoyed watching at the U18 for Team USA, and he's one of those guys, again, didn't do anything real flashy, but when he's nice, he did everything right. And he's a guy that came from Burnsville, Minnesota. He's that Swiss Army knife that we're using now as for the term of guys that can do just about everything. So let's go with that. But good instincts defensively. Still needs to put some size and a little bit of muscle onto his body. But going to Minnesota, another Bobby Motzko. Bobby Motzko must have about 5 guys today that are going to his school. So he's done a nice job on the recruiting side of things, and I think this kid is going to be a real fun project for him when he gets his hands up.
Little juniors again for Bobby?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bobby, and this kid is very capable of being on that team.
This kid will thrive at Minnesota, too. Like the bigger...
Oh, yeah.
You know how big the ice surface is in there that they play. Have they scaled that back?
They scaled it back.
They scaled it back now? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. Because
finally.
There was
Wisconsin did, too, finally.
Yeah. For people that don't know, like they were forever playing on. We used to call it Lake Minnesota when we were going in there to scout the.
That's what it was.
All joking aside, the Gophers, and they had a player type that they would recruit because they had so much space, a lot of darting, dashing players, and so if you drafted a player, call it Nick Bukestad or whoever, you were wondering how is this going to affect his development because you're going to be going from this massive ice surface into something else. It changes your game. It really does. All joking aside.
Seattle Kraken.
All right, how about Felix Farhammer? You can drop the hammer if you're New York Rangers, so you get Felix Farhammer at 203. But, Tony, at 204, the Red Wings, Graydon Robertson-Palmer.
Well, somebody help me on this one. Graydon Robertson-Palmer. He is a Canadian kid, I know that. He played at Phillips Academy. He's going to Dartmouth. Still playing high school. I think the details of his game are still out there to be kind of looked at to see where he's at, but needs a chance. He gets a lot of scoring. I do know this. He gets a lot of scoring chances. He hasn't finished on them as much, so polish up his scoring touch, and he could be something.
7th round, the Seattle Kraken have selected Carl Anborn from HV 71 in Sweden.
Do you mind if I just double down on Robertson-Palmer there? This is a curious situation to me that I'm wondering if he wouldn't benefit from a year in so Moncton owns his rights in the Quebec Maritime Junior Hockey League. I'm not so sure because he's committed for the year after if it wouldn't be a nice thing for him to maybe go to Major Junior for a year to further challenge himself there. You can do that now, obviously.
Longer runway, too.
Longer runway that way because, he's bulky, right? He's around 200 pounds. He's in it. He's in the fight, but he needs more volume, and he needs more volume at a quicker, more highly skilled level than playing there at Andover. So that's just something curious because everybody's talking about the CHL guys going to the NCAA. Oh, yeah. I'm just wondering if some of that development curve, too, in this situation might benefit going the other way. Just a thought.
Seattle going with a defenseman at 205, Carl Anborn. Carl, a defenseman from HV 71 Junior of the Swedish junior team, Tony, represented Sweden at the 2025 U18 World Championship.
And I thought it was outstanding. Just simple plays. Always understood when he was on the ice. He was thinking defense. So very poised under pressure, went back for pucks well. Thought he did a really good job breaking that puck out for them. And that was a team that, surprised me. They got all the way to the gold medal game. I think when they won the crossover game with USA there in the semis, I think they they celebrated a little bit too much and weren't quite ready for Canada, but they went home with the silver medal nonetheless. So they had a great tournament, and he was a big part of it.
Yeah, that team definitely built as the tournament went along, because at the beginning, remember, they played the U.S. right out of the box, and that was a great game. It was a close game. But this kid here, to your point, he kept it simple, right? Just simple. He was a plus player in the tournament. You knew exactly what he was, and you walked out of there saying, okay, simple two-way guy.
Roman Lutsev to Tampa at 206.
I'm always fascinated by the Tampa Bay Lightning, because they have no problem acquiring multiple 6th, 7th round picks. Like, look at the 7th round. They have 3 picks there. So I'm fascinated, Books, when looking at what you're able to get sometimes. Make a trade and say, just throw in a 7th in there. You never know what you can acquire. I think that's how it happens a lot for Tampa Bay, because let's face it, they've been in this win now mode for so long that oftentimes their higher picks are dealt away, but they feel very confident in their staff that they're going to be able to mine something later in the draft. So let's get multiple picks later in the draft.
Yeah, stay in it as long as you can. I mean, there's an opportunity. It's a world game. We're drafting whatever 200 and whatever players in the world. It's not a lot, guys, by volume. You know, and people might fall asleep at the wheel in the 7th round. It's not smart to do it. I know I've regurgitated the story 15 times, but when we got Mackenzie Weegar in Florida, he was the 4th last pick in the draft, and we called Burge, who was a GM in Montreal, and we said, well, will you give us your 7th this year? We'll give you our 7th next year. You know, just punt it around, and look what it turned out to be for us. It's lightning in a bottle. Don't get me wrong, but the preparation was there, right?
Matthew Lansing, a centerman from Waterloo in the USHL, going to Vancouver at 207. Jakob Leander for the Flames here at 208. So, Tony, what do we know about Matthew Lansing here?
He's played with the Buffalo Junior Sabres. He's a kid that's got great speed straight ahead, committed to Quinnipiac. Matt Cullen had a little bit of an impact on him, coaching him for a little bit. So I think that will always help when you get Cullen's advice on how to become a better player, and just a responsible kid. And again, powerful, straight ahead type of skater, and looking forward to, again, watching these kids, because you never know. It all takes one pop season, and the next thing you know, you look at a 7th round pick and go, how did he get down to the 7th round? So hopefully he's one of those kids.
2025 draft. Congratulations on an illustrious 41-year career, and happy retirement, Krister.
Well, congratulations to Chris for 41 years as a scout. That is a lot of mileage.
With the 17th selection in the 7th round, the Montreal Canadiens have selected Maxim Vig from Cedar Rapids of the USHL. Next order selection belongs to the San Jose Sharks.
All right, Sharks on the clock here. Maxim Vig to Montreal, halfway through round number 7. Books, what is the approach here, round number 7? Maybe you don't have a guy anymore on your list. What is the approach for a lot of the teams? Just punt it?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm working right till the end. I didn't put all these miles in for the whole year, not to work right till the end. So if our list is drying up at this point in time, I'm calling around. I'm calling around saying, do you guys want a 7th? Or, I see you got multiple 7ths next year. Ideally, to be honest, I get greedy. I say, I'll give you my 7th. If you like a guy, can I have a 5th back? They'll say no. They might give me a 6th. I'll take it. So you get a little bit creative, too. I want, hopefully, as high a 6th round or 7th round pick as I can possibly get. So, yeah, you don't mail it in, fellas. Everyone counts. You work it right to the end here.
Is there a guy that you guys still have on your draft list here that has not gone? I know we have Philip Ekberg, who we have projected at 78, and his name is certainly still out there, and he's still available. But anybody else that catches your eye?
I think that's really interesting to me, because he led the under-18s in scoring. I've watched him a couple of times this year in Ottawa. I plays for the Ottawa 67s in the Ontario Hockey League, and you can see that there's some skill there. But looking at some of the names that have already passed, he, in my opinion, would fit comfortably in one of those smaller player roles. And I think that recency bias, I'm surprised it hasn't reared its head here. But listen, we still have, 15 or so picks left. I think that opportunity is still going to arise for him. And when it comes to Ekberg, hey, you never know what can happen. But when you put up that many points at the under-18s, that is something.
The National Team Development Program.
Oh, yeah, I love this pick. Another small pick.
This is a fun pick.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Richard Gallant. Break it down, Books.
Oh, worker B. Pitbull.
I think Tony just said it the best. I mean, this kid's not a giant, as we can tell here, but I'll tell you, boy, he doesn't go away. He's just fun to watch. His approach to the game and how hard he works. Is he going to be an NHL player someday? I don't know. Is he going to make money in the pro game somewhere in the world? 100%. He loves the game. It's clear, and he's always around it. I just think it's worthwhile at this point in the draft. It is. I mean, at this point in the draft, and that kid at the U18s, man, oh man, did he pay a price around the net and along the boards?
Unbelievable.
Block shots. The kid was all over the ice, and he kind of gave the U.S. a lot of energy when they needed it at different times of that tournament. And so to reward that kid today and be selected, he's
a hockey player, you know.
He's a hockey
player.
Well said.
In every sense of the word.
Character. You can't fake character. Like, people try to fake it, and you see right through them, especially when they get to the pro level. This kid is all about character.
And
he works.
And a well-liked guy. Like, his teammates really appreciate him. You know, when I was hanging around there in April and talking to a couple of their players, Gallant is a guy that everyone pointed out is, like, got that sneaky skill. He's under the radar, but they love him as a teammate, and I love him as a player.
All right, so we'd love for the Red Wings to make their 7th-round selection here. Time winding down. They're halfway through. Got about 90 seconds to go in their pick here in round number 7. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back and put a bow on round number 7 here, the 2025 NHL entry draft, live from Los Angeles.
With Prime Day coming July 8th through the 11th, greatness is a deal away.
Just bust the move.
Shop deals from home to electronics on Prime Day.
How do you become Consumer Guide's most awarded automotive brand? With Sentra, a Consumer Reports top pick, and Rogue, Motor Trend's #1 compact SUV 3 years in a row. This is Nissan Now. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer and finance select Rogue models for 0%.
Esso has always fueled Canada's passion for hockey. In 1936, we sponsored the first NHL radio broadcast, and the 3 stars of the game were invented based on the 3 stars in our logo. By 1952, Esso's sponsorship expanded to TV. Today, as the official fuel of the NHL, Esso proudly supports all 7 Canadian teams. Esso, dedicated to Canada's game for over 80 years. Esso has always fueled Canada's passion for hockey. In 1936, we sponsored the first NHL radio broadcast, and the 3 stars of the game were invented based on the 3 stars in our logo. By 1952, Esso's sponsorship expanded to TV. Today, as the official fuel of the NHL, Esso proudly supports all 7 Canadian teams. Esso, dedicated to Canada's game for over 80 years.
Today, let's paint with Bear. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier. Now we're done painting.
Well, usually I have to show up and motivate people.
Not us. He did the research. Bear is the most trusted paint brand.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer. Everybody should use Bear.
It really transformed the space.
Yeah, it's Bear Adirondack Blue.
Well, I guess I'm not really needed here today.
No.
No, he's gone.
I'm still here. Do your research and get great quality paint at an everyday low price. Only at the Home Depot.
Welcome back to the 2025 Upper Deck NHL Draft rounds 2 through 7. We are in round 7. We were waiting for Detroit to make their selection. We had a trade. Detroit trading away pick 211 to Calgary. Calgary, in exchange, gives Detroit their 7th-round pick coming up in 2026. And Jan Medvedko was just selected by the Calgary Flames at 211. So, fellas, we've had 211 picks here. And Brandon, in research, just came up to me during the commercial break. Out of those 211 picks, only 26 of those have been players under 6 feet tall. Wow. Surprising to you?
The trend was starting to develop, wasn't it, really, in the last couple of years? So I guess I would be a no for that. My one surprise, and maybe we'll do a post game, is the fact that that some of the smaller guys didn't get, I believe, the respect they deserved higher up in the draft.
have selected Grant Spada from Guelph of the Ontario Hockey League. The next order of selection belongs to the Ottawa Senators.
All right, so Tampa selecting Grant Spada of the OHL, pick 212. So now we wait. Ottawa back on the clock here.
That Guelph program continuously pumps out players as well. You got George Burnett as the general manager over there. Corey Stillman is the head coach, of course, with his storied NHL career as an assist guy through and through. And then you look at their group. Corey Stillman also had the under-18 team for Canada. So you're getting a coach there who's pretty familiar with what it takes to be a National Hockey League player. Spada, one of those guys that plays for him. Quinn Beauchesne, we saw him a little earlier on in the fray as well. A couple of other guys that I think are still draft eligible from that Guelph team. Lev Katzen played for Canada at the under-18s. He's a guy that I thought might end up going here at some point. We've talked about Philip Ekberg. Radovojevic is another guy. So still a few of those picks left that were named guys or whose names were brought up at some point during the course of the regular season who haven't gone. And that sort of surprises me with as late as we are in the draft.
I think Reese Hamilton from the Regina Pats is another guy to keep an eye on.
No doubt.
Two-way, great skater. I think the fraternity was hoping that he'd spike a little bit more offensively, but you know, like Charlie Trethewey, who went earlier in the draft, I think sometimes kids are miscast. You have to let them become what they are. And Reese Hamilton's a two-way, great skater, gets the pucks, moves them. I hope he goes here later on. But here's the thing, secret sauce for Reese and his representation. They secretly don't want to go right now. They'd rather go to a development camp. They'd rather re-enter the draft next year and go higher in the draft because you cash more Benjamins that way.
Take us through the development camp, because that is the next step for a lot of the kids that have had their names called either last night or today. They get whisked off into the city that drafted them. What happens at development camp? What is the player trying to get out of it? What is organization trying to get out of that?
So unlike the combine, there's obviously going to be that on-ice component to it. So you're going to weigh in, you're going to fitness test, all those types of things. You're going to go through the paces with your development team on the ice, but more importantly, they're going to start to teach you life skills, what it's like to be an NHL athlete. They're going to take you through the gym routine. They're going to take you through nutrition. They're going to integrate you in the community, and they're really going to set the bar for the expectation of what it is to be, in our case, a Florida Panther. This is what our expectations are. This is how you should carry yourself when you leave this facility. Might be dress code, might be don't wear your hat on backwards. I mean, it's a lot of different things. Carry yourself a certain way.
And the other thing on that part of it, if I get drafted today and I'm going to an NHL camp tomorrow, I'm going there with my best foot forward, and I'm making sure that I go in there and I show that organization, you guys are going to be proud of me because I am going to do everything and more than you could ever ask of me. And I think so. That first impression is huge, especially all those scouts that talked you up to get you drafted. Go make them look good. So when you walk out of that building, they can look at each other and go, oh my gosh, we got that kid in the 6th round. That's what you want to do tomorrow or in the next week as a player.
I remember the first time you put on the NHL sweater was at development camp. What was that like for you?
Training camp.
Training camp.
We didn't have development camp.
What was that process like for you? Well, just getting in there and trying to make a name for yourself.
Trying to make a name. Oh yeah, I had Guy Lafleur, I had Marcel Dion, I had lots of old veterans, Ryan Kreshner, Chris Nyland, lots of older teams. So I walk and I sit in that dressing room and I'm looking around and seeing those guys. And I'm like, okay, if I'm going to make this team, I'm going to have to show those guys, not just the management, but my teammates my potential teammates that, hey, I got to earn my stripes here and I'm going to have to do everything. And so as a guy like that, and I was older, I was a 23-year-old rookie because I played 4 years of college and then an Olympic year. What a bonus it was for me to get that maturity and actually play at 170 instead of 155 when I was drafted. So 15 pounds meant a lot back then. But really just the maturity of having the years of being able to play with the Olympics, be able to play with some NHL guys and some world championship things, kind of learned. So when I made my first chance to sit down in the locker room with those guys, I kind of knew what to expect and I knew what I had to show.
Tony, if you don't mind, I just want to ask this question. So you come out of college, you integrate into the National Hockey. How long did it take for you until you felt 100% at your peak as an NHL athlete? Like, how long did it take from the time you arrived at that training camp, signed your deal, but really felt totally comfortable? Like, how many games do you think?
I think my situation was a little unique because of that extra experience. I played that full Olympic year with Brian Leach, Greg Janney, Kevin Stevens. Our team was full of NHL, young players that were getting ready to break in. So I think, and we played 10 exhibition games against NHL teams. We played the top Russian teams, and you play in the Olympics. So I had a little bit extra experiences and prep to be ready for that. So I don't think it took as long as you would expect, especially being 23. So I would say 25 to 30 games for me. And, you know, I had a good start. I had Leachy with me to go in. And I think that was another bonus for me, going in with Mike Richter and Brian Leach into the organization, Peter Laviolette. We were all on the Olympic team together, Corey Millen, Kevin Miller. All of us were Ranger picks, so we went in together. So you're going with a couple buddies. That makes you relax a little bit, too. So I was benefited. I had lots of benefits of going in a good situation.
You were more mature when you arrived.
Yeah. Well, I'm not so sure older, but I tried. You're older. More mature anyways.
Words mean something.
Yes. Yeah. Coming from JMO, words mean something down there.
Yeah. At times. Marco Magnosa at 2:15 to the Tampa Bay Lightning, and Nolan Road at 2:14 to the Colorado Avalanche. Road, a centerman from Tri-City of the USHL. Let's go back to the stage to Bill Daly.
Los Angeles Kings for their hospitality this weekend. And I'd really like to thank, on behalf of the National Hockey League, Commissioner Bettman, our owners, all our clubs, all the people who stayed here and really committed to being here. And we figured it was a good opportunity with the Kings looking at their last draft pick that perhaps we could get a fan up here who could help make the pick with me. I think Jeremy has been here the whole day and big Kings fan, so I would invite Jeremy up to the stage to help me make this pick. Right now. All right. You know what you're looking at?
Yeah, that's him right there, right?
All right, yep. So with the 24th select. Go ahead.
Right. With the 24th pick of the 7th round of the 2025 NHL Draft, the Los Angeles Kings select defenseman Will Sharp from the Kelowna Western Hockey League.
Well, how about that? First of all, Jeremy, the super fan, maybe first star of the game, of the night. What the energy that youngster was bringing to round number 7. My goodness, the hype man for day number 2. You, sir, are hired. Mike Kelly, good luck filling Jeremy's shoes. Give us the notes we need to know on Will Sharp here.
Jeremy, that guy was electric. That guy's coming with us next year to the draft. I can tell you that much. Look, there you go. Will Sharp. Pretty good all-around defenseman. Not one thing that really pops off the page, but we had him as a guy to be taken earlier in the draft, so I think there's good value there. Split last season between Lethbridge and Kelowna in the Western League. When he got to Kelowna, played bigger minutes, 16 points in 31 games there. Says he loves watching Brent Burns, and he's got a good shot from the point, kind of like Burns does, so a bit of similarity there. I think he's got to find a way to stand out in a couple elements of his game to, get up to the NHL level, but nice pick by the Kings. And Jeremy, heck of a job, my man. Good for you.
He crushed it. Sharp, just to add on to that, Mike, scored a goal and had 7 shots on goal in his first ever game for Kelowna. That was back on January 10th. But let's get Jeremy back up here. Throw him a Maple Leafs jersey on and let him make this pick, too. Just the energy. Big vibes guy, Jeremy.
I love it. Let's go.
Oh, my goodness. What a moment for him, though. We talk about these kids in a moment they'll never forget. Imagine just being a fan here, coming to watch the draft, and all of a sudden you're on stage. Deputy commissioner's like, hey, you got this? He's like, yeah, I got this. And just crushes the pick.
Did you get it on the phone? You know it. Mom, did you get that? Dad, did you get that? No, okay, I got it for you. Let me airdrop it.
Already. He's got an agent. People are calling. They're looking to sign this kid up. It's fantastic.
Entourage, part 3.
Yeah, it's so good. So good. All right, so Toronto on the clock here, and here we go.
With the 25th selection in the 7th round, the Toronto Maple Leafs have selected Matthew Blakar from Kitchener of the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, Matthew Lockar for Toronto at 2:17. Kraken now on the clock here with their final selection of the 2025 NHL entry draft. How about we talk big picture in Toronto Maple Leafs? And we heard Elliot Friedman earlier talk about, trading the rights to Mitch Marner and whatnot. We saw John Tavares coming back on a team-friendly deal at 4 years. What do we make of Toronto and the direction that they're currently heading in?
Well, they tried for a number of years to go with that core four, and 3 of them are still there with Tavares and with Matthews and Nylander. Now, Marner's going to be the guy who leaves. Nicolas Roy, as Elliot said, was rumored to be in that deal coming back. Like, I love this player. I think he's highly, highly underrated. He wins draws. He's got size. He's really good in the PK. Like, this guy can do a lot of different things for you. They don't really have that guy in Toronto. So now you break up that core four a little bit. You get Matthew Knies, who's really started to come into his own. They're going to have to find some cap room in order to get him done. But it's still a very good hockey team. They got the back end short up with some older guys there. OEL had a really good year. Jake McCabe, I think, is a really good player over there. So they are a team that should be in contention once again. But you can't fall asleep in the Atlantic. You just can't do it. And the competition is so hot and heavy there, it's difficult.
They get Florida to Game 7. They didn't play well in Game 7, but they did as well as anybody did against Florida this year in the playoffs. They did. They were right there.
Oh, they were up 2-0 in the series, up 3-1 in Game 3. They blew Game 3, awful in Game 5, awful in Game 7, and that was the end of the
So how do you become awful? I think you got to learn from Florida, and you can. And with all of the change that Ruby brought to that team with the intensity and competitiveness, I think they ran a little bit out of gas, and then once they got to that big stage, little bit shy. They were a little bit shy. And Florida recognized it at moments of that series where they took advantage of it. And but they're not that far off. And so I know Marner being gone is going to change the dynamics of that team. But having Knies still be part of it, hopefully he gets that contract done. Tavares saying, hey, I want to be a Maple Leaf forever. I'm going to stay here at the discount. And so there's still an organization that potentially could get it done someday.
Yeah, they got the goaltending sorted out there, too. So, listen, Ottawa's not going away, right? We saw them make the playoffs this year. Montreal Canadiens, they're hanging around, right? They're coming, too. So you look at Florida, we know they're going to be good. Tampa's not going away anytime soon. Toronto, like, it is just a death trap in there, and you cannot sleep for a moment. If you fall behind, you could be out of the playoffs just like that.
Sure. Detroit's getting better as well in the Atlantic, so time will tell on that end. How the Atlantic shapes out. So Loke Krantz to Seattle and Ryan Ruchinski to Buffalo here.
Winnipeg Jets selected Jacob Cloutier from Saginaw in the Ontario Hockey League.
All right, Jacob Cloutier here out of Saginaw.
The next selection belongs to the Carolina Hurricanes.
So for the people out there who are watching, one of the more interesting things you might not realize is that when I would go to a draft table with our crew, we never had more than 115 total names.
Yeah, I love that story,
Yeah, 115 total names. I think I've had maybe as little as about 105 names. And why do you do that? Well, because those are the only guys on your list you value to become members of your franchise. You just don't throw something at the wall later on in the draft and, have a guy for the sake of having a guy. So that's why you have to have your ducks in order to make these trades later on, trade out of the draft, if you will. Be prepared. Think on the mark. You have to be there. But yeah, we're going to draft 200 and whatever players today, but that's not how it works for directors when they hit the floor.
And a little story on that one. I still remember. Thankfully, I had my phone on. I had a general manager call me in the 7th round, say, "Help me, help me, help me. We're trying to trade this pick. We don't have a player that we want to draft right now." And so I gave him 3 names, and they ended up picking one of them. He didn't make it to the NHL, so but he nonetheless he was a player that they had in their organization. Eventually, they did sign, and he did play.
Interesting.
Their organization.
There's Zach Burke. Carolina, of course, smaller, skilled,
there
fast.
we go. About time.
Yeah, led the under-18s in point production. So a guy who's, for me, kind of underwhelming with the Ottawa 67s, but there obviously is some ability there. Smallish, slight of frame type of guy at 166 pounds. I think the 5'10 might be a little bit exaggerated there. But when you're looking at a guy who popped at the end of the year, why not Carolina at pick 221 go and get this guy? I actually like this pick where it is. I have no idea where it's going to go. But that point production at the end of the year, really impressive.
10 tucks, 18 points in 7 games as U18.
That's hard to do, guys.
That's absolutely hard to do. You're involved every night when you're doing it that way, and he deserves it. I wonder, Sammy, as a scout, for me, if the fit just wasn't there in Ottawa, too. You know how sometimes you go to a junior team, sometimes there's not a fit. And, like, I keep referencing Christian Epperson. You know, sometimes there's not a fit at the program. He pops off in Saginaw. So maybe this might be a name to keep a close eye on.
All right, so Edmonton making their final selection here of round number 7. There is Aiden Park hanging around, and what a moment that is for him and his family.
That's great.
But, Sammy, right before that, we had Charlie Paquette for the Dallas Stars. He's a winger out of Guelph. After 4 goals in the first 24 games this year, Paquette 33 goals in his final 44 games.
Yeah, that's
pretty
impressive.
Good finish.
Yeah, and again, like that's what you talk about. When you go to the start of the year and you're looking at a player and he doesn't do anything for you, but you know he's a draft-eligible guy, you keep going back and revisiting, and then you see that progression. You're like, all right, this is a guy we're going to take a chance on, and that's a lot of what we're seeing here in round number 7.
How about Aiden Park here, sticking around? Good things.
California kid. Yeah, obviously a California kid.
Family and friends in attendance getting a nice ovation here as he walks to the stage inside the famous Peacock Theater here in Los Angeles. So what a moment, all smiles, and this is what this day is all about.
Yeah, I know the kid well because I recruited him when he was at Shattuck, and just a hardworking, honest player. Passed through the draft for a couple drafts, at least one draft, and to hang around here and be, I'm not sure he thought he was going to get drafted today, but wanted to see it, and we're glad he hung around, and we're going to see a big smile right here as he puts the jersey and the cap on.
Oh, I love that. I love
good, great work ethic. This kid works. He gives you an honest effort, and
hey, how about a research department though? We had him NHL Network ranking 223. Where'd he go? 220.
Wow. Is that Brandon or LG? Who's taking credit for it?
All right, Brandon says LG, so Lawrence Goldstein nailed that one.
Hermosa Beach, right up the road.
LG, take a bow in the truck, pal. Take a bow. That's awesome.
Very, very cool. So as we wait on the final pick here, the Florida Panthers with pick 224. We'll see when that pick comes in, and when it does, we will officially send it to the stage to the Deputy Commissioner, Bill Daly. Here we go.
With thanks again to all of you for being here and supporting us. Thank you. And it's my honor and privilege to make the last pick of the 2025 draft. The Florida Panthers have selected Yegor Midlak from Spartak of the Russian Junior League. And with that, that's a wrap. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so Igor Midlak is the final selection of the 2025 NHL entry draft, round number 7, pick 224 overall, going to the Stanley Cup champion, the Florida Panthers. So there you have it, days 1 and days 2 officially in the books as we put a bow on the 2025 NHL entry draft. Tony, I'll start with you. Just kind of final thoughts on what we saw here, rounds 2 through 7.
Well, I think the experiment of doing it off-site, I think there's going to be a lot of general managers that have their opinion and lots of fans that have their opinion on thinking maybe it'd be a good idea to go back to Sphere or somewhere where we could all get together and be around. But I think the people in LA and the organization had done a really good job on trying to make all of us comfortable and make it a good event. So, but that's what my take is. And then I'm going to go back to the first pick. I mean, to me, I would have gone lots and lots of miles to watch Matthew Schaefer walk up to that stage, put that Islander jersey on there, and really, again, says a lot about the hockey world for all that he's been through and how the hockey world has supported him and his family, and then Meredith Goudreau showing up here to make those announcements. Those are the 2 moments that stick out for me.
And you talk about Matthew Schaefer, and I think you mentioned it earlier. You learn about somebody, just the way they treat people. And when he left our interview stage yesterday, he got off stage, thanked everybody on stage, thanked every camera person, audio person, you name it. That is the type of kid that Matthew Schaefer is.
Yeah, no question. Really happy for Matthew. I'd love to see where it goes next year based on the few games that he's been able to play. When I look at rounds 2 through 7, I can't help think about the recency bias of the playoffs and the size of these young men. How many sub-6 footers? Not many of them, especially through the rounds 2 through 6. Fascinating stuff to me, just how much bigger the game is getting.
All right, Books, put a bow on it.
Okay, buddy, my takeaway for this, I'm going to double down on the size thing. What's happened here is this group of athletes that were drafted. They're all going to fill out middle six and depth roles on NHL franchises in the depth charts going forward. And that's why I think you saw a lot of size, a lot of role players drafted this year. Next year, it's going to look completely different. It'll flip the script again, and they'll start to insulate with more skill guys.
All right, looking forward to that. It's like we said, from Los Angeles, the city of Hollywood, the city of dreams and scripts coming true and becoming reality. What a dream it was for 224 players over the past 4 days, or 2 days, I should say. For everybody here at the NHL Network, thanks for watching. Free agency, July 1. Buckle up.
DealDash.com.
I can outplay these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the call, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told?